first time she came in. I was tired. It'd been a long shift. I'd chosen to start serving at this particular establishment because it had a reputation of being slow. Had is the operative word here. At one point in time, I could assemble a drink and have a man, maybe late 50s, early 60s, sit at the bar and look down wistfully, spouting off his regrets about a wasted life. I would get to listen. It was background noise. Therapeutic, honest background noise in a world full of characters and bullshit. But lo and behold, this particular haunt I picked started becoming all the rage for young people. Blech. Who needs them, right? All full of life, vigor, and energy, smiles and excitement about the future. Wanting to party, wanting to flirt, wearing layer upon layer of forced personas. "Hey Chief," says the guy, curling 2 fingers while dressed up in clothes Daddy bought. "We want around for this whole group?" "Yeah," he says, forcing his voice down 2 octaves while doing his best imitation of an alpha male. Just off a bender of binge watching hours of Charisma on Command videos, I'd want to say but wouldn't. And of course the people surrounding this man all wearing masks of their own. Fake cheers, fake gratitude, and pretty girls penny pinching through college more than happy to get a free drink off this schmuck before getting the fuck out of Dodge, and God, I was sick of it. But, as is the case with life, the places I did want to be were out of range. When attainable. The dive bars filled with the seedy, miserable, philosophical crowd I craved were just too far away from the shitty apartment I lived in to justify working it. An honest environment would have cost me too much in gas prices, unfortunately enough, that my non-existent paycheck would have gone towards breaking even at absolute best. She came in while I was making a rum and coke for someone, a double. I wasn't one to project favorable feelings onto a stranger. I was thrown to find as I saw her enter the bar that I didn't immediately hate her. She looked like an absolute stranger to the establishment, yet I got no sense that she saw herself as above it. It felt like she was a human being, someone who needed to be here for some reason but was unequipped for it, like she felt silly. Like she found the music to be too loud, too overwhelming. I watched her take awkward steps through the chaos of the floor, ever so slowly weaving past people unable to move because they lacked spatial awareness, and because she couldn't muster up the words "excuse me" for some reason. She was too kind, too polite, and then she was right in front of me. She looked up instinctively, as if expecting a menu, and then down at the counter, as if expecting a QR code, and then she just sort of shuffled closer, with an energy like she was afraid of interrupting something even though I was looking right at her, doing literally nothing else, fully prepared to take her order. "So, I don't drink." "You don't drink," I repeated back, deadpan. "Not really, I'm bad with knowing what to get. Well, let's keep it simple, I guess. Did you want a beer? More partial to a cocktail, maybe." "Oh, cocktail, I love cocktails. So you do drink?" "I drink, but not in a fancy or informed way. Usually I just get what the other person's drinking. But the other person isn't here yet, so I guess I'll get whatever tastes the most like juice." I failed to suppress a laugh. Hearing those words from a fully grown adult was something else. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said. "Are you going to look down on me for not being all bougie about my drinks? I guess what I meant to say was I want something hoppy, aged 24 years, from Ireland, with a bit of a kick. Maybe a sour. You are melding so many unrelated things together right now, it is crazy. Actually, I'm just a trailblazer and completely ahead of my time." And then, a look in her eyes as if she was beaming the words, "Yes, I'm aware I'm a dork," right at me. And I am absolutely positively not an uninformed loser. I finished making her a pina colada and handed it to her. "I hope you enjoy your drink, Mom." A sweet, appreciative curl of her lips as she tapped her card, then turned to leave. She was back to the hurricane of people swirling across the room. I watched her body take on an awkward pantomime performance of how the fuck do I find a table through this sea of mayhem. My eyes stayed with her for longer than I'd like to admit, and then I realized I was smiling. And it wasn't as a courtesy or a lie or a way to make someone think I was listening while I was off in maladaptive daydream land. She sat at an elevated rustic corner table by an antique mirror, the one closest to the bathrooms, a table that could seat a lot of people, but only had her. The other person joined her eventually. I caught them talking at odd intervals as I fell back into my miserable shift at my miserable job, fielding the same 2 repetitive questions from doe-eyed 20-year-olds. What's it like being a bartender? And did you always want to get into this line of work? No, I wanted to say to both questions. My eyes would continually drift over to that corner table as the hours ticked away. I felt a pang of jealousy as I saw her hold the hand of the man seated across from her. A man who looked like he was having a rough go of it, wistful at times, borderline miserable at others, and occasionally tinged with nostalgia. He was all emotion. And she was consoling him, it seemed, hearing his heart story. We closed in on midnight, and the 2 of them were still there. She wasn't saying much of anything, but he was certainly saying all of everything by the looks of it. Her eyes remained steadfast on him, nodding as she took in his every word. It was early in my late shift. Tuesday night, things were slow, but not too slow. It was ideal. Quiet. I could focus on the white noise of murmured, tired conversations, the clinking of glasses. It was like a meditation tape, my equivalent of the soothing sounds of the ocean. I had time to make my drinks with love. Not so much love, but focus. That's the word. A man arrived at the counter. He looked familiar. It took a second for me to place him. The gentleman from the other night. The one who sat across from the bashful woman who caught my eye. The one that got to hold her hand. He, on that particular night, anyways, was a basket of complex emotions. Now, however, there was a certain calmness to him, a groundedness. He looked peaceful, like his head was finally above water. "Hey, what can I fix you up with?" "You have my permission to surprise me," he said humbly. I snickered. If this was her boyfriend or husband, he certainly had an interesting rhythm to his moods. I grabbed a glass and a muddler and started preparing an old-fashioned for him. As I did, in betrayal to my usual approach to customer service, I asked him a non-logistical question. "And how's your day?" He took a genuine beat to collect his thoughts, eyes raised diagonally at the ceiling, a thoughtful twist at the right corner of his mouth, and a contemplative, repetitive nod as if the words were playing in his head like a metronome. Then, "You ever just feel grateful," he said. "Grateful that everything's finally come together, it all makes sense now, and it's all going to be all right. Cannot say I know the feeling, but envious for sure. You guess I'm quite the lucky man." "Oh, you are." Based on his reaction, I don't think the reference landed for him. It seemed like he had a wonderful woman in his life, hence lucky. He instead seemed to take the message in a much more vague, almost cosmic way. "I do have to tell you, though, quite sincerely, that it ain't all luck." He shot me a knowing look. "You gotta really put yourself out there, you have to be open, emotionally naked. Those are the things it takes to find your home, your people. You don't think I'll be there anytime soon, good sir?" I gave him the drink, and he made his way back to that same corner table. For the few remaining times that night that he accidentally slipped into my eye line as I was loitering on the clock, he was the perfect picture of contentment. Another busy night in my self-inflicted holding pattern of a career. Some people say that bartenders are modern-day philosophers. Those people are stupid. It's a customer service gig like any other. Only difference here is you give people alcohol to leave you alone, but it never ever works. This night was particularly stressful. We were down a person. I hated when we were down a person. When we were down a person, my boss would yell, and then I would wonder why the fuck I didn't just finish college. And so the domino effect of self-loathing would go. There were too many people asking for too many drinks. I almost didn't even notice she was there. She'd brought a new person this time. Arms linked. Girlfriend's out for an evening. She approached the bar yet again, sheepish as before. Interestingly, the girl she was with seemed like her polar opposite. She looked decisive. Focused. Fake. A paper tiger, that was my assessment. Hay said the one I was more sympathetic to, with a couple of verbal stumbles after the Haywade shoot. "Did I never actually get your name the last time we talked?" "Brian," I said, which means I never gave you my name either. "Nope," I said, cutting off what felt like it was going to be a self-effacing apology. She extended her hand. "I'm Monica. And I'm sorry, I'm usually better about that. That meaning polite enough to ask someone's name." I returned her greeting. She gave me one of the firmest handshakes I'd ever received. "Okay, so we know each other's names now, which is good." This, she said, motioning to the friend beside her, "is Sabrina. And Sabrina." She gestured back to me, "This is Brian." "Okay, great, good. Now that we're all friends, Brian, I'd love it if you could make the same drink you made last time. If you remember what it was." "You mean the one where you asked me to make you juice?" The barb only brought a cheeky laugh from her. "Yes, the very same." I watched them from behind the counter later. They were at that same distant table. Of course they were. I wanted to judge them. I really, really did. The shift had been a headache, and fancying myself as better than the unwashed masses was exactly what the doctor was ordering. I wanted so badly to assume that Sabrina was the shallow friend to Monica, a person who actually seemed somewhat kind, somewhat genuine. But as Monica held Sabrina's hand over the table, looking at her as if she was the only person that existed in our wretched cosmos, and Sabrina in turn spoke openly as she cycled through ugly laughs, ugly crying, ugly reminiscing emotional whiplash that I couldn't quite keep up with. All I saw was a person shedding any semblance of a front, peeling off layers of emotional makeup, becoming completely raw to the person they were in front of, laying it all out there, frankly, for Monica to receive with quiet nods and gentle affirmations. Their conversation went on for hours. Their drinks, the pina coladas I made, were still in front of them, chipped away at with only the lightest of sips over the course of their conversation. Glasses half full or half empty, I guess depending on how you look at things. 3 weeks passed before I saw Monica again. The thought of her would cross my mind every now and then, the strange want to actually talk to her. With how much my life was dimmed by forced transactional conversations, it was a foreign feeling. Finally, on a night where I arrived late for work, I saw her. seated in the corner, a barely touched drink in front of her, hand gently resting on the man beside her as he poured his heart out to her. Completely different guy from the last guy. And at this point I was convinced, as I watched the man emote, as if he'd just come from a Brené Brown TED Talk, that she was some sort of modern, new age therapist. 55-minute sessions. Peft what, about 3 to 5 hours at a bar. That's really helped us curb your existential dread. Her imaginary words, not mine. I caught some conflicting feelings in myself as I looked on. Despite how awkward she could be, there was some sort of bizarre charisma or lure there, the charisma of someone being completely themselves. It made me nervous, though it was hard to put a finger on why. Nevertheless, the hours passed. Work was work, and as I finished exhausting my reservoirs of nods and smiles in exchange for compliments, platitudes, and the occasional openly rude customer, my eyes flitted over to her table. To Monica, saying goodbye to her new client or friend or lover, whoever he was, a long hug. Then, a very deep glance into the stranger's eyes, an intense glance, a loving glance, and then they parted. So maybe scratch therapist? Or alternatively, a very, very new age therapist. Curse you, pangs of jealousy. I'm 35 now. I should be beyond feelings at this point. She approached the bar. Hey, I said. Brian, she said, leaning her elbow onto the bar with an animated, almost full-body exhale. How are you? Would it be uncool of me to say I'm tired? Why would that be uncool? Because you're a bartender, so I'm tired probably describes your entire evening. Oh, well, I mean, if I were off the clock, then I'd say absolutely you're being uncool, you jerk, but since I'm working. No, not at all. Do you have any traumatic stories you wanted to share? War memories? Tales about the one that got away? War stories for days, she said with a soft chuckle, then an even softer no, and then a more serious hey. Hi, I said again. You're probably wondering what I'm doing at the corner of the bar, right? Yes, I am actually. I'm helping people. Are you a therapist? She smiled. I suppose that's one way to look at it. I think I'm a bit confused. She picked her words carefully. I find people who are like me, people who maybe feel like they don't belong, outsiders, folks who are tired of pretending that they're okay living in an uncaring world, and I connect with them. And I build friendships with them, meaningful connections. How do you know that someone's an outsider? A pause, and then, it's all in the eyes. She told me that I was welcome to sit with her on one of my days off. We could go to another pub if I didn't want to spend my off hours where I worked. Strange as the proposition was, I went for it. At this point, I'd sussed her out as being a truthful, open and vulnerable person. Someone who seemed at times confused about it all, confused in an endearing way. A way that felt different, special. A way that made me want to know more. On a night we both agreed upon, I met her at a different joint on the other side of town. I sat across from her, curiously skeptical about how all of this would go. And then hours passed. And within them I opened up, truly. It's sort of hard not to spill it all when someone gives you their absolutely undivided attention, with perfect eye contact and affirmations pulled out of the book of Mr. Roger. She sat there, statuesque, as I whittled off details about my childhood, my confusion about life, feelings of aimlessness, shame at how fucking judgmental I could be, and everything more. All of my misplaced anger, my vitriol. There were no real horror stories in my past, it turns out, nor any major present-day ailments that were bringing me misery. Putting up walls and scrutinizing strangers were just my coping mechanisms for being over-socialized, and in my head about it all. At the end of the night, she gave me that same look of endearment she gave to the other man, as a sort of peace and camaraderie came over me. You're all right, she said, hand gently cradling my cheek. It's the world that's stealing your joy from you. It seemed as if the words held more weight for her than they did me. But I nonetheless obliged, with a sort of silent agreement, an internal nod. I felt warm about it all. She gave me the tightest hug imaginable before leaving, and whispered in my ear as she did, I know a way things can be better. If you're interested, find me again. I hadn't seen her at the bar for quite some time, and I have to admit, it made me antsy. It was hard to have someone Mary Poppins waltz their way into your life, be utterly emotionally naked with no reservations, allow you to do the same, and then disappear right after teasing some cosmic secret about the answer to all of life's problems. During this period of lack, I found myself softening in my role as liquid therapist a bit. People's idiosyncrasies, their faking it personas, their buried miseries, posturing, need to party, flirt, fight, mentions of beta, sigma, alpha, omega, ability to lie to themselves, desire to run away from themselves, from everything, actually. I understood it. I sympathize with it. We're all just trying. I mean, I was still a judgmental POC, 85% of the time, but hey, that remaining 15%, we can call that an improvement. I was at the tail end of the kind of slow shift that made you curse yourself for ever hating the busy ones. I closed up shop, and there she was in the doorway as I was leaving. I didn't have it in me to pretend I wasn't enthused to see her. Instead, I ran up to her and hugged her. I missed you, I said, with the delivery of a nerd at prom. I hope you've been well, she said, returning the embrace. It felt nice. You said that things could be better. I want to know how, I said. She smiled, her lips and eyes lighting up. Of course. Let me show you. Do you want to come over? It's funny, there's a certain connotation that comes with being invited to a sort of stranger's place at closing time. Yet, I was absolutely sure Monica's head and intentions were in a completely different space from the rest of the waking and drinking world. We sat on her sofa together. She gave me a tender look. I made something to help explain everything you're feeling. I hope it'll be helpful. I exhaled slowly, then nodded. She got up and popped a shabby plain white DVD marked with Sharpie scribbles into the player. She returned to the couch as the video started on her TV, over a black screen. An odd, disquieting melody played that I believe was intended to be comforting soft synthesizers and strange notes. Then, a narration. We are not our bodies. Instinctively, we all know this. It was Monica's voice speaking over footage of the cosmos, galaxies, and stars. We look closely at this world as the delicate, sensitive souls that we are. And we can tell we don't belong here. Footage from Earth. Empty woods, empty parks, empty cities. Our three-dimensional forms, holding our souls down. And then a slideshow of images that resembled pages from a high school biology textbook. A diagram of the human body with a line pointing to the chest saying soul. Lines coming from the arms, the head, the legs, eyes, ears, all labeled as not soul. And if we stay here long enough, our soul will wither away and die. Another textbook-style diagram, but of a decomposing body this time, even if we appear healthy. Footage of the ocean now. It looked like an amateur video taken by someone actually wading in the middle of the sea. We don't know who brought us here or why. And we don't need to know. The camera panned up from the water and angled sharply to the night sky, facing the glowing moon. We just need to go home now. And then, a new image. Over the backdrop of a sea of stars, a pitch-black door on the left side of the screen. On the right, the same high school textbook diagram of the human body, standing upright this time. An arrow pointing to the door. Her narration was gone now. Text appeared on screen. Step 1, decide to exit. Step 2, find like-minded friends. Step 3, pick the method that brings you the greatest sense of internal comfort. Step 4, exit stage left. Step 5, when you're done, don't go into the light. And then, her voice returned. Let's go together now. She held my hand tightly as the video concluded. I felt disturbed. I felt unsafe. I tore my gaze from the TV and turned to her. Her eyes were serene, peaceful, calm, but welcoming. It's okay now, Brian. You're okay. I'm here with you now. Monica, what exactly did you mean with that video? I detached my hand from hers and rose from the sofa. She stood up as well. You know what it means. You know it every time you look out aimlessly from behind the counter. I backed away. I'm gonna need you to say it explicitly. She traced my steps. We're departing tomorrow. We'll be leaving from the bar. You're welcome to join us at the table. I reached the door. I have to go, I said, reaching behind me to feel for the doorknob. One last good look at her. She wasn't perturbed, sad, offended, confused, or anything. Softly, she said, I'll be seeing you, Brian. I turned and left. I worked the evening shift the next day. I was dead in the eyes, exhausted, not judging a soul, just breathing, just relishing the intake of stale bar air. When she arrived, she went straight to the corner table. Slowly, others poured in. Some of them I recognized as patrons who had shown up at the bar before, folks I was unaware were ever associated with Monica. They sat with her, eyes trained on her. Soon after, her girlfriend from before, Sabrina, pulled up a seat as well. The two other men I'd seen her with on different nights took their spots too. New faces appeared next, ones unfamiliar to me. By the end, there were 12 at the table. From my distant vantage point, their conversation seemed muted, soft, hopeful, but with a discordant dash of somberness. It was hard to focus on my job, to focus on the customers coming up to me. I'd look over to the corner to catch more gentle speaking, the sharing of thoughts, sentiments, words that looked as though they were coming out as whispers. I wanted to be a fly on the wall. I also wanted to be as far away as humanly possible. Was there something I could say here? Something that a good Samaritan was supposed to be doing right now? Over the following 45 minutes, give or take, their words stopped. They closed their eyes together in a lengthy, silent moment. It didn't quite seem like a meditation, or a prayer. I'm not sure what it was. Eventually, they all opened their eyes around the same time, and then they turned in unison and looked at me with wide smiles. Their eyes were filled with what seemed like a very disturbing form of love, an image pressed to my memory forever. Monica alone got up and walked through the crowd, purposeful this time. Once again, she was in front of me, on the other side of the counter. You can still join us, she said. Where are you going? I asked. You wouldn't believe this, cause it's going to sound really silly, but there's actually a special spot in the middle of the ocean. One that leads all the way up to the stars. She gave me a knowing smile. We thought it might be a good idea to check it out together, she said. She held her hand out for me. If you want to come. I wasn't sure what it was, loyalty, a sense of camaraderie, a fear of letting her down, but as much as I was repulsed and terrified by her, I still had to fight the urge to give her my hand. Eventually, she gleaned my decision through my inaction and retracted her invite. Thank you for talking to me and spending so much meaningful time with me, Brian. She returned to the table. The others rose. They left behind anything they brought with them. Then, all 12 of them linked arms like they were about to go on a pub crawl together, and left. Their bodies were found in the ocean a week later. Each of them had worn a weighted metal belt to help them sink. The cops told me that half of the corpses were found in close proximity to each other. The other half were scattered about. I had to assume that the group found clustered together were the ones successfully able to keep their arms linked the entire time. I had the chance to see the photos of the deceased during the identification process. I did my best to provide the authorities with details on the faces I recognized times I'd seen them at the bar, rare occasions where I'd spoken with them. My tiny, insignificant crumbs of information were thankfully counterbalanced by insights provided by some of the regulars who'd known them better. It didn't take long to piece together the identities of the recently departed. Not just who they were, but their full histories, careers, families, friends, aspirations, anecdotes, blanks filled in. The sorts of folk tales I could have imagined a man maybe late 50s, early 60s sharing with me on a night where I was tuning him out as his comforting background noise while making a drink. I took one last good look at Monica's photo before I wrapped up with the authorities. Out of all of the images, hers was the one that looked the most tranquil, the most at peace. I'll be seeing you, Brian. Months had passed. The incident had left me with a sinking but mostly ignorable feeling. Routine had thankfully proven to be a formidable distraction. I was behind the counter, same as always, in a moment of time where I was unoccupied. No immediate task in front of me, nor some lingering item of work that I'd forgotten to do. I looked out at the bar scene. Not a miserable look this time, nor an aimless one either. Just a look. Out amongst the crowd of youngsters, characters, and fakes, not mutually exclusive titles, mind you, nor titles I used in a derogatory fashion anymore. I saw someone enter the bar, a new face. Unfamiliar. One that had a distinct sort of energy to them. They weren't an imposter like all the others. They looked like they felt silly. Like they didn't belong here, but didn't see themselves as above it all. In the past, I would have found this person to almost be charming. Now, they were just a person. They took awkward steps through the bar floor, they were over-polite. And then they were right in front of me. "A pina colada, please," she said. I suppressed my laugh. Her eyes lit up with a glint of confusion. What, she asked, playfully. "Nah, it's just just a little uncanny. Kind of a throwback there. You, reminded of me someone just now, but that's us anyways. Pina colada, coming right up." I went to work. When I heard her response, all I could do was continue making her drink, operating off of muscle memory alone. "I have to admit, I'm a bit disappointed you didn't join us last time, Brian." I mechanically continued the process of blending the drink. "Don't remember telling you my name." "I hope you understand that there's still a lot I need to do here," she said. "Like-minded friends to find, meaningful connections to make. Departures to schedule," she said. My throat caught. The ritual of making a drink for a customer was the only bit of normalcy I had left in this exchange. I tried to cling to it. I tried to drag it out as long as possible. But I had to speak. "Monica," I finally said, more breath than voice. But when I studied her features, she didn't resemble Monica at all, and I can only assume she knew as much. "You can call me Elizabeth this time," she said. "And don't worry, I never ever want to rush you." And then, that same knowing, disarming look. "You can join me when you're ready." I struggled to put the finishing touches on the cocktail when I heard my boss's voice. "Brian, what are you doing?" I turned to look at him, confused. "What? What are you doing?" he repeated. "Making a dren." I looked ahead, and there was no one at the bar. "A drink," I finished. "For yourself." I thought about it. "I guess, yeah." He gave me a concerned look. The kind of look that asks you to say more, and share what might be going on. But I changed the subject. It was probably best to keep things surface level from now on. No need to go deep. All except for Monica. As it turns out, if she did have a history, it certainly wasn't one with much depth. She had no known family, no friends aside from the ones she left with on her final night, of course. No information on when she'd actually moved to the area or where she'd come from. I was the only one who seemed to know anything about her. As if that wasn't uncomfortable enough of a revelation, the cops decided to keep the hits coming. They must have been in an oversharing mood. They let me know that this recent death event wasn't quite as unique as I might have imagined. In fact, instances of groups walking into the water together, weights worn, arms linked, had been documented as a recurring phenomenon over the last half-century or so in our quiet town. The folk tales and horror stories about events like this had, of course, existed for far longer in our little slice of the country. Story 2. I'm a fry cook at a dive bar where strange things happen. The new guy walked into the kitchen looking like a lost puppy. He glanced around nervously like any one of us were going to jump out and attack him. "And this is the kitchen," the grizzled voice of Dave, the owner, barely forced its way through the sounds of the kitchen. I couldn't stand and watch them for long. We were neck deep in a rush and my screen was filling up by the second. I'm a fry cook at Dave's dive bar. It's a classic, crappy little bar with neon signs peppering the small dining room walls. Behind the bar are shelves of cheap alcohol, mostly used for shots because Tommy, the bartender, couldn't mix a cocktail if you stuck a gun in his face and demanded one. The tables looked like someone took their rage out on them with a hatchet, blowtorch, and whatever other object of destruction they could find. The only thing rougher than the tables were the bar's patrons. Most of them are bikers, drifters, or criminals of all shades. When the crowd gets rowdy enough, they always end up stealing a street sign, which Dave proudly displays in the cramped hallway that leads to the graffitied bathrooms. It really helps lower your expectations so you won't notice that they haven't been cleaned for weeks. On the other side of the wall of cheap alcohol sits our cramped little kitchen where I push out the greasiest food possible, with a fryer that I try to clean nightly but always seems to have dirty oil. There is also our flat top man by Jose and our broiler man Nathan. We are the three musketeers that keep the customers' bellies full so they can drink as much as possible. This is your new fry cook, Levi. My thoughts were pulled from the bar back to the present. I turned to see the new guy and Dave standing behind me. The newbie was standing behind Dave like a child hiding behind one of their parents. I held out my hand and he stepped around the owner to shake it. He eyed the fryer as if the bubbling greasy would splash out and burn him. When I grasped his hand, I made eye contact with him for the first time. He wore a Metallica t-shirt and blue jeans. We've never really had any kind of dress code. His hair was dirty blonde and his eyes were bluish gray and his face was clean shaven. That is, if he could grow any facial hair at all. He was probably half a head taller than me, but had so little presence that he might as well have been 3 feet smaller than me. I'm Levi. Have you ever worked in a kitchen before? I'm Henry, he said, glancing back again at the fryer like it was going to sneak up on him. And no, I have never worked in a restaurant before. My eyes flicked over to Dave, but he was too busy staring off into space to notice my annoyed look. The fact of the matter is, strange shit happens at this bar, and Dave knows it. Most experienced cooks don't last here. This kid, who is inexperienced and jumpy, seems like the exact opposite of long-term employee material. I looked back at the kid and smiled as genuinely as I could. Welcome to the team, Henry. For a completely new cook, Henry didn't do too bad. He was quick to catch on to a lot of stuff, and when he finally warmed up to us, he was pretty chatty. He was able to take the little bit of shit we threw at him, and sometimes he gave it right back. I was just thinking about how Henry was lucky that nothing weird happened when ... ding, an order came in. Henry and I looked up at the screen. Every station had a screen where table numbers or customers' names would pop up with their orders. An order for Davy J with fish sticks popped up on screen. My heart sank. Henry was about to go look for fish sticks to drop in the fryer when I grabbed him by the shoulder. Go hide in the walk-in, Henry. I looked over at Jose Nathan and yelled, I've got Davy J on my screen cover for us. Wait, what's going on? Who's Davy? And why do we have to go to the walk-in? I kept shoving him, ignoring his questions. We didn't have much time, and we needed to hide. I opened the walk-in, shoved him in, and closed it behind us. What's going on, Levi? I put my hand on his mouth to shush him, and Whisper screamed into his ear, Shut it. I'll explain everything in a minute. I don't know how much time had passed, but eventually there were 3 knocks on the walk-in door. I sighed loudly and felt my muscles relax. I opened the door and Nathan stood there. He looked exhausted and pale. I heard Henry pipe up over my shoulder. What happened to you, Nathan? Nathan looked at him, then back to me, nodded and walked away. I turned to Henry and sighed. Henry ... that last order had fish sticks on it ... do we have fish sticks? I saw confusion flash across his face, which turned to him looking deep in thought. Then finally he realized. No, we don't have them. So then why did the waiter or waitress just say server? I cut into his train of thought. Okay ... why did the server ring them up? The sarcasm he added onto the word server irritated me a bit. They didn't. Every once in a while Davy J will appear on our screen. It will ask for a seafood dish that we don't serve. When that happens, anyone who has it on their screen must go hide in the walk-in. No one rings it up, it just appears there. Henry seemed to be processing what I was saying for a while. Then he laughed. Oh, I see. Nice try, but I'm not so gullible. His smug expression slowly changed to skepticism when he saw how serious I was. What? You expect me to believe this? I know the new guy should expect to get pranked, but this is just obviously fake. It's not. I thought I saw his armor of disbelief crack slightly with the piercing matter-of-fact way I responded. Well, what happens to the people who don't hide? Nathan looked really traumatized. I shook my head. You will most likely experience that in the next couple of weeks while I train you. He comes around every few weeks to torment us. When that happens, do what I say and everything will be fine. I didn't know if Henry was actually listening to me or just pretending to. Like I said, most people don't last here. Many of them leave voluntarily. The rest of them, well ... they tend to just go missing. But they never end up in the news or on the missing persons registry. I know what happened to a few of them. The others ... I have my suspicions. The rest of the night went off without a hitch. I hope to see Henry tomorrow. I could see him becoming a good addition to the team. But a part of me doesn't want to see him again because I don't want anything to happen to him. After a couple weeks, Henry was doing really well. He was either ignoring or not noticed all the weird things that happen around him. He even talked to our resident ghost, Heather. She's dressed as a server and will appear every few days and take orders from guests. The issue is, she never rings them up. So when a table tells their actual server that they already ordered from Heather, the servers make up an excuse to take their order again. No one really knows where she came from. If you ask anyone at the restaurant, you'll get a different story depending on who you ask. Some say she worked here when it first opened in the 90s. They say she was locked in the walk-in freezer and froze to death. Others say she was killed by Dave when she threatened to blackmail him for something or another. While I think it's possible that Dave could have done that, I think it's unlikely. Dave is too good at covering his tracks when he commits crimes to be able to be blackmailed. Anyway, Henry didn't seem to notice after Heather disappeared right when he turned away from her. I watched it happen. He looked confused for a second, shrugged, then walked off. One thing he couldn't ignore happened the other day, though. I felt comfortable enough to leave him on his own while I went to take a piss. That was definitely my mistake, but in my defense, there were no orders on the screen and a lot of the things in the bar are harmless. I knew I messed up when I walked back and saw him staring into the fryer. Even though nothing was dropped in the fryer, it was bubbling and swirling. Shit, I muttered to myself as I quickly approached Henry. I talked to him as gently as possible as I grabbed his shoulder. Henry, what are you doing? He didn't seem to notice I approached. I was about to say something else when he spoke up. Did you hear that he said, pointing into the churning oil? I knew what he was talking about. I can't ... what can you hear? I said slowly. I don't know what he was hearing, but the look on his face told me it wasn't great. My girlfriend's voice. It sounds like it's coming from the fryer. His eyes seemed unfocused and his voice was monotone. What's it saying? It seemed like he was too deep into it at this point. I noticed the bubbling grow in intensity. She's saying the oil is cold. Is that true? She keeps saying I have to test it. I stood next to him. I knew what would come next. I wanted to try to talk him out of it. Don't listen to her, Henry. Is she a fry cook? Would she know how hot the oil is? Hell, do you even see her around here? I tried to add that last part to get him to look around. He was too focused on the oil to break his gaze away. But she's so smart, Levi. She would know. I trust her as he said that he leaned back, never taking his eyes off the fryer. This was what I was preparing for. As he rocketed forward, aiming his head at the swirling liquid, I slammed into him. He was thrown against the wall and slid down to a sitting position. I stood over him and watched him. Usually that was enough to knock some sense into people, but not always. I turned to look at the fryer. The swirling was slowly winding down, but before it fizzled out, I heard a familiar voice, next time Levi. I turned back to Henry. He was looking up at me as if he had just woken up. His eyes were half closed and his mouth hung open slightly. Suddenly, a look of fear washed over his face. Levy, what just happened? He drew his knees up to his chest and grabbed the sides of his head with his hands. He rocked back and forth slightly. I hated to see him like this. His ignorant bliss was finally stripped from him. The bubbles ... they talked to me. It was my girlfriend, but it wasn't my girlfriend. I was about to ... oh God. The words spilled out like a waterfall. His rocking grew quicker and his eyes were wild. I crouched next to him and put my hand firmly on his shoulder. Henry breathed. I started taking deep rhythmic breaths as an example. He began to mimic me as he looked at me. Wet streaks trailed from his red, puffy eyes and down his cheeks. Eventually his shoulders relaxed. We were quiet for a long time. I watched his expression, looking for any sign that he wasn't ready to talk. He sniffed every once in a while. The fryer does that sometimes, Henry. It will try to talk to you. You need to ignore it. It's hard because it has a certain ... hypnotic pull to it ... but you must ignore it. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I didn't think you'd believe me. There are some things in this place that are better to learn from experience. If you choose to come back after this, I will tell you everything that you need to be ready for, because I know you will believe me now. He had a blank expression as he nodded. I slowly helped him to his feet. At this point, a few orders had come in and Jose had taken over my station while he ran his as well. I nodded my thanks as I led Henry to Dave's office. Dave was going to give him only a few days of paid time off, but I stepped in and made him give him 2 weeks. I know Dave can handle it with all his shady business dealings. I don't know if Henry will come back. Part of me hopes he does, but he seemed pretty shook up. Dave started acting strange after Henry took his time off. He came up to me one morning before we opened. His eyes were never stationary. He was constantly looking around the kitchen. His black hair was unkempt, and he obviously hadn't shaved in a few days. I assumed it was because he was worried that Henry would sue him or leave. It isn't a secret that Dave is having a hard time getting replacement staff to cover his massive turnover, but he had never been this visibly stressed out before. Tommy scooped up the drink and sipped it. It didn't seem to affect him, and I wondered if that was why he made those drinks. His taste buds were obviously shot. Maybe that's what I'll name it. I introduced you. He held it up as if to put it on show. Henry seemed to catch on and smacked his palms against the bar in a mock drum roll. Tommy waited until Henry's drum roll came to a climax to announce in a triumphant way, ... mys crack. I chuckled and pinched the bridge of my nose out of sheer embarrassment. There is no way you are giving that to the custom. The rest of the sentence caught in my throat as I glanced at the end of the bar. There was ... something ... sitting across the bar. I could only see its upper body, but that was enough to disturb me. It seemed to have the torso of a man. It was wearing a brown leather jacket. It was unzipped, allowing its white undershirt to be visible. That was normal, but what stopped my words dead in their tracks was its neck. It had to have been 6 feet long. It was bent in an upside-down U-shape, leaving its head and face upside down as well. Its flesh was gray and puffy, a bloated corpse in the water. Its tongue was so swollen that it forced its mouth open and puffed out of the lips. "Look away," I heard a sharp whisper that snapped me out of my daze. I looked over at Tommy. He had a fake smile stuck on his face. His face was pale with accents of green. He looked like he was about to pass out and throw up all at the same time. "Don't acknowledge it anymore," he hissed between his teeth. "Don't even look at it." I heard the sound of the bar stool squeak as the thing pushed the bar stool away from the bar and stood up. I heard heavy footsteps approaching us. I was too scared to talk or look at Henry. I just tried to zone and look at the bottles that lined the bar wall. I'm glad there wasn't a mirror on the wall. Dissociation from the situation seemed to be working. That was until I felt wet splashes on my hand. I dared to glance down. It was inches from the side of my face. The drool from its enlarged tongue dripped rhythmically onto my hand. I forced myself not to pull away in disgust, not just for the spit that was slowly drenching my hand, but from its smell as well. Its skin had a smell that matched the dead, rotted look it had. I had to push down my panic before it totally took over. I looked at Tommy. He was staring at me stone-faced. He was so focused on me that his eyes shook slightly. I kept looking at Tommy as I felt the drool dripping down my hand and pooling under my palm, its hot, wheezing, rancid breath invading my nostrils. I don't know how long the monster lingered there, but eventually it moved away from me. I heard it walk toward the bathrooms. I still didn't dare to glance in its direction. Eventually I heard a door open and close. Tommy let out a giant exhale and gasped, trying to catch his breath. "It's gone." That was all I needed to hear to dart up and run around the bar. I leaned over the trash can next to the bar sink and threw up. After unleashing a tsunami of vomit into the trash can, I began scrubbing my hands. What the fuck was that, Tommy? I looked up from my hands that were turning red from the continued scrubbing. I could see Tommy shaking slightly as he spoke. "You have your monsters back there and we have ours up here." I always assumed that the front of house had things to deal with. But because no one really talked about the things we experience, I didn't know what they had to deal with. The only time we are warned of each other's monsters is when they directly affect everyone. Like Larry, front of house and back of house learned how to deal with him, because both would frequently have interactions with him. When I finally felt like my hand was stripped of the filth from that thing, it was a deep red. Tommy was prepping for the day as I slowly walked back to my seat. Tommy had wiped away the drool by the time I sat down. I looked over at Henry as he tapped his thumbs on his phone. "You okay?" I asked as I noticed Henry was in his notes app. He was typing away before he noticed me looking and closed it. He looked up at me and gave me another fake smile. Of course. Why wouldn't I be? I didn't like him pretending like it didn't happen. I nearly pissed myself, so I knew he had to have been at least a little shaken up. At first I wondered if he still somehow thought we were messing with him. I pushed that aside though, as I knew that was ridiculous. What he was actually doing was worse. He was ignoring it and acting like it never happened. I've seen people try this method of coping before, and it never ended well. I didn't want to push the issue because I felt like I would push him away at the same time. So instead I put my hand on his shoulder, squeezed it, and nodded. "Okay, well, I nearly pissed myself." His smile filled with joy and humor again as he laughed. "Pissing yourself and throwing up is what is meant to happen in a bar, right?" I chuckled. "Why are you asking me?" "You know what ass tastes like, so you should be mature enough to know what happens in a bar." We both bursted out into a fit of laughter. I checked the time and stood up. "We have to get back into the kitchen. We open in 10 minutes. As Henry stood up to leave, I looked over at Tommy. "Thank you, Tommy. For the drink I tossed it back and drank it all, ... and for keeping me alive." Tommy turned and smiled, nodding his acknowledgement to me. "Sounds like a ticket to free lunch from the kitchen." I nodded and turned to follow Henry into the kitchen. "Just let me know what you want, and I'll make it for you," I said in an exaggerated, exhausted tone. We ran into Nathan as we passed by the back door for employees. Henry gave Nathan a fake smile, but it doesn't seem like he noticed. He smiled back and nodded. "Good to have you back, Henry. Good to be back." As Henry passed into the kitchen, Nathan stepped in front of me to keep me from following. I heard Jose and Henry chatting as the door swung back and forth. "I need to talk to you." Nathan's voice was hushed. "I think Henry has something to do with what's going on at the bar." I was surprised by this and stared at Nathan blankly before looking over his shoulder. I could see Henry through the door's small window. He was setting up some stuff around the fryer and talking to Joe's. I could tell his smile was still fake, but it seemed a little warmer and genuine. "Are you sure?" I found myself whispering as I looked back at Nathan. "This bar has had stuff happening long before he showed up." Nathan nodded in acknowledgement of my point. "No, I'm not sure, and I don't know how the bar's strange things have come about before Henry showed up. But I know I saw him sneaking into the restaurant the other day when it was closed. I noticed him when I drove by. I didn't follow him in, but I saw him just as he entered the building. The next day was when Larry made his first appearance. I shuddered at the memory of that day." "Are you sure it was him?" I didn't know what else to say. Nathan nodded. "I'm 100% sure. I just thought I'd let you know. You seem close and I just wanted you to keep an eye on him for us. Just please ... mention it to him. Not until we know what's going on." I wasn't sure how to feel about what Nathan said, but I nodded and he went into the kitchen. I stood there watching Nathan pat Henry on the back as they talked. I couldn't hear what they were saying. I just stood there for a while thinking over Nathan's words. I shook away my thoughts and decided to put a pin on the issue. I decided to not mention what Nathan said to me. I was going to tell him only if I decided not to keep an eye on Henry. For the rest of the day, I suppressed the want to talk to Henry. I trusted Nathan enough to seriously consider his warning. The next time I saw Henry, I was watching him pick the lock on the back door of the bar. "God damn it, Henry," I whispered while sitting in a motel parking lot across the street. I felt dread as he finally unlocked the door and stepped in. I got out of my car and crossed the nearly empty street. It was early in the morning. A few hours after the bar had closed, I tried to avoid the light coming from the street lamps. I didn't want Henry to happen to glance out and see me approaching. My dread increased with every step I made toward the door. I kept trying to find an excuse for what he was doing. I was horrified to find comfort in the idea that he was just stealing from the business and not bringing about the things that kill employees. When I finally reached the door, my head was swirling. I slowly grabbed the handle and centered myself a little bit. I carefully opened the door and peeked inside. It opened into a little room the size of a closet. There were doors on the left and right walls. To the left was the bar and dining room. To the right was the kitchen and dish room. All the lights were off as I stepped in and carefully closed the door. It made a small thud as it knocked against the doorframe. I winced, then I heard it. To me, it sounded like I just slammed it closed. I glanced between the left and right doors. I was straining to hear any hint of Henry's location. As I stood there, I began to hear quiet whispering coming from the direction of the kitchen. I slowly walked up to the kitchen's door and peeked through its window. I could see a silhouette standing by the fryer. I hesitated ... I could stay and watch what he was doing, or I could run in and stop him. I thought of his last encounter with the thing in the oil. A cold sweat broke out on my head and my stomach dropped at the thought. I decided I needed to save Henry. I pushed the door open and ran around the expo counter that was between me and him. I slipped when I tried to speed around the counter. I crashed into one of the stoves. My head bounced off the corner of it before falling to the ground. I looked up, my vision blurred. I felt a sharp pain in my head with each beat of my heart. The room spun as I saw Henry standing over the fryer. It was bubbling again. He was whispering rapidly. It was rhythmic like a chant. I tried to stand, but vertigo kept me from getting up. Even with my vision blurred, I saw Henry lean back. "No," I shouted and tried to get up again, but failed. He practically dove into the oil. His head disappeared into the fryer. There was a short pause before Henry pulled his head out of the fryer. His head whipped back, his hair flinging oil everywhere. The skin on his head and neck was blistered and peeling. Blood poured out of multiple places where his skin was sliding off his skull like melting butter. Henry's shrieking seemed distant to me. I don't know if it was from the concussion or from the shock I felt. Henry scratched at his face, peeling flesh from bone. He fell to his knees, looking at the pieces of his face in his hands. His screaming became hoarse as he destroyed his vocal cords. I watched him fall quiet and slumped forward. His head collided with the floor and slid, leaving a trail of gore. I struggled to my feet, using the line counter as support. I staggered over to him and fell to my knees next to him. Tears dripped from my face as I examined the damage. Blood slowly spread from his head. I reached down to feel his neck for a pulse. I almost fell over again. There was no heartbeat. Skin peeled off as I removed my fingers, causing more blood to pour out. I still can't put into words the soul-crushing pain I felt while sitting over Henry's mutilated body. I noticed his arm was bleeding as well. I gently lifted them up and flipped them over. They were covered in deep gashes that seemed to form symbols that ran down his arm. I checked the other one, and it was the same. I was filled with rage. I did do the only thing I could think of. I stood up and began to yell at the fryer. I swore ... I spit ... I screamed ... I cursed the demon in the fryer with all my soul. The oil lay still. It didn't bubble or swirl. I felt ignored, which only fueled my rage. I kicked it over and over and over again. I ignored my vertigo as well as the hot liquid that flew out and burned my exposed skin on my arms. I screamed and kicked until my voice was hoarse and I was gasping for breath. The vertigo finally overwhelmed me and I fell to the floor. I curled up and began to sob. It was all I could do. Eventually my cries turned to sniffles. I slowly pulled my phone out of my pocket, looking at the dent I left in the body of the fryer. I made a call to the police. I don't remember what I said. At that point, I was on autopilot. After I knew they were coming, I hung up and stared at Henry's body for a while. After a few minutes, I sighed and stood up. I bent down and gently placed my hand firmly on my friend's shoulder. "I'm sorry," I hesitated. I teared up again as I stood up and staggered out of the bar, leaving Henry's body behind. I sat in my car and watched as red and blue lights illuminated the side of the building. A single squad car pulled in and parked by the back door. I saw 2 officers exit the car and rush up to the door. They ran in as an ambulance pulled up. It seemed like the EMTs waited for the officers to check the building. I suddenly felt really tired. I tried to fight off the encroaching darkness, but it was no use. The concussion was finally overtaking me. The last thing I saw was the police walking out and waving away the EMTs. After that, I slipped into the bliss of darkness that came with a dreamless sleep. The next thing I remember, I was jolted awake by a man knocking on my window. The quick movement caused a pain that felt like my head was split down the middle. I looked over at the man. He had long matted hair and a beard. His clothes were dirty and old. When I rolled the window down, he asked if I had any change. I smiled at the man as I handed him a 20. I know a lot of people think that is too much, but I was at the lowest point in my life, so I was a little sympathetic to this man down on his luck. Little did I know I could actually get lower. I drove across the street to the bar. I was already late for my shift and hoped that Dave wouldn't yell at me. My head wouldn't be able to take any kind of loud noise in this state. I winced when I closed my door. The sound alone felt like slamming my head against a brick wall. I walked to the employee entrance, glad I hadn't eaten anything. The nausea I felt was enough to make me throw up any breakfast I would have had. I paused at the front door and just stared at it. Memories of the previous night fled my mind and threatened to pour out of my eyes as salty tears. God, Henry, I'm so sorry. I sniffled a few times and pulled myself together before walking inside. The wall of noise coming from the kitchen caused my vision to blur. I stumbled a bit but managed to catch myself on the wall. So as I began to gain back my footing, I saw Dave peek in at me from the kitchen. He looked pissed. Shit. Dave nodded. Shit is right. Get your ass into my office right now. I stumbled after him as he walked to his office. I could feel everyone giving me nervous glances as I walked by. Nathan and Jose, who would usually greet me with a hearty, "Look who it is," now quietly watched me walk to what could be my execution. Henry stood there looking suspiciously at me. Wait. I turned to look at Henry. My eyes widened and began to tear up. He looked fine, like nothing had ever happened. I was going to say something before I felt a hand on my collar. Dave dragged me into his office and threw me against the wall, sending things falling to the ground. The air was knocked out of me, and before I could recover, Dave was in my face. His hands gripped my shirt collar and forced me up against the wall. His nose was inches from mine as he kicked his door closed with his foot. What the fuck did you think you were doing last night? Calling the police to the bar? You know the rules, Levi? Spit splashed against my face as he shouted at me. Each syllable made my vision blur. He seemed to wait for my response, but my mind swam from the sight of Henry as well as my concussion. I was pulled back into the moment by the feeling of cold steel against my temple and the click of a hammer. Dave had pulled out his .38 special revolver for some motivation. I'm sorry, Dave, but Henry. I know what you told the dispatcher, he said as I saw his finger move to the trigger out of the corner of my eye. What I want to know is why. Are you trying to bust me? I can't have pigs sniffing around my bar. Henry had dunked his head into the fryer and I called the police to report it. I stammered out. I knew that Dave's threat could turn into action if I wasn't careful. Now, Levi, Dave said slowly and calmly, I want you to know I didn't just blow your brains out because you are my best worker. There was a sudden rage that flared as he spoke his next sentence. But if you fucking lie to me again, no one will find your body. I saw the fire in his eyes dim a bit as he saw my confusion. What? And no, I swear, that's what happened. He had carved these weird symbols into his arm and dunked his head into the fryer. I prepared to hear a deafening bang and feel the emptiness of death after my response, but it never came. I jumped a bit as Dave disengaged the hammer. I breathed a sigh of relief as the revolver disappeared into his waistband. He seemed deep in thought as he waved me out. I'm docking your pay for a week for being late today. I accepted that to what was almost the alternative. I tried to exit quickly, but Dave's voice stopped me as I grabbed the door handle. Oh, and Levi, I turned to look at him. His thoughtful expression had been replaced with one of rage. If you call the police here again, I'll dunk your head in that fryer and no one will find your body. I nodded quickly before stumbling out of the office. I shuffled my way past Josane and Nathan, ignoring their whispered questions of what I was thinking. I approached Henry, who seemed prepared to defend himself from an attack. I scooped him up in my arms in a bear hug. Jesus Christ, Henry. It really is you. I set him down. He looked surprised. I'm so happy I'm not dreaming. I was fighting back tears as I examined my friend's face. He gave me his fake smile. Of course, it's really me. He sounded just as confused as I felt. Were you okay, Levy? Have you been drinking? You look a little unstable. He looked me up and down as I wobbled a bit. I nodded, sending a tsunami of pain through my head. Yeah, Henry, I'm fine. I felt my heart flutter as I put my hand firmly on his shoulder. He jumped a bit when I touched him. I was confused by this, but brushed it off. We stood there awkwardly for a few minutes before our screen began flooding with orders for the lunch rush. We jumped into our work without another word. The rest of my shift was spent in an awkward silence. I didn't know what to say to Henry, and he didn't know what to say to me. A couple of times Nathan or Jose tried to cut through the tension with small talk, but quickly learned it just made it worse. I fought back my nausea, headache, and confusion as I silently did my job. I ignored the suspicious glances from Henry and Dave. Eventually our shifts came to a close. Nathan and Jose volunteered to close the kitchen even though it was my turn. I thanked them, and as I got ready to leave, Henry approached me. He glanced around before whispering, "Meet me out back," before walking out. I threw my jacket on and followed him a few minutes later. I walked out ignoring the dirty look from Dave as I passed by his office. I turned around the corner and saw Henry messing with his right hand. As I approached, he looked up at me. "Hey man, what did you?" I was cut off as he grabbed the collar of my shirt, and for the second time that night I was slammed against a wall. Stars danced in my vision as Henry picked me up off the ground. I outweighed him by at least 100 pounds. A twig had more mass than his arms. But he effortlessly lifted me off my feet. "What the foo? Why the fuck were you at the bar last night?" He glared up at me. For some reason I felt like I had a gun to my head again, and any wrong answer would kill me. "And Nathan told me you were acting suspicious and wanted me to keep an eye on you. I saw you trying to pick the lock to the back door and followed you in. Don't lie to me." "I'm not lying." I felt my fear building as I saw rage fill Henry's eyes. "I guess I'll know soon." He covered my mouth with his right hand. A metallic taste filled my mouth as he spoke in a strange language. It sounded like he said, "Elliot Ruth T" or something like that. I suddenly felt something trying to slither down my throat. I began to kick and struggle, but even with one hand holding me up, I couldn't move. The wet, slimy thing moved deeper and deeper, suffocating me. I began to panic as I tried to inhale but couldn't. I kicked harder. I even kicked Henry in the side a few times with all my strength. It was like kicking a wall. He didn't even flinch. My vision became narrow as I felt my consciousness slipping away. Before I dipped into sweat unconsciousness, the thing blocking my airway disappeared. Henry removed his hand and I saw the symbol he had carved into it. "Now tell me what really happened last night." Before I could think, my mouth moved on its own. It was in my voice, but I knew it wasn't actually for me. I recounted all of what happened last night. I even expressed the despair I felt, even though I tried to stop myself. When I was finished, tears streamed down my cheeks. Henry's face matched my own. Rivers of salty water fell from his eyes down his cheeks. The guilt that painted his features surprised me. "Oh God, Levi, I'm so sorry." He cupped his hand over my mouth again and spoke in his strange language. This time it sounded like Israel. I began to feel the slithering again. Whatever it was wanted to escape my body. Henry let me go and I bent over gagging. It felt like I was trying to throw up a cactus. My throat felt like it was being ripped apart as the thing worked its way up my throat. My airway was blocked again as my mouth was pushed open. My jaw felt like it was going to be ripped apart as a worm-looking creature slowly slithered from my mouth. I tried to scream, but my closed airway made it impossible. Its head turned to face me. It had a mouth that opened in 6 different directions. It reminded me of a flower blooming as it opened its mouth to hiss at me. Rows of teeth covered its mouth and disappeared into the darkness of its body. I felt my body vomit, but it got stuck under this monster. It moved painfully slowly as it tried to escape me. Eventually it got far enough that I could breathe through my nose. I thought it would be a blessing, but it was a cure, as the vomit that had been stuck rocketed out of my nose. It burned my sinuses, making every sweat inhale of oxygen a punishment as it sent fire into my lungs. I felt when the worm slipped out of my mouth and plopped onto the ground into my vomit. It wiggled and screeched as it began to smolder and burn away in front of my eyes. I vomited again, covering it in another layer of vomit. I took a few minutes to catch my breath before wiping my mouth and standing up. Between gasps of air I frowned. Henry ... what ... Body finally gave in as I slumped forward exhausted. I felt Henry catch me as I fell. I slipped into unconsciousness again as I heard Henry quietly apologizing to me over and over again. My eyes fluttered open, but I had to immediately squint from a blinding light over me. Trying to relieve the pain of my burning cornea, I turned my head away. A long, thin metal pole next to me became visible as my vision's blur subsided. My eyes trailed up, focusing on an IV bag hanging at the top of it. I was confused for a moment before my surroundings came into focus. I was laying in a bed with handrails. I immediately knew it was a hospital bed. I remember being surprised at how comfy it was. I could hear the front desk phone ringing like it always seemed to be in hospitals. There was the bustling of people and papers coming from behind me. I rolled over and looked out of my hospital door. I could see the hallway had people walking past the door from left to right and right to left. I felt like I was on a different plane of existence, watching them move without being seen. A voice squawked over the PA system making an illegible announcement. I laid there for a while thinking about Henry. My mind was so full of questions that it made the room spin ... or maybe it was my concussion. It was probably my concussion. As if summoned by my thoughts, Henry's head peeked in from the hallway. I sat up a little and had to bite my tongue. I felt like a dam, holding back a sea of questions, keeping Henry from drowning. He looked guilty as he walked over to me. He could probably see the overwhelming amount of things I wanted to ask him. The temptation to question him grew as I spotted a book in his hand. It looked old and weathered. It was bound in leather and the pages looked like they had been dumped in coffee and left out to dry. It was obvious that it was old and had been used for decades, possibly centuries. He slowly approached me like I was a scared deer. I didn't feel any anger towards Henry, but maybe my lack of anger made him more scared of me. He pulled up a chair and sat down, setting the book down in his lap before scooping my hand up into his. "I'm so sorry, Levi. I thought you were the one who was bringing those monsters into the bar." My laugh cut off the flood of apologies that were about to fill the space between us. "I thought you were the one who was bringing those things into the bar." I smiled at him. "I take it, I was wrong, huh?" His genuine smile broke through his guilt and sadness. "I'm not bringing them to the bar, I'm trying to get rid of them." That made me pause as I absorbed what he said. He could probably see my brain actively blue screening, so he spoke up. He talked slowly, trying not to overwhelm me. "You see," he holds up the book. I have this. It's a book that has been passed down in my family for a long time. It contains different." He pauses, considering his words. I finish his train of thought. "Spells? Like some Harry Potter shit?" He chuckles. "I guess they are spells," he says with feigned irritation. "My family called them rituals. I don't have the luxury of waving a wand around and having things happen. I have to complete specific criteria for each ritual for them to be successful." Some questions leak through the dam. "Is that what you were doing at the bar?" Henry's head swayed side to side as if to say, "Yeah, kind of. Ever since I realized the amount of things happening in that building was unnatural, I've been trying to find a way to fix it." For the first time, I saw Henry's face grow grim. He seemed to age 30 years right in front of me. The cost to expel those things is ... heavy. What do you mean the old Henry had been replaced by this grizzled war veteran? Out of all the things to come from the bar, what was in front of me was the scariest by far. He took a deep breath that seemed to hold the weight of the world. Whenever I have to go through with a ritual, I must make a sacrifice. He breaks eye contact with me to look off into the distance. The more demanding my goal for the ritual is, the more I have to sacrifice. He chuckled slightly as he looked down at his hand. If there was any humor in it, I didn't hear it. Some of those things in that bar do not want to leave ... For example, that friar demon? It loved the bar. That thing wanted nothing more than to stay there and torment anyone unlucky enough to hear its whispers. I shuddered a bit. The friar demon didn't bother me much anymore when it learned I was able to ignore it. That's why it went after Henry. It knew that I would be devastated if anything happened to him. Henry cut into my thoughts. The only sacrifice I could make that was strong enough to get rid of was my soul. Well, part of it at least. I stuttered, bewildered, which seemed to be becoming a common state of being around Henry these days. "Why your soul?" Henry casually nodded. "I used 2 rituals that night. One was to expel the demon ... the other ... well ... That was a resurrection ritual." Flashes of Henry's mangled and disfigured body forced their way into my mind. As if able to see what I was thinking, he nodded slowly. "That ritual can only be used 4 times. Every time you use it, it rips a quarter of your soul out as an offering to the gods." His voice became heavier as he spoke. "Shredding a soul like that isn't easy, though. You must go through excruciating pain. This weakens your soul, allowing it to be ripped apart." "What happens if you do the ritual 4 times? Henry shrugged. "As far as I can tell, no one in my family has ever done it. A few people have sacrificed themselves 3 times. But by that point, your soul is too weak to run your body. You become a shell of your former self and are almost like a walking corpse. Out of my family members who have dared to do it 3 times ... multiple became possessed by other spirits. The small amount of a soul they had left couldn't compete against a full soul ... and another chance at life is tempting for lots of wandering spirits stuck on our plane." His matter-of-fact speech was making it a little harder to absorb all of this information. The tone would have fit better in a McDonald's drive-thru, rather than telling me that he had a magic book that he used to cast these wild spells. I massaged my temples with my pointer and middle finger, trying to alleviate the headache I was developing. "Okay, Henry, I'm going to need some time to process this." One more thing. He patted my hand gently. The most positive emotion I'd seen out of him since we started this conversation. "I know this is a lot." I wasn't sure if I could take more, but waved him on to continue anyway. "Okay," he started up again. "This book also has rituals to summon these kinds of monsters." He tapped the cover of the book gently. "Whoever is causing these monsters to appear has a book similar to mine. It won't be exactly the same, because their family would have slightly different rituals, but it would be very similar results. I don't know why they want to summon those creatures, but I know they are incredibly dangerous. For the first time, I wondered if it was one of our patrons. So many drifters flow in and out of those doors, it wouldn't be hard to hide among them every night. They could also be one of our regulars. People that greet Tommy or our servers with a smile before they summon a monster that brings an end to their life. The thought made me sick and I pushed it away for the time being. Usually it is forbidden for my family to share this information with outsiders." Henry lifted his head to look into my eyes. I suddenly thought of the phrase, "If I tell you, I'd have to kill you." I immediately became aware of how dry my throat was. I swallowed hard, trying to rid the sandpaper that had replaced my windpipe. But I felt like I needed help, and who else was better than one of my most trusted friends? A wide, genuine smile broke through the grim fog that had covered his face. "So would you like to help me save some lives?" His smile, as always, was infectious. I couldn't help but return one of my own. "Of course I will, but what can I do? I don't have any fancy pants magic." I wiggle my fingers at him mockingly. Henry cracked the book open. "Well, hopefully you liked school. Because we have a lot of studying to do." My face fell as I groaned, covering it with my hands. I always hated school. For the next few weeks I felt like I was in high school again, but it was 100 times worse. I left the hospital the day Henry visited, and he came home with me. He crashed on my couch at night. We'd go to work together. Then he would teach me everything he knew. Sometimes he would leave to go exercise or investigate the things at the bar. No matter how much I punished, he wouldn't let me go with him. He said it was too dangerous and I'd get in his way more than anything. I made him promise he wouldn't do any more resurrection rituals for the time being. He agreed, but even without doing those rituals, he would come home exhausted after expelling a monster. It took me about a week to really get the hang of the rituals. So here's what I learned. First, carving symbols into your arms is meant to reach out to certain deities. The pain combined with opening yourself up to them gets their attention. It pretty much tells them you want to make a sacrifice to them in exchange for their power. Second, the symbols are the name of the deity, and which tells that deity that they alone are being called. If you don't use a name and only reach out with pain, Henry didn't know what would happen, but it was plastered all over the book to never do it. Third, you tell the deity what you want using that strange language that Henry was using on me and the friar demon. This was the hardest part for me to learn, but I think I got the hang of it. I think I hope. Finally, this is more of a warning than an actual step. Henry warned me to be very careful about how I do the rituals. These deities aren't the most benevolent, so if I fail the ritual in any way, like summoning the wrong one or mispronouncing the words or anything like that, then they are liable to take more than what you offer for sacrifice or just outright drag you into their plane of existence. Probably to do unspeakable things to you for eternity. One interesting thing I learned was that you can use tattoos instead of carving symbols, but Henry said it was a lot fuzzier on the rules. You call out for the deity you have tattooed on you by name. But since you didn't use pain to reach out to them, they will often make up for it by causing you pain themselves along with taking your sacrifice, or worse, they will increase the sacrificial demand to make up for the lack of pain. Seems kind of messed up to me, but I guess I'm not an all-powerful deity. What do I know? After the weeks of grueling magic cramming was over with, Henry wanted to have me do my first exorcism. I could tell he was nervous, which actually made me feel better about how nervous I felt. We broke into the bar that night. It was dark and quiet. I had flashes again, to the night Henry expelled the friar demon back to whatever horrible place it came from. I shook those thoughts out of my head and took a deep breath. I felt Henry's hand fall on my shoulder. I looked over at him. Even though I could barely see his face in the dark, I could see it had confidence in me. This made me feel a lot better knowing he was there to help me. We had decided to not bring any flashlights because we didn't want people to see them through the windows. It was unlikely anyone in this area would call the police, but we didn't want to risk it. When we were driving to the bar, Henry had explained that usually we would have to find a way to bait out the monsters before we were able to expel them, but with the one we had in mind, we knew there would be no need for that. We walked into the dining room. The car lights that periodically passed by the windows caused shadows to slowly extend from the decrepit furniture, before darting across the floor and disappearing as the car passed. This would ruin our night vision, and we would have to wait until our eyes adjusted to avoid running into anything that was until another car would pass by and ruin it again. Eventually we stood by the computer where servers would enter in the customers' orders. My voice seemed to carry an echo across the whole building. "Heather, are you here?" Henry and I stood facing the dining room when cold hands touched our shoulders. I jumped and saw Henry do the same out of the corner of my eye. We both quickly turned and saw Heather standing right behind us. She seemed to delight in the fright she gave us and giggled. The sound seemed to echo and stack on top of itself, making a strange ethereal sound. She had a dull blue glow that lit up the area around us. Her sentences began and ended with what sounded like a soft whoosh of air. "Hello, I'll be your server today. What can I get for you?" I could tell she was teasing us as she let out another small ethereal laugh. Henry spoke first. "We are here to free you, Heather." His words were soft and kind, like a father comforting their crying child. Heather seemed to know what we were here for, and her smile widened. Henry looked at me and I took a deep breath, slipping my hand into my pocket. The light from a passing car made the pocket knife glint as I popped out the blade. I glanced up at Henry for reassurance, then to Heather, as I held my arm away from me slightly. Heather's face had a mix of sympathy and gratitude as she watched patiently. I held the inside of my forearm up as I gathered my courage, until finally I started. The blade slid deep into my flesh. I started on the first of the 5 symbols as burning pain shot through me. My nerves practically begged me to stop. I gritted my teeth as I slowly carved the symbol into my arm. First one was done. I had to be careful not to make a mistake on the angle and orientation of the lines. I needed each symbol to be perfect. Second one was done. My body shrieked at me to stop or go faster to get it over with. I ignored it. I tried to focus on the dripping sound my blood made as it fell from my arm and pooled on the floor. Third symbol done. At this point I was thinking, damn, why'd its name have to be so long? Fourth symbol done. My hand shook and my vision blurred as I worked on the last symbol. It was one of the more complex ones, because of course it was. My heartbeat pounded so loud in my ears that I wouldn't have been able to hear Henry if he was shouting inches from me. I felt pressure building behind my eyes and sweat drip down the side of my face. Final symbol done. I gave in to my body's demands, finally pulling the knife from my arm. It slipped from my hand and clattered to the ground as I bent over with my hands on my knees, gasping for breath. It felt like I had just run a marathon. After catching my breath enough to stand straight, I looked up at Henry, who put a sympathetic hand on my shoulder. This gesture was enough to help me ignore the pound that had migrated from my ears to my bloody arm. I suddenly felt my hair stand on end. The air around me felt charged as if lightning was about to strike where I stood. Henry must have seen my eyes widen and nodded his understanding. He smiled like a proud father. I reached out to Heather, and she took my hand with a hopeful smile. I returned one in kind. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. I ran the phrase one learned for this over and over again in my head. When I was confident I'd get it right, I opened my eyes again. I hoped I had gotten used to the tongue-twisting language Henry taught me. My request to the deity, whose power ran through me, sounded like Fiel is the right spice bano ut rewe Hesong's bell. As I finished the last word, I suddenly felt like I just stuck a fork into an outlet. All the electricity in the air around me instantly entered my body. I felt a current shoot from my head, down my arm, and into my fingers. Heather and I jumped at the same time but kept a firm grip on each other's hands, a look of pure joy on Heather's face as she looked over my shoulder. Tears began to stream down her translucent face as her hand came up to her mouth in surprise. At the same time, I could feel her hand becoming warmer, as if she was coming back to life. Her glow went from a dull blue to a warm white. The area around us began to become brighter. I was worried for a moment that I may have pronounced the words wrong or summoned the wrong deity. I imagined Heather becoming human again before hands break through the ground, pulling me to my eternity of torment. As I saw these flashes of the worst-case scenario, Heather's hand slipped out of mine. She walked through me as if I wasn't even there. Instead of the frigid, spine-chilling cold I expected, a warm, almost calming feeling swept through me. I turned and watched Heather walk towards the middle of the dining room. She passed right through all the furniture as she went. She turned to me and I could see the few tears had turned to a full river of salty joy as she waved at me. Thank you. Her words were sweet and warm as they echoed around in my head. It seemed to bounce around even as she turned and took a step forward, fading from sight. Heather's light faded as her spirit did, plunging me and Henry into darkness again. I felt tears fall down my cheeks as I looked at where she once stood. I turned to Henry, who was sniffling and rubbing his eyes. I wiped my hand across mine too, and put a comforting hand on Henry's shoulder. That's 2 down ... and who knows how many more to go, I thought, but didn't verbalize it. Henry and I both knew that we had a lot more work to do. I suddenly fell forward. Henry was barely able to catch me to prevent me from hitting the ground. The ritual had practically drained me of all my strength. Henry struggled to carry me back to my car, but eventually we got there. When he got me home, I laid on the couch and called Dave, leaving him a voicemail telling him I was sick and wouldn't be able to make it to work. That night my sleep was restless and full of nightmares of monstrous giant gods that slowly ripped me apart. First my flesh, then my muscle, and finally, they ground my bones to dust, which they used to create a universe full of more demonic and horrifying creatures. A universe full of chaos and violence that never ended. I woke up in a cold sweat the next day, hoping that it wasn't some sort of omen. After Henry came back from his shift, I told him about my dream. He told me that everyone has those dreams when they first start to learn rituals. Apparently they are prophetic, which makes me nervous, because mine was ... disturbing, to say the least. He told me to remember it as best I can. If we can figure out the meaning of my dream, then we can prevent whatever it is predicting. The next few weeks, Henry and I got down to business. We expelled as many monsters as we could without having to sacrifice too much. A few cuts here, a few burns there. We wanted to draw out whoever was trapping these creatures in our bar, so we kept going until they tried to stop us. We didn't have to wait long. One night after work, Henry and I were laying on the couch drinking beer and studying his book. He had pretty much become my roommate at this point. My couch and living room was covered in his dirty clothes and dirty dishes. He was a little dirtier than I liked, but I never minded too much. I knew if I asked him to clean it, he would without any issue. My feet were resting on the table. I was careful not to kick any of the ranch and chicken bones onto the floor. Henry sat crisscrossed facing me so I couldn't see his book. What deity do you call for fire-based rituals? His eyes met mine as he glanced at me over the top of his book. My fingers drummed the whiteboard I was holding as I tried to come up with the name. I looked around the room as if something in my living room would tell me what this ancient, all-powerful god or goddess would be. I was just stalling for time, hoping that Henry wouldn't notice that I had no clue. "Come on, Levy, you bet this one." I groaned and rubbed my temples. "Fuck man, ... I don't know." I thumbed the cap off the dry erase marker. It flew off with a loud pop and the cap disappeared under the table. "Shit," I muttered as I took my feet off the table and blindly reached under the table to feel for the cap. When I finally found it, I made a triumphant, "Aha." I sat up and glanced at the TV. I could see the living room reflected in the black screen. I felt confused as I saw Henry's face. It had a look of terror plastered on it. I glanced over at him and jumped back. A figure stood in front of Henry. A long, black, tattered cloak seemed to whip and twist in a non-existent breeze. Its hood was drawn over its head, which shrouded its face in darkness, but based off of Henry's pale complexion, it was horrific. It floated over him as it reached its hand out. It reached out towards Henry, who seemed to be paralyzed with fear. As its hands touched his chest, they seemed to just pass through his body. My friend gasped and his eyes grew wider. His face went red and then blue as the monster squeezed the breath from her lungs. He desperately looked over at me with bulging, fearful eyes. I noticed his body was rigid as if he was frozen in place. I stupidly stared at him for a few seconds before springing into action. I pulled out my pocket knife and began to carve into my arms. I felt my hair raise on end as the air around me became electrified. I reached out and touched the figure with the intent to banish it back to wherever it came from. I was surprised when my hand passed right through it. My hand boiled and blistered as it passed through the figure. The creature was so cold that it made my hand burn. I pulled away and took a few steps back. Henry's face was beginning to turn purple, and I could tell he was passing out. I remembered learning about these monsters. We can usually touch ghostly creatures when performing rituals. It's like an extra bonus thing we are able to do because of the deity's power. There are a few exceptions, however. One of them is when the summoner uses a 2-day ritual to call them. These are extremely dangerous and hard to complete. You have to stay awake for the full 48 hours and cause yourself constant pain. This comes with the benefit of making the spirit you summon unable to be touched but able to touch others. Panic had fully engulfed my brain at this point. I couldn't think straight as I watched Henry finally fall unconscious. I know he had told me how to banish these creatures, but I couldn't remember. My brain was so overwhelmed that I wasn't able to come up with a plan. Every time a few ideas began to form, they were pushed aside by the screams of panic. The static that seemed to zap my skin periodically finally pushed an idea into my head. I didn't know if it would work, but I thought it was worth a shot. I gave my command for banishment to the deity in the foreign language. My hand touched Henry's shoulder and I mentally begged whoever was listening that this would work. I felt my body absorb the electricity as it traveled to my hand. My hand closed around the air as I watched my friend blink out of existence in front of me. The cloaked figure seemed confused as it stood there looking down at the empty couch. It hung there in the air for a few minutes working out what I had just done. Then it turned to me and a scream caught in my throat. Its face shifted constantly. First it had one eye, then 4, then 2, then 12. Its mouth changed shape, getting too big, too small, and sometimes disappearing. Just watching it made me nauseous as my brain constantly tried to pin down its features. But the harder it tried, the worse the distortion got. I was surprised when I realized I was flying backwards. The thing had grabbed me by the neck and was pushing me across the room before I could even register it. I felt my back slam against the wall as it squeezed my throat. My lungs began to burn, begging me for air. My body kept trying to suck in oxygen to avail. As if not comprehending the situation, my body began to move on its own. My hands grasped at the decrepit arms that pinned me to the wall. They harmlessly passed through, only feeling burning cold as they did. Every desperate kick was like sinking my legs knee-deep into liquid nitrogen. I struggled so hard that I heard the crashing of glass as pictures were thrown from the wall. I became exhausted as my body expended what little air it had. My struggling became weaker and weaker. My vision began to blur. I felt the pressure building in my head to the point where it began to hurt. I fought for my consciousness as I desperately looked around. I tried to focus, but my panic was running wild and clouding my thoughts. I caught a glimpse of a nail that is sticking out of the wall where a picture had fallen. It brings my thoughts to focus enough for an idea to crash into my mind like a runaway train. I reached out and gritted my teeth as I forced my arm hard onto it. The pain of my skin ripping was practically unbearable. I had hoped that I was carving the symbols correctly. Even with the burning pain of my ripping skin, I felt unconsciousness creeping embrace overtaking me by the second. By the time I was done, oblivion lapped at my consciousness like flames under a new log on a fireplace. It threatened to overtake me as I spoke the words for the ritual of banishment. I prayed it would work as I placed my hand onto my chest. I felt as if my body was ripped apart. Every nerve in my body felt like it was being rubbed against a cheese grater. I closed my eyes and screamed as the overwhelming pain hit every part of me. Then all at once, the pain was gone. The pressure around my neck vanished and I took in gasps of breath. The air felt like fire traveling down my throat and burning my lungs. I coughed as if my body was trying to prevent me from taking in fresh air all at once. The pressure against the wall was gone. My feet were solidly planted on the ground as wind whistled by my ears. The heat of the sun on my face was only interrupted by the cold air that wafted past me. I couldn't hear anything past the roaring of the wind. I hesitated to open my eyes. I didn't know where I had ended up and I was scared to find out. I took a deep breath and peered out from between my eyelids. My hand went up to shield my eyes from the blinding sun as I took in my surroundings. A wave of nausea overtook me as I realized I was looking down at the ground from hundreds of feet in the air, maybe even thousands. Below me was red earth with green shrubs with trees haphazardly scattered along the endless expanse. As night fell, so did the temperature. After gathering some of the dried brush, I tried to start a fire. Rubbing 2 sticks together is harder than I thought. I ended up getting a sharp rock and carving symbols into my arm. I lit the pile of sticks on fire and huddled close to it to keep warm. Looking back, I was lucky I didn't light up the whole damn plateau. I spent the night staring up at the night sky. I hoped that Henry had better luck where he ended up. At some point I fell asleep, and was woken up by the sound of voices. I scrambled to the edge of the plateau so fast I almost fell off. There were 2 hikers walking below me. I yelled and waved until they looked up at me. They were able to get in contact with the authorities or rangers or whatever. Eventually a helicopter came to rescue me and brought me down off the highland. The search and rescue team, as well as the police, questioned me about how I got up on that plateau. My lack of climbing and hiking equipment must have had them pretty stumped. I definitely ended up on some sort of strange search and rescue stories. I pretended like I was disoriented and confused, but I don't think the cops bought it. With no identification, I couldn't prove who I was, which made it pretty hard to convince them to take me home. Eventually they let me go and I had to find some way to get home on my own. Of course that was hard because I didn't have any money. I spent the last few days hitchhiking across the country. There were a lot more generous people than I thought there would be. I'm currently sitting in a cafe in Missouri. I managed to swipe a computer from one of the people who drove me here. I feel a little bad about it, but I needed it more than he did. I want to get in contact with Henry as soon as I get home. I hope he's okay. I also hope that the monster that attacked us is gone when I get back. It seems like it can't track me because I haven't seen it recently. I'm still working out a plan to get rid of it if it does show up. If I can manage to get a hold of Henry or get his book, I might be able to figure out what to do.
I broke up with my girlfriend, Allison, about 6 months ago. I really cared about her, but I found out she was cheating on me with some guy. Not gonna lie, it hurt pretty bad at first, but that was quickly replaced by rage. That kind of rage that ceases to be an emotion, but rather becomes a living, breathing entity. It didn't help that she immediately broke down and tried to play the victim, especially when I found out the dude had been hooking her up with drugs. It was beyond insulting. She had zero right to play the whole injured party card. Sorry, sweetie, not gonna work. When she realized that, she tried to get angry and yelling and calling me every name in the book. Who are you to judge me? She kept screaming, over and over. At this point, I think her attitude was more appalling than the actual cheating. It was like seeing a child throwing a tantrum in the middle of the mall. Allison even managed to do the same, stomping up and down. I had to admit, I found it funny. I just turned around, walked out of her apartment, and didn't look back. As I was driving away, I saw her run out of the apartment and tried to race down my car. I kept driving, not sparing her a glance. Right on cue, the non-stop calls and texts started coming later that night. You all know the ones I mean. First, there are the ones frantically apologizing and begging for your forgiveness. Sometimes there are ones that try to act all nonchalant and ask about your day in life, as if nothing had ever happened. Then comes the anger-laced ones that try to act all tough and insult everything about you. If you are a guy, there is almost guaranteed to be a shot at your masculinity. For the ladies, a shot at your appearance with a passing reference to some other girl they've had their eye on will be the weapon of choice. A bit of gaslighting usually comes about here. The offending phrase is usually something like, "Why are you being so mean to me?" Or "You are being very immature." Any sort of message rant like this usually ends with something like, "Fine. If you're gonna be like that, I don't need you anyways. Insert rebound's name here is so much hotter anyways." But my personal favorite is when they send you a late night text, usually between 1 and 3 a.m., that goes along the lines of, "I really miss you." The kind that is designed to tug at your heart just enough to get your attention and lure you into talking, but nothing that requires an actual apology. I can't even tell you how many times she messaged or called me before I blocked her. It was almost like seeing a mental patient off their meds. Of all the girlfriends I have broken up with, Allison put in more effort than all the others combined. It was kind of stunning. She was a huge fan of alternating between "I miss you" and "I will burn your house down" depending on the moment. Needless to say, I didn't answer or respond to anything Allison said. I didn't block her immediately because I gotta admit, It was hilarious watching her go to pieces after she cheated on me. But like most sane people, I got tired of it and blocked her number, email, all that good stuff. I went on with my life, and everything was good. In January, I started getting these weird emails. At first, they were just like simple stuff. The email address was one I didn't recognize. Hey, how are you? Then came the weirdest of all. Do you have a girlfriend? I thought it was just spam, so I marked it and didn't give it a second thought. Then, the text messages came. Good morning, Vince. If you're enjoying this video, please subscribe to our channel and leave a like. Let's continue. How is work going? What did you have for lunch? I was confused to who this, not to mention a bit suspicious out, so I didn't answer. But my phone dinged to indicate the same number messaged me again. Did you miss her? There was a picture attached, along with a smiling emoticon. Just guess who it was. Allison. Same long blonde hair, green eyes, and wide smile. What a shocker. She made that email account to message me and got a new phone. I had put all of this behind me, and here she was back. Unbelievable. Girl had major issues. At that moment, the rage returned and I messaged back. You cheated on me and now can't leave me alone? Bye. Don't you dare try to contact me again or you will be sorry. I blocked the number and thought that would be the end of it. Coming home from work about a week later, I was walking back home when I got a phone call. It was my neighbor, Mrs. Arlington. Sweet lady. We lived in a new duplex and I really felt comfortable there. She treated me like a son, and I won't lie. She was like another mom to me. I would help her with anything she needed around the house, and occasionally she would cook for me. Best apple pie you've ever had. Not to mention she was very supportive when I broke up with Allison. Hey, Mrs. Arlington, what's up? Vince. Are you at home? She sounded concerned. No. Why do you ask? Because I keep hearing noises from your place. Sounds like someone is inside. I swear I can hear laughter. A woman's laughter. My entire body went numb at this. I'm calling the police. Don't worry about doing anything, unless someone tries to break into your place. Okay, my boy, she sounded simultaneously relieved and tense. As soon as hung up with Mrs. Arlington, I called the cops and told them someone broke into my place and my neighbor heard it. I gave them the address and they said they would be there immediately. Then I called Mrs. Arlington back. I told her the cops were coming and to watch the door to my place. Very slowly, I continued walking to my duplex. I stayed on the phone with her until the police arrived, which didn't take too long. The officers kept watch until I arrived. Mrs. Arlington was there, all concerned. I have never been more grateful to have her as a neighbor. Neither she nor the cops saw anyone try to leave. They searched the place, but found nothing had been broken or anything. Now it was my turn to look. I didn't see anything had been stolen. That bothered me more than anything. To know someone had been there for seemingly no purpose, no valuables taken, nothing trashed, just ... silent presence. A laughing presence apparently. Usually being home made me feel content, peaceful. Now it just made me feel tense. I made sure to thank Mrs. Arlington for keeping an eye out and everything. Just as the cops were about to leave, one of them spoke up. Is that yours, Officer Mansfield asked, his face contorted into an expression I couldn't quite read. Is what mine? I had no idea what he was talking about. That he said, pointing outside the back door onto the back porch. There, positioned right outside the porch, was some sort of rag doll. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but then I saw it looked a bit like me. It had the same blonde hair and brown eyes. The clothes looked like something I've worn many before, khakis pants and a polo shirt. The doll looked like it had seen better days. Then I realized it looked like it had been repeatedly stabbed or cut, because the stuffing was coming out of the body at parts. My legs felt like jelly at that moment, but that wasn't the worst part. The doll was hanging from the tree right next to our building, and it was hanging by what looked like the end of a noose. A very well made and realistic one. We all went outside and sure enough, the doll of me was hanging from a noose. It slowly swung back and forth in the wind, like some sort of disturbing wind chime or something. I don't really know if it's mine was all I could get out. I guess it is now. Mrs. Arlington patted me on the arm. You can stay with me tonight, Vince. I immediately accepted. That's very kind of you, Ma. There isn't much we can do about this, but keep an eye on things, and we will do the same. If you need us, we'll be here, ISAP, Officer Mansfield said. Thank you, I will. With that, they left. I gave Mrs. Arlington a big hug and got my clothes and stuff. As I packed my bag, I couldn't help but feel like they were somehow tainted. I couldn't get out of there quick enough. So, here I am right now on Mrs. Arlington's couch. She's offered me her guest room for the night, or any other night I need it. I might just take her up on that as well. At this point, I have no idea what to expect. Update, hey guys. I just wanted to say I am overwhelmed by your support and reaction. I never expected to see anything remotely like this, and it means a lot to me. You all had some great advice, and I have contacted a lawyer, and have begun the process of filing a restraining order. My locks and stuff have all been changed. My cousin works in computers, and I called him up about searching for bugs or anything Allison might have put there. He came out that night, and we couldn't find anything. He also agreed to help set up a camera system around my place. I can't say that Allison was always like this, but looking back, she was always a bit unusual. That was actually what attracted me to her in the first place. She had this intensity about her, but then very slowly, I began to see things. I found out she was cheating on me like a lot of people do. It was a lot of small things at first, taking longer to respond to me when I texted. Her version of events would be all over the place, and she was talking to someone on the phone more and more. One night, I heard her talking to some guy on Skype when she thought I was sleeping, and well, that was it. Mrs. Arlington has agreed to go out of town for a little bit, and my friend John is staying with me. Thanks again, you guys, and if anything happens, I promise to let you all know. I've been staying at Mrs. Arlington's place for the past few days. As I mentioned, she went out of town for a bit. My best friend John has been here with me, and we've been sleeping in shifts. Not gonna lie, without him I would be a wreck. He used to be a bouncer at a club downtown, and now works as a personal trainer, so I know he can handle himself if he needs to. My cousin Eric helped us set up the system to monitor my building. When there is any movement occurring, either outside or within my part of the building, it automatically sends a notice to both my phone and John's. We can also watch a live stream of any camera. About 2 days ago, I had just gotten home when I got my mail. One piece of it was a plain, white envelope addressed to me. I opened the envelope, and the only thing inside was a single piece of paper. Next time, the version of you at the end of a rope won't be a doll. See you soon. I didn't recognize the writing. It was a real mess to read, a load of scribbles all jumbled together. Come to think of it, I don't think I have ever seen Allison's handwriting. I immediately checked the camera to see if it picked up anything, but nope, just the regular mail delivery guy. Last night, I had just gone to bed when my phone buzzed. It was a notification from the security system. Immediately, I grabbed it and opened the live streaming function. The camera that had its senses tripped was the one located outside my part of the house's front door. Moving quickly,
I still remember the first time she came in.
This all started a few weeks ago. I will give a little background first. I met my girlfriend just after college, and we have been together for a little over 7 years. We currently live in a 2-bedroom cottage in our hometown. It is very rural where we live, and it takes around an hour to get into the city. We both work in the city, but I work a couple of days a week from home. The company my girlfriend works for is a non-profit, charitable organization. She works in the social media department, and their main ethos is to encourage positive change. The videos they promote are usually quite uplifting videos. They share a lot of them, but also create their own. This means that she will occasionally appear in the videos if they are interviewing someone or acting something out. A few weeks ago, she told me to check out one of the videos where she had interviewed someone. I watched the video and then decided to read some of the comments. I am not a very jealous person, but I kind of wanted to know what people were saying, specifically about her. The comments were pretty mundane at first, the usual fight the power type responses. I became a bit obsessed and kept scrolling through. There was the occasional misogynist comment, but nothing I did not expect. That was until I found a few comments that unsettled me. The original comment had around 10 likes and had tagged a number of other accounts. The message said, "We cannot wait for you to join us. You are perfect." I clicked on the replies, and the accounts that had been tagged had all replied. The messages ranged from stating that she was the perfect match for their group to openly discussing what type of underwear they thought she was wearing. This was discussed in quite some detail. I figured it was just a bunch of desperate guys until I read another reply. It said how he had watched her eating her lunch in the park yesterday. He wanted to go up to her and introduce himself, but knew that was not part of the rules. He described in detail what she was wearing. It was exactly what she wore yesterday. I contacted my girlfriend to tell her about this and advised her to delete the comments and contact the admins of the site. I looked through previous videos and saw that these comments were frequent on videos she appeared in. They were always the same and always mentioned her joining them and how she was exactly what they wanted. They were all throwaway accounts, with the only friends being the people that were tagged in the comments. The accounts were reported to the site admins, and we heard nothing more of it for a couple of weeks. That was until late last week. I received a phone call from my girlfriend while I was working from home. Well, that was unexpected. "But how did you get them to agree to putting that?" she said in a giddy tone. "Sorry, I am not sure what you mean." "Is everything okay?" I said, confused. "The flowers, silly. I love them." The note was a bit naughty though. "What if my colleagues saw that?" she said, chuckling down the phone. "What do you mean?" "I did not send flowers." "But who did then?" "What did the note say?" "Maybe they are from your mom." "No," she paused, then continued. "The note said, 'Roses are red, violets are blue. I am using my hand but thinking of you.'" "What the hell?" "What?" "Call the police. That is disgusting," I said, standing up, almost throwing my phone across the room. She sounded shaken up and abruptly ended the call, telling me she was going to contact the police. I drove up to her office later that evening to pick her up, rather than her getting the train. I was terrified at the thought of someone following her once she left the office. The police took the letter in as evidence. They also looked through the comments to see if they could trace the comments back to the people behind the accounts. The flowers had not been sent through a company or courier service, which means that one of these men must have hand-delivered them to the front desk. We were both shaken up on the way home and barely spoke about the incident. Her boss told her to work from home for the rest of the week until everything calmed down. We did not hear anything after that for a few days, and her boss told us that nothing else had arrived at the office. We went to see family this weekend to try and take our minds off things. We arrived back home a few hours ago, and something immediately felt off. The house itself seemed untouched, but the back garden gate was left wide open. I entered the house cautiously and searched the whole house, but found nothing. I went to the back of the cottage and noticed some marks on the back window. It looked as if someone had been clasping their hands together to look inside. We debated calling the police, but was tired and could not prove anything. We also live quite far away from the nearest police station, so it would take them a while to get here. We closed all of the curtains and made sure the place was locked up and headed to bed. I kept the phone next to me on speed dial just in case, and had my trusty bat at the side of the bed. I could not sleep much, so decided to head into the living room and watch some television. I was about to call it a night when I heard some commotion coming from the front of the cottage. I hesitantly walked over to the window and pulled back the curtains slightly. It was dark, but I could make out a number of hooded figures standing around 15 feet from the house. They were swaying in sync with each other and chanting something unintelligible. I opened the curtains a little more to get a better look, and as I did, the figures stopped chanting and stared directly at me. In the brief moment that I looked over at them, I saw their faces. They were men, but their faces were void of any emotion at all. They were completely blank as they stared at me, as if staring through me. I quickly pulled the curtains back in pure terror and stumbled across the hallway back into the bedroom. If you're enjoying this video, please subscribe to our channel and leave a like. Let's continue. I grabbed the phone, waking my girlfriend up in all of the commotion. She groggily awoke, asking me what was wrong. I told her I would explain in a minute and called the police. I began speaking to the operator when the chanting began to start up once again. I turned away for a brief moment to grab my bat when I noticed the chanting had stopped. I turned around to see my girlfriend peering outside the window. She was completely motionless as I shouted at her to get away from the window. She turned to me, her eyes wide, her face pale in fear. She wanted to scream, but could not formulate a response. I walked over to her and pulled her towards me. She pushed me away slightly and motioned at me to look. The operator asked me to explain what was happening and to stay on the line, but I could not speak. I looked outside of the window at the men who were now perched on their knees. They were performing some kind of prayer or ritual. They were making strange hand gestures in an almost dance-like fashion. They were no longer in sync with each other and were all creating different symbols with their hands. The men gradually got back to their feet and huddled in a circular formation. They broke apart, and one of the men appeared from the center of the circle holding a large, plain white box. He held it above his head before placing it gently in front of the cottage. They performed one final chant before turning around and slowly fading off into the distance. We are sitting here waiting for the police to arrive. I would leave, but I am terrified they are still out there. They should be here soon. I have no idea who these people are. I have no idea how they found out where we live, and I have no idea what is in that box. I am not sure I want to know. We sat there in silence for what felt like an eternity. Every creak, every gust of wind unnerved us. I wanted to pack up and leave, but my girlfriend was against the idea. We waited a little while longer and eventually heard sirens in the distance. I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. There was a knock at the door soon after. The relief I felt quickly turned to paranoia in my tired state. I was still afraid that these people could be anyone. They could be our neighbors down the street, or the very police officers asking us to answer the door. I peeked through the peephole, and seeing the police officers' sullen faces somehow put me at ease. I worked up the courage to open the front door, and the two police officers introduced themselves as Officers Jenkins and Henderson. I immediately began to blurt out some incoherent word vomit. I sounded insane, talking about a group of men chanting and praying outside of our house. They eventually managed to calm me down, and I began to explain the situation clearer. They were perplexed by what I was saying and looked at me as if I were mad. They entered the house and saw my girlfriend on the bed, shaking nervously. Jenkins directed me towards the living room, while Henderson calmly began to speak with my girlfriend. I sat there in silence for a little while before Henderson returned from the bedroom. He whispered something to Jenkins before he spoke to me. He told me that my girlfriend had confirmed my story. I did not like the way he sarcastically sounded out the word story when he said it. It was as if he were mocking me. The two police officers sat at the dining table and asked me to start from the beginning. I explained absolutely everything to them in as much detail as I could. It was dark outside when we saw the men, however, so I did not have much of a description to give them. I could make out basic features, but not enough to give a vivid description. I could not even remember how many of them there were. I told the officers that the men had left a box outside, and Henderson motioned to Jenkins to check it out. He re-entered the house a little while later, slightly out of breath and a little bit more frantic than before. You need to see this," he said in a cracked voice. "Okay, I will be right back." "Stay inside," Henderson said to me in an assertive manner. Officer Jenkins glanced me a worried look as they exited the room. I sat there momentarily before curiosity got the better of me. I told my girlfriend I would be right back and headed outside. She had calmed down a little at this point and was on the phone with her mother. There was an unpleasant smell in the air as I exited the house. It got stronger and more gag-inducing as I got closer to the box. The box was around 3 to 4 feet in length and quite shallow. The lid had been removed and the 2 officers were standing next to the police car in the driveway. Jenkins was pacing next to the car while Henderson was calling in for backup. I focused my attention back towards the box and walked closer to look inside. I stumbled back initially, as I thought there was a person inside of the box. Inside of the box was what looked like a handmade doll of some kind. It had a head, but no features on its face. It was crudely made, with one long arm at the side, and the head was coming apart from the neck. It was dressed in a white, disheveled wedding dress and surrounded by dark, decaying flowers that filled the remainder of the box. The dress itself had been slashed around the chest area, cutting through the stuffing of the doll, creating a large hole. The surrounding chest area of the dress was covered in what I can only assume was blood splatter. Carefully placed inside of the hole was a heart. It was almost certainly an animal's heart, but it immediately made me gag. I jumped as I heard Henderson shout over to me. He frantically ushered me back inside of the house and told me to wait inside and lock the doors while they searched the area. He was much more serious this time. I locked the front door as he requested and sat next to my girlfriend in the bedroom. She asked me if everything was okay, and I replied that it was. I did not mention the box, as there was no need to worry her any more than she already was. A couple more police cars arrived shortly after that, and we were told to remain in the house for the time being. We stayed inside for a little while before being asked if we had anywhere else we could stay for a few days. I was more than happy to get out of that house for a little while, and one of the police cars escorted us to my parents' house, which is a 15-minute drive. We arrived at my parents' house around 4 p.m. UK time. We had not slept for over 24 hours and were pretty out of it when we arrived. After briefly explaining the events to my parents, we locked ourselves in one of the bedrooms and tried to get some sleep. I must have passed out shortly after, because when I woke, the sun was rising through the darkness. There was a soft knocking coming from the bedroom door. I was alarmed at first, until I heard my father's voice. He told me that the police were here to ask a few questions and asked if I felt up to it. I gently closed the door to not wake my girlfriend and headed downstairs. The 2 police officers from before were standing at the foot of the stairs and asked to speak to me in private. "We apologize for bothering you so early. We conducted a search of the area, and we need to ask you some questions," Henderson said in a much more official capacity than before. "Okay, what is happening?" I quickly rebutted. "We need to show you some photographs. Can you identify anyone that looks familiar?" Henderson said. He opened a small plastic folder and removed an array of photos. They were all pictures of women. They looked like stock photos that were pulled from the internet. The photos were professional-grade quality, and the women were all dressed in either evening gowns or wedding dresses. I gulped as I scanned my eyes over the women's faces. Their faces were contorted into a fearful gaze. They looked tired and beat up as they stared ahead. The majority of the women were hunched over and had bruising on the parts of skin that could be seen. "What is this?" I said as I raised my head, disturbed at the images. He glanced at his partner for a moment before turning back to me. "We conducted a search of the area last night. In the early hours, we searched the barn in the field behind your house. Inside of the barn there seemed to have been what I can only describe at the moment as religious activity. These photos were found among others. We are attempting to identify the women in these photos at present." "Religious activity," I said. He once again glanced at his partner before taking a deep breath and exhaling. "We cannot divulge any more information at this point. We will need you and your girlfriend to come down to the station to make an official statement when you feel up to it. We will contact you if we need anything more from you. We have police cars patrolling the area just in case." They got up to leave before Henderson turned back towards me. "I should not be saying this. We found pictures of you and your girlfriend dating back to last year. The photos were taken from a distance, and it seems that these people had been watching you for a little while before making contact. None of this was hidden, so I assume they did not care if the barn was found. I strongly suggest you remain here for the time being and do not return to the house." I nodded back to him as it was the only response I could muster. I sat there in silence after they left, trying to wrap my head around the whole situation. If they had been watching us for months, Why had they not made their move sooner? They would have had countless opportunities in the past where my girlfriend was alone in the cottage. She would also go for lone, early morning runs through the field. Were the women in the pictures once in similar situations? I also have no idea what that doll means. I have a million questions, but no answers. If anyone can enlighten me on any of this, I would appreciate any help I can get. We are going to stay at my parents' for the time being, as it is in a more residential area. It is a detached house, but the neighbors are all a stone's throw away. We have both taken some time off of work, and I will update if there are any more developments. These people do not seem to be going away anytime soon. We have been moved to an undisclosed, secure location. We have been told to not disclose our location to anyone, nor make direct contact with anyone back home. I have not told them I am writing up my accounts of what is happening. They would not allow this. At this point, though, I feel this is beyond the comprehension of the local police. I cannot imagine they have dealt with anything like this before. It had all calmed down over the past few days, and it felt as if the storm had finally settled. In that short time, it was as if everything had returned to some semblance of normality. I knew, though, in the back of my mind, that it was not over. The only time we had left the house was to write up an official report at the police station. There had been no new developments in the case, as far as we were aware, and no sightings of these people. That was until yesterday evening, when the sirens in the distance brought us back to reality. I hoped that they would pass us by, but as the sirens drew closer, I knew it was for us. I opened the front door to 3 police cars pulling up to the house. A police officer exited one of the cars and jogged up to the front door. "Sir, we need you and your family to pack a bag immediately. We need to leave as soon as possible," he said abruptly. What's going on? Has something happened? I said. "Sir, I need you all to pack a bag immediately and come with us," he said, in a hurried tone. We all packed up a bag each and headed off into the unknown. The sincerity in the police officer's tone had made me blindly follow orders. I consistently asked questions on the way, but received no response. We sat there in silence for most of the trip, and after an hour of driving, we arrived at a house. We entered the house and were greeted by 2 plain-clothed police officers. We emotionlessly walked around the house as they gave us a brief tour. They then directed us to the living room and asked us to take a seat. We all sat down in the living room in silence until one of the officers spoke. "There have been some developments in the case. There will be an official report given soon. We needed to move you and your family as soon as possible, as we believe there is a serious threat to your safety," he said before briefly pausing. I think he was expecting some kind of response, but none of us spoke a word. The officer continued. "We received reports this evening concerning a group of people congregating outside of your house. Police officers were dispatched to the scene, but when they arrived, the people had already left. The front windows to the house had all been broken, and the front door was off of its hinges. The police officers entered the house at around 8 p.m. and searched the property. They entered the bedroom." He cleared his throat and wiped his brow before continuing. "They entered the bedroom of the property and found a female tied to the bed. She was spread across the bed and was pronounced dead on arrival." He cleared his throat once again and shot a worried look to his partner. His partner nodded to him, and the officer continued. "The woman had been mutilated, and her blood was strewn across the wall to create a message. We had to move you immediately as we feel you are in imminent danger from these people." The message said, "Not right for him. You will be." There was also a number carved into the woman's chest. It was the number 21. Does this mean anything to any of you? I thought about it, but could not come up with anything at all. That is not our age, nor is it either of our birthdays. I mentioned that it may be the amount of victims, but the officers did not seem to agree. We all sat there staring off into the distance before my girlfriend began to cry uncontrollably. I attempted to console her with my mother, but it was not much use. That could have been her laid out across that bed. That still could be. These people seem resilient, and we cannot hide forever. Seeing her in this state, my fear quickly turned to rage. I shouted at the police officers, "What is the next course of action? What the hell are we supposed to do? You will need to remain here for the time being. We will be posted inside the house and a police car will be outside. We will find these people, the officer said, turning to face me. The police officers exited the room on that note and gave us some time alone. We must have sat there for an hour in silence before we finally decided to head off to sleep. The police being inside and outside of the house allowed us to regain some kind of feeling of security. They could not know where we were. That would be impossible. They would surely not come to the house with the police here anyway. I waited for my girlfriend to pass out from exhaustion before I finally managed to fall asleep myself. I awoke several times throughout the night. It was not the cult that was haunting my dreams. It was that doll. The featureless face was more detailed with each passing nightmare. They all had the exact same theme, and it was almost an out-of-body experience. I was watching myself and my girlfriend sleeping from the far wall. I was glued to the spot, unable to move. The doll was at the end of the bed with its back towards me in the first nightmare. I awoke suddenly, but quickly passed out again soon after, brushing it off. The next time, it had slowly began to turn its head. I awoke in a panic and searched around the room and under the bed. I knew I was being crazy, but I could not help it. I felt like something was watching me, and it sent a shiver down my spine. I finally fell asleep again a little while later. The next nightmare lasted a little bit longer. It had turned its head, and it was facing my direction. It had stitching where the eyes and mouth would be. The stitching was moving vigorously, as if something was attempting to break the stitching away. It would be as if you had duct tape on your mouth and eyes, and were desperately trying to remove it without access to your hands. This one unsettled me a little bit more than the others, but once again, I somehow managed to fall back to sleep. I was so tired at this point that I could not keep my eyes open, even if I wanted to. In the final nightmare, before I woke this morning, it had broken free from the stitching. It was looking directly at me. The stitching had been replaced with endless pools of darkness. I could sense the evil within the stare. I could feel the sweat dripping down from my forehead. I looked down and the long arm at the side of the doll was gently caressing my girlfriend's leg as it looked towards me. It was all just a nightmare, but every time I close my eyes, I swear that I can see it. I think I must just be exhausted from this whole situation. I have barely slept over the past week, and I think everything is getting to me now. We are prisoners in this house. We cannot leave or contact anyone on the outside. This is my only means of communication with the outside world. I do not feel safe. I think that these people will do anything in their power to make sure she is theirs. I feel that they are just biding their time. There must be a reason why. I think that the number 21 must have something to do with all of this. We have been here for 3 days now. There have been no news reports or police statements. I have been vigorously checking online for any kind of update. The police officers have been deflecting all of my questions regarding the matter. They just keep reiterating to us that we are in the safest place possible. I sat down with my father tonight, with the intention of researching further into this ourselves. There is an estimated 275,000 people reported missing every year in the UK. Most of these are quickly found, but there are still a lot of people that remain missing. We were literally looking for a needle in a haystack. We searched the local area, and although there was a number of missing people reported, only one stood out. There was a woman, a few years back, that went missing from the local area. She was in her mid-20s and lived alone. There was an appeal online from her parents. It was a rather lengthy post giving details on the case and asking for any further information. The post stated that in the weeks leading up her disappearance, she had reported that she felt as if she was constantly being watched. It also stated that a week prior to her disappearance, her house had been broken into, but nothing had been taken. There was no mention of a cult or anything similar. The official report gave a completely different story. The woman had a history with drug abuse, and it was assumed that she had overdosed. There was a lake near her house, and it was speculated that she had fallen into the lake and drowned. The body was never found. The parents strongly objected to this, stating that she had overcome her addiction years before and would not have relapsed. They were adamant on this, and the appeal was still open, even with the case closed. The thing that stood out the most was the date. The woman was reported missing on the 20th of June, 2013. The report stated that she may have been missing slightly before this, as no one had spoke to her 2 days prior to it being reported. I appreciate the comments, as it made things a lot easier. I have been feeling crabby recently, and they certainly lightened the mood. We researched into the summer solstice, which happens on the 21st of June. It varies from year to year, but that is the date for 2017. It is an occult ritual that has been celebrated by a variety of groups. The pagans, among others, celebrate this date. It is when the sun is at the highest point that a human or animal will be sacrificed as an offering. I am not certain that this is what that number means, but it petrified me. It makes frighteningly logical sense at this point. We looked a little into other suggestions. It could be the amount of victims the cult has taken. I find this unlikely though, with the aggression they are showing us. It would seem that something would have been reported before. That is, unless they are becoming more desperate to complete the ritual. I should mention that there have been quite a few visitors since we have been here. I have not seen a uniformed officer in a few days, and the officers that are watching us seem to change frequently. I guess that's normal, as everyone needs downtime at some point. I also cannot see the patrol car that is meant to be watching the house. There are men outside though, who are constantly watching the house. The officers seemed friendly, so I had not been too worried or inquisitive. I figured they have a job to do, and we should leave them to it. It felt nice to have some semblance of safety and security. A few hours ago, I awoke to commotion and shouting coming from downstairs. It was still dark outside. I glanced at my phone and saw that it was 11 p.m. I walked down the stairs and saw the two on-duty officers talking to a woman in the living room. The woman was an older woman, with an air of authority about her. It felt as if she was chastising the officers. They were louder before, but must have heard the stairs creak, as they were now speaking in hushed tones. I heard one of them whisper something about it not being the right time yet, as I got closer. I knocked on the door, even though it was open, to announce my presence. The talking abruptly ceased, and they all just sat there staring at one another. The two officers sat there like naughty children, not saying a word and looking at the woman for assurance. The woman slowly lifted herself off of the chair and walked towards me with a wide grin stretched across her face. "Oh, hello there. You must be Jason. I am sorry, did we wake you?" She paused briefly before continuing. "I am one of the detectives working on your case. I just wanted to come over and check on you all. It is nothing to worry about, and there have been no new developments," she said while holding out her hand to greet me. "There is still no news on anything," I said, stepping back slightly. "Nope, not much of anything yet, I am afraid. You should try and go back to sleep. We can all talk more in the morning," she said while grabbing my hand and directing me out of the room, her grin unwavering, the smile only mildly detracting from her sinister stare. I released my hand from the woman's grip and wearily headed back upstairs. She looked at me inquisitively, as if I had heard or seen something I should not have. I began to quicken my pace as I got upstairs and locked the door behind me as I entered the bedroom. Something felt off. I suddenly felt a wave of fear rush over me. I sat there staring at the door for what felt like hours before I began to write this down. I expected someone to break through the door at any moment, but nothing happened. I was about to post my accounts of what has happened when my phone began to ring. It was a number that I did not have saved in my phone. I did not want to answer it and let it ring out. A voicemail notification popped up on the screen soon after. I opened it up and immediately heard a familiar voice on the other end. "Hi Jason, this is Officer Henderson. Sorry to call you so late. We have just been to your parents' house to check on you. But all of the lights were off and there are no cars. I guess you have got away from the madness for a little while. I hope that all is okay. Can you call me back when you get this, as we need you both to come down to the station to answer some more questions?" I staggered back, speechless. Why was he not aware that we had been moved into protective custody? I heard loud noises coming from outside. I moved towards the window and peered out of the curtains. The woman was now shouting at the men outside. She was pointing at the house furiously. I quickly ducked down as she turned to face our window. I think she saw me. I slowly raised my head towards the window again, and the woman and the two men were staring directly at me. She sighed to herself before they all began walking towards the house. I ducked back down again out of view. I heard the front door slam shut soon after. I woke my girlfriend, and we moved everything we could move to block the door. I did not have time to explain, but she immediately knew something was wrong. I grabbed my phone and called the number back, but the line was busy. I tried again and again until I finally got through. H. Hello, is that Officer Henderson? I said, barely able to form a sentence. Hello, Jason. Sorry about the late night call. I just got a little worried when no one was in. Is everything okay? We have been moved into protective custody. We have been here for 3 days, I said, my voice cracking with every word. We did not arrange that. That makes no sense. Where are you? Who took you there? He said. I could hear the panic in his voice. I do not know where we are. There are people all around the house. I think they know, I said, before he interrupted me. Keep your phone on. We will attempt to triangulate your location. We sat there in silence for another 20 minutes, until a gentle tapping on the bedroom door could be heard. I attempted to scream at them to leave us alone, but it came out as more of a soft whimper. I still had the phone to my ear and could hear Officer Henderson shouting down the radio to hurry up. I can hear something. What is happening? The local police are only a few minutes away. You need to lock yourself in a secure room. Hello. The banging on the door is becoming incessant. The woman was calmly asking us to open the door, but now she is manically screaming. I am not listening to her. They have no reason to keep me alive. They only need my girlfriend alive, and I have to protect her. The fear has overcome us, and we can do nothing but sit here motionlessly, staring at the door. I can only sit here in silence and wait for the police to arrive. I can only sit here in silence as my mother's agonizing screams for help pierce through me. I can only sit here in silence as the sound of my father's bones cracking resonates throughout the house while he tearfully begs us not to open the door. I tried to stop it. I had begged and pleaded through the door for my parents' safety, but was met with contempt. The heinous sounds of laughing mixed with my parents' screams quickly overcome me. I began to remove the barricade from the door as rage and fear rushed through me. I had removed most of the barricade when I turned to my girlfriend. She had not spoken a word throughout all of this. She sat there, pale as a ghost, rocking back and forth. I stared at her, looking for any kind of guidance, but received none. I attempted to plead for my parents' lives over and over again, but I only received one response. They would make a trade. A like-for-like trade in a sense. They would allow my parents to live if I opened the door and handed my girlfriend over. I feel they could have broken the door down if they wanted to. I think they enjoyed me having to make a decision of this magnitude. I knew that if I opened the door, none of us would live. There was far too many of them for me to stand any chance of getting out alive. I am not a trained fighter and barely had any weapons at my disposal. I began to slowly place items back in front of the door as tears streamed down my cheeks. I was handing my parents a death sentence. The people who had raised me and always had me at the forefront of their mind. I was now about to turn my back on them. I sat back down and covered my ears to block out the misery and pain. The sounds of my mother and father soon dissipated, as silence engulfed the house. The monotonous, constant cackling was all I could hear over the buzzing in my ears. The woman was mocking me. She wanted me to open the door. It took every single fiber of my being not to do so. After a little while, the sounds of the woman also disappeared. We were left in complete silence. Sirens soon filled the silence, and flashing lights lit up the house. The sound of the door being broken in was quickly followed by the police announcing themselves. Then the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. This is the police. Plea, what the hell is that? We need backup, immediately. Get down. Get down on the ground right now. Do not move. I sat there motionless, unable to face what was on the other side of the door. The door handle soon began to jolt up and down as the police asked us to open the door. I moved over to the door unaware if this was just another ploy. It was at the point where it no longer mattered. I had lost all faith. I removed the barricade and opened the door. I fell to my knees as soon as I gazed upon the carnage that was ensuing outside of the room. The police officer just stared at us. After realizing we were the victims in all of this, he attempted to usher me back inside of the room, but I would not move. The police were in the process of detaining the men as they waited for backup to arrive. There were 8 police officers that had arrived at the scene, with what I assumed was the entire cult sitting in a circle on the balcony. There was a noose hanging in the center of them, but no one was attached to it. The police were screaming at the men to get down on the floor, but the men were not listening. The moment I had exited the room, the men had all turned to face me in sync. They all had the same sinister smirk on their faces. They did not object or struggle when the police forced them to the ground, their stares remaining transfixed on me. The man who I had considered my best friend, the man who would have done absolutely anything to keep me safe, was laying motionless at the other side of the hallway. A police officer was desperately performing CPR to bring him back, but he remained there, lifeless. I searched around the room for my mother, but she was nowhere to be seen. I snapped out of my trance and frantically began to run towards my father. The police officer sorrowfully shook his head as I approached. I began pounding on my father's chest while sobbing uncontrollably, attempting to bring him back. It was worthless. He had passed long before the police had arrived. The police officer pulled me away to console me, and I gained some composure in an attempt to find my mother. Anger took over. I walked over to the men whose glances had followed me across to the other side of the room. I screamed at one of the men as I hit him over and over again, asking where my mother was. The police officers barely had control of the situation as it was. I continued to hit the man over and over, but he remained in silence, smirking at me as blood ran down his face. The other men did not attempt to help him, and he did not bother to defend himself. They all just continued to smile at me. A police officer finally pulled me away, but we both stumbled backwards. One of the men in the circle grabbed me and pulled me in close, whispering into my ear. He spoke like a child in broken English. I am paraphrasing what he said to me. Mother could not take us all with her. It is for the best. Soon we will have another blessing, as will you. We will all have another brother soon. Mother is patient, but she never forgets. She never gives in. She will still get what she wants. A police officer eventually pushed him back to the floor, pushing me away as he did. I fell backwards onto the wall. I began to sob uncontrollably, begging and pleading for them to tell me where my mother had been taken. The rest of the police force soon arrived, amongst them Officer Henderson. They removed the men from upstairs and brought them down into the police vans, as I sat next to my father, aimlessly stroking his hair, begging for him to return to me. We were escorted out of there soon after. As the police searched the remainder of the house and grounds, Officer Henderson was silent as he drove us over to my girlfriend's parents. I think he took some of the blame in all of this. The police constantly monitored the premises while we remained there. We did not stay there for more than a few days, as we did not want to put anyone else in danger. We were given new identities and moved to a completely different part of the UK. We have been here for a while now, and this will be my last account. We have removed ourselves from social media and made sure to never broadcast our location. The men that were arrested at the house were relatively young men. They had no identities and absolutely no records. They were ghosts. The men that were posing as police officers inside of the house and the officers that originally took us to the house have not been caught. The woman, who I now assume is behind a lot of this, has also not been caught. Officer Henderson did not mention much else about the case to us. He has updated us periodically, but has definitely held certain details back. I think he feels that we are as safe as we can be for now. My mother has not been found, and I am not sure that she ever will be. The only thing that he did tell me was that the men that were caught were of varying ages, and all had the intelligence of young children. They have not stopped crying for their mother. They have not been able to answer any questions, and he is not sure if they even know what they have done. He assumes that the mother was the woman that visited us on the final night. He also believes that this cult is not just local. He does not know how far this stretches. Things will never be the same now. We fear leaving the house or contacting friends and relatives. I am not sure if we will ever feel safe again. No one can protect us forever. I blame myself completely for the death of my father. If we had not involved him, if we had just gone somewhere else, if we had made different decisions, maybe he would still be alive. I believe my mother is still alive. I believe she will be alive until they no longer need her. I hope that one day she will be found alive and well, but as the days and weeks pass by, it seems more and more unlikely. There is a small part of me that hopes that she was sacrificed. It's better than the alternative. I cannot fathom the strength it would take to survive for 9 months with these people. I know that they will find us again. I know that we cannot run forever. They may already be aware of our location. I have no idea how many people are involved in this cult. I have no idea how much longer we can run and hide. I want it all to end. I do know, however, that we are not the only ones at risk. We are not special. This final account is to serve as a warning. If you feel like you are being watched, if you see anyone out of the ordinary, if you receive anything out of the ordinary, or if you come into contact with these people, do not brush it off. Do not stay in one place. Do not trust anyone. This cult is extremely dangerous. Once they latch onto you, they will never give in. I pray that none of you are their next victims. Story 2. My girlfriend is a psychopath, and she's ruining my life. I met her at a party my friend Matt organized last year. Although the party was big with lots of people there, she stood out from the crowd immediately. Red hair, blue eyes, full lips, voluptuous figure. She was mesmerizing in an otherworldly manner which I cannot explain. I couldn't take my eyes off her, and soon she noticed my voracious glances and returned them. At the time, I hadn't even thought about approaching her. With her amazing looks, she had a lot of wooers around her, but seemed bemused by every single one of them. That's why when I grabbed a beer and turned around to see her standing right in front of me, I was so startled, I almost spilled my beer all over myself. "Hi," she said with a curious smile, ignoring my clumsiness. "Hi back," I said, trying my best not to stare at her cleavage. "You're a friend of Matt's?" "I haven't seen you before." "I am." "My name's Jake." "Maria," she replied, and we shook hands. At the time, the only thing I could think was what in the whole hell was wrong with her, that she decided to talk to me of all people at the party. "You want a drink?" I gestured to the plethora of booze on the table. "No, I don't drink." "I will take that Coke Zero," though she jovially said, as she bent forward unnaturally to reach the Coke can on the table, making her breasts even more prominent in that position. I remember wondering at that point if she did that on purpose to tease me, or if she was completely oblivious to the sight she was displaying. My bet was on the first one, and it invigorated me to strike up a conversation with her further. "So, what about you?" "How do you know Matt?" I asked, my brain desperately trying to conjure up some smooth lines, but only sputtering out the most basic sentences. "He and I used to be neighbors when we were kids, and played together almost every day during summer. We just kind of stayed in touch over the years, as improbable as it sounds." "Wow. I can't believe he's never told me about you all these years." I tried to be more daring, the beer taking more control than I was. "Now, Matt and I used to hang out a lot more frequently before, but he never told me about Maria. He did have a lot of friends though, and it's not like we sat around talking about his friends all day." She smiled and took a sip of her Coke, maintaining eye contact with me the whole time. Just then, a new song started playing and Maria gasped with a grin on her face. "I love this song. Wanna dance?" she winked, gesturing with her head for me to follow. My testosterone was already out of control by then from being in the proximity of a woman of such appearance, so I didn't need to be asked twice. I grabbed her by the hand and took her to the middle of the room, among the other drunken guests. Maria and I danced for hours, which says a lot about me, because I absolutely hate dancing. I remember in my intoxicated state seeing Matt giving me a weird glance with his eyebrows raised when he saw me there with her. After a while, things got heated and Maria and I began making out and grinding on the dance floor. I continued drinking along the way, and with my lack of self-control over booze, I blacked out at some point. I woke up in the morning with a throbbing headache, the sunlight coming through the window blinding me. I grunted and opened my eyes with great difficulty, observing my surroundings. I was in the bedroom of my apartment. There was a note on the nightstand, written with almost perfect handwriting. "See you soon, Maria." There was a lipstick imprint in the shape of lips under that. I flipped the note over, hoping for a number or a way to contact her, but there was nothing else. I cursed loudly for not remembering anything about the fiery last night I probably had with Maria, or having a way to contact her back, but at the time my biggest concern was my throbbing head. I spent most of that day laying in bed, and at around 4 p.m. I got a call from an unknown number. "Hello," I answered, expecting a call from a marketing or insurance agency. "Hey Jake," a playful female voice resounded on the other side. Hi, I said, trying not to give away my confusion. "It's Maria." "Remember me?" she asked playfully again. "Maria, hi. Of course I remember you. How was the party for you?" "The party was okay, but after party was amazing," she giggled. I laughed awkwardly. "Say, did Matt give you my number?" I asked. "Oh, I got it myself. While you were sleeping, I used your phone to call myself." "Oh, okay." I wish I could say that this raised some red flags, but the part of me which was into Maria decided to ignore such a creepy fact. More so, I was glad she called me. "Hey Jake, do you want to go out somewhere tonight?" she asked. "Out?" Tonight I was taken aback by this, but it was still a pleasant surprise. "Yeah, sure. How about we go to a quieter place tonight?" "That's a great idea." I could hear the excitement in her voice over the Phone Boss Cafe, 8 p.m. "Sure. Do you want me to pick you up somewhere, or?" "No, it's okay. See you soon, Jakey. Can't wait." I dressed up fancier than last night and put on an expensive perfume to make up for the intoxicated state I was in at the party. Maria was already seated at a table in the restaurant, looking even more enthralling than last night. She wore a tight, fancy red dress that matched her hair and brought her bodily features to expression. I felt my temperature going up right away, and it wasn't from the restaurant's heating. She and I hit it off right pretty well from the start, and after just a few minutes of talking, I realized she wasn't just a pretty face and a hot body, but also a font of knowledge that possessed the intellect of someone who could put a scholar to shame. I honestly started to feel a bit intimidated by this point. She was a psychologist in high school who planned to start her own business, and in her spare time she enjoyed painting, joining book club meetings, and going to acting classes twice a week. And then there was me, a half-ambitious accountant, whose only goal was to make it to Friday so I could go drinking. She didn't seem to mind my lack of hobbies though, and was genuinely interested in everything I had to say, gleefully hanging on to every word I uttered. After dinner we went back to my place, and when things started getting heated, she stopped me. She seemed genuinely worried, so when I asked her what was wrong, she told me that she's not the kind of person to sleep around, but that she likes me and wants to try something more serious with me. Most of my thinking capabilities were by then drained from staring at her exposed breasts, but I used my remaining brain power to tell her I understand what she meant, and that the feeling was mutual. At that, she seemed relieved, and we took things further in the bedroom. Luckily, this time I remembered every single detail. We officially started dating after that, and things went smoothly for a while. We saw each other every day, and often she'd sleep over. Frankly, I was beginning to think that she was the one, and I had already started picturing our future together, even though we had been dating only for a month. And then one day, everything changed. We were on a date in Boss Cafe, and she was telling me about her day. I carefully listened and agreed with her that the 15-year-old girl from school that she was talking to was spoiled. My phone vibrated and I unlocked it. "Oh crap. I forgot that I gotta meet up with Federica later," I said. "Who?" Maria asked, as she took a sip of her coffee. "My friend Federica. She and I agreed to catch up this week." "Excuse me," Maria's face contorted into a grimace of anger. I had never seen her make this facial expression, so I instantly assumed this was bad. Yeah, I mean, Federica and I have known each other over 10 years. So, it's not right for someone in a relationship to have any lady friends, Jake. I don't have any guy friends, either. What? Come on. Federica is like a sister to me. And I mean, you hang out with Matt too, right? No, I don't. I blocked him on all my social media when you and I started dating. Men and women can't be friends. There's always a chance for something more to happen between them. Are you serious? Look, I'm not forbidding you from hanging out with guys. It's perfectly normal to have friends of the opposite sex, as long as you're just friends. I don't agree with you, she crossed her arms, fuming. I'm sorry, Jake, but you're going to have to choose, me or her. Maria, come on, don't be like this. Federica is just a friend. I'm not going to cut off a friend I've known for 10 years over someone I've known for 1 month, so please don't make me choose. If you won't cut her off, then I want to be with you every time you hang out with her. No, I said sternly, you'll get to meet her, but I can't drag you to every. Before I managed to finish my sentence, Maria stood up and threw her coffee in my face. The nearby guests of the restaurant glanced in our direction as Maria stormed out, furiously stomping her feet. I wiped my face and shirt futilely with a napkin, trying to pretend like everything was okay. I asked for the check from the waiter, who tried to keep a straight face and politely excused myself out of there. I would probably not be going back there anytime soon. An hour later, I was at Federica's place, and we were catching up, talking about old times, when my phone buzzed. I unlocked it and saw that I got a message from Maria. It said, "How can you be so selfish?" I replied, "I'm sorry if I hurt you, but try to understand my side. We'll talk a bit later about it." I continued chatting with Federica when my phone buzzed again. It was Maria again. "No, we will not. I won't change my stance on this." "Is everything okay?" Federica asked, possibly noticing my frustrated facial expression. "Yeah, everything's fine," I said, turning off my vibration and putting my phone in my pocket. I did my best to put my argument with Maria to the back of my mind and enjoy my time with Federica, but she could sense my frustration, so we agreed to meet again another time. When I arrived home, I pulled out my phone and loudly said, "What the fuck," when I saw the countless notifications on my phone. I had missed calls and messages on every social media website where I was active. Every single notification was from Maria. I skimmed through them in horror, seeing new ones pop up along the way. The messages started accusatory, saying things like, "You fucking asshole. I can't believe you're so cruel. I bet you're fucking her right now, aren't you?" etc. Then they transitioned to guilt tripping, saying things like, "I'm crying right now. I'll just swallow my sleeping pills to take my mind off you. I cannot believe you would hurt me like this," and so on. And then they started to change to rationalizing, telling me she loves me too much and only wants to protect me, that she's too afraid to lose me, etc. In between our messages, there were remarks like, "Hello," and "Are you there?" quickly followed by more of her rants. Something clicked in my mind and I realized right there and then that things wouldn't work out for us. This was too much of an issue to be pushed under the rug. I hated the idea of doing it this way, but I sent her a message. "I think we should break up." She called me immediately, asking me why, with a quivering voice. I explained, and she began crying, begging me not to leave her, promising to change and even let me be friends with Federica. I told her that it wouldn't work, and she began guilt-tripping me again, telling me that she loved me and she was going to kill herself if I leave her. When I told her that those threats won't work, she became aggressive. The last sentence she screamed into the phone before hanging up was, "You'll regret leaving me, you bastard. I'll make your life a living hell. You're going to beg me to take you back." It was the most surreal experience I've had within the span of 4 hours. And although I really liked her, I couldn't go over this sort of thing. Her behavior reminded me of those posts which I used to see online about the cringy overweight guys with fedoras who orbit around women and incessantly hound their inboxes. If Maria got this psychotic over a visit with a long-time female friend, I didn't even want to think what she would do when we moved in together or got married. I assumed that she was the type to stalk her exes, so I preemptively blocked her on all media just to be on the safe side. Everything went fine for a while, and I even met another girl, a friend of Federica's. She and I went on a date, and everything was fine at first. She was super into me, and we were already making plans for our next date when she decided to add me on Facebook so that we can chat more easily. I told her my name, and she decided to check out my profile a little while we waited for our food to arrive. She was amused by my pictures of the food I cooked, as well as my workout videos, when all of a sudden her smile dropped and her mouth contorted into an expression that looked like she just ate a lemon. I asked her if everything was okay, and she uttered a weak, with a visibly forced smile. From that point, she avoided my gaze the entire time and seemed completely uninterested in the conversation. The date went on for about 20 minutes, when she said she just remembered something she needed to take care of and had to go, saying we'll be in touch. More perplexed than disappointed, I connected the dots that she may have seen something on my profile, which wasn't to her liking. But before I could finish that sentence, I got a call from my mom. "Hello," I asked. "Jake," she sounded distressed, which instantly put me on edge. "What is that picture you posted on Facebook? Aunt Amy had to see it. What were you thinking?" I was, of course, confused by this, because I had no idea what video she was talking about. I immediately logged in to see for myself what could have possibly caused such an eruptive reaction. And boy, was there something to be seen there. The most recent posts were normal, but when I scrolled down a little bit, I started to see occasional shares of weird links, videos and pictures, like furry porn and sexual artwork, which I don't even want to begin to describe. There was even a post where I apparently wrote something extremely racist and homophobic. The funny thing is that for each link or post I shared, there was a follow-up text of my own, which eerily looked like something I would write, with the typical emojis I use, etc. It made it less likely to other people that I was hacked, and more that I had a mental breakdown. What was even stranger was the fact that there were some likes and comments on it, but I never got notified. Upon closer investigation, I realized that the notifications had been turned off. I immediately made a post in which I apologized publicly to everyone who had to see such abominable things and informed them that I was hacked. The damage was done already though, and by then a lot of people had already booted me out of their friends list. I contemplated deleting my Facebook, but running away from it after such a disaster would only make me look guiltier. 2 days later at work, my boss called me into his office. I was expecting a promotion around that time, and everyone in the office already knew that I was the best candidate. Even the boss hinted at me getting the role, so it was pretty much a public secret by then. "How's it going?" Mike, I asked when I strode inside and sat in front of his desk. Michael stared at his computer screen with a grievous expression on his face. He furiously clicked for a minute or so, while I sat in silence, feeling like I was being judged for some reason. "Jake," he finally said, turning to me and crossing his fingers, "you've been a valuable asset to the company thus far." He stared at his hands while fidgeting with his fingers. "You were the perfect man for the promotion, were?" I thought to myself, starting to sweat bullets instantly. Mike looked up at me with the expression of a disappointed parent. He said, "That's why I don't understand why you'd do something like this. Why focus on small cash when you could have made it big? Mike, what are you talking about? What's going on?" Mike opened his drawer and pulled out a stack of papers. He slammed them against the desk and said, "The client who you've been working with on the previous project contacted us and told us you were willing to sell him some sensitive information for a price." My eyes widened, my heart practically thudding against my chest at this point. The papers showed screenshots of my secret communication with the client, where I clearly offered to leak information in exchange for money. The papers also had proof that I did it, because the emails were apparently sent from the location of the office, from my computer. "What is this?" "Mike, I'd never do such a thing." "Give me a chance to at least explain," I tried to say, before Mike interrupted me. "Jake, don't make this harder on yourself. Now, you can leave either with a severance package or without it, which already took a lot of strings to pull. Hell, you're lucky that I managed to convince the higher-ups not to press charges against you. The choice was clear here and there was no use arguing. They had strong evidence to go against my claim. I agreed to Mike's terms, and by the end of the day I was out of the office, followed by the contemptuous glances and hushed whispers of my coworkers. I wish that's where everything ended, but when I got home I had an even bigger surprise. I opened my front door to find my apartment completely ransacked. Furniture was ripped, with sponges strewn all over the place, dishes were smashed on the floor, the TV and other objects were overturned, etc. It looked like there was earthquake there. I called the cops immediately, and they showed up within minutes. After a brief search, I realized that nothing of value was missing, and they found no signs of forced entry. "Do you have any idea who might have done this?" one of the officers asked. I thought for a moment, and the idea occurred to me that Maria could have been responsible, but I had no clear evidence to assume she would go to such extreme lengths, despite being as crazy as she was. It did make sense that she would do it, though. She vowed to make my life a living hell, and the past few days have been a string of unexplained incidents. I was about to give the officer the name of a potential suspect when the other police officer emerged from the bathroom. "Turn around and put your hands behind your head," he said. "What? What's going on?" I asked. The officer raised a small transparent bag with little green lumps up to his face. "You're under arrest for marijuana possession," he said. "Sir, don't make this hard on yourself. We can do this in 2 ways. You don't want to be charged with resisting arrest." I complied, my brain spinning a million miles an hour. As they escorted me out of my apartment, my gaze fell on a tiny note in front of the entrance. A note with an all too familiar lipstick imprint on it. "See you soon, Maria." This couldn't be happening, I kept telling myself as I was put in the back of the cruiser and taken to the police station. It took a week until I had my court hearing and was granted bail of $3,000. It would have been a misdemeanor charge, but the amount of marijuana exceeded it just by a little, and I was sure that whoever framed me calculated it scrupulously. At the time, I didn't have such money, so I called Matt to help me out. I felt bad for calling him like this, especially given the fact that he and I only spoke once briefly since the party, but he was more than happy to help me. When he finally arrived to pick me up, he shook his head, but smiled. "That wasn't mine," I said. Matt laughed. "Yeah, innocent man, I get it. I totally don't have some on me right now," he winked. "I'm serious, Matt. I was set up by Maria." "Who?" "Your friend Maria. You know, the one who I hooked up with at the party and dated for a month." Matt frowned for a moment before snapping his fingers and saying, "Oh right, the redhead. That chick was hot, man. Too bad things didn't work for you two. Hey, would you mind giving me her number so I can try and charm her? I mean, you guys are through, so you don't mind, right?" I stared at Matt in bewilderment. Something was very wrong here, I said. "Nope. I thought she was your friend, man." My head started spinning again. Who the hell was this girl, and what did she want from me? How the hell did she manage to sneak into the party without anyone noticing, especially with her prominent features? I thanked Matt for everything he did and promised to pay him back as soon as I had the money. As soon as I got home, I unblocked Maria's number and texted her. "Well, are you done now, you fucking psycho? You embarrassed me in front of my friends and family, got me fired and arrested, and ransacked my apartment. Leave me the fuck alone, you bitch." It felt good sending that text, although I wanted to say that to her face even more. Her reply came through in a matter of minutes, and I'd be lying if I said it didn't make me feel uneasy. "See you soon," it simply said. I spent the next 2 days cleaning up my apartment and looking for a new job. It was inevitable that I would need to move out, especially now that I was jobless, so I wasn't too concerned with Maria finding me. One day during the week, I went for a walk in the park to clear my head and get my mind off things. It was a nice day, and the park was tranquil, with people walking their dogs or taking a stroll with their kids. I sat down on a bench, closed my eyes, and enjoyed the pleasant breeze and silence. "Hi, Jakey," I heard an all too familiar voice to my left. I jerked my head in the direction of the voice, and there she was, standing right in front of me, with a wide smile on her face. Maria, I stood up, feeling my heart beginning to race faster. What the hell do you want from me? What do you want? Nothing. I was in passing and just wanted to say hi. Well, see you around, she said in a nonchalant way, waving her fingers at me before turning around. This made me mad. To ruin my life like that, and then just pretend like everything was okay, filled me with boiling rage. I stood up and grabbed her by her wrist violently. Don't you walk away from me, you bitch. She turned around to face me, giving me a suspiciously seductive glance, before saying, Careful, Jake, careful. There are people around here. And you wouldn't want the judge to receive a video of you violating your temporary restraining order, would you? Her eyes widened and her smile dropped, expressing palpable fear on her face. She tried breaking free as she screamed, Let me go. Please. Don't hurt me. I let her go instantly, as if being burnt. The nearby people glanced in our direction with confusion, and I could see some of them reaching for their phones, curiously observing the situation. Restraining order? What are you talking about? I asked, keeping my distance from her. She smiled again, making me want to strangle her. The judge was so cooperative. When I came to him with tears in my eyes, and when I showed him all the texts of the threats you've been making towards me, he immediately took pity. She giggled and twirled her hair around her finger playfully, before saying, You still have a chance to make it up to me. Despite causing me so much pain and suffering, I still love you, Jake. I'm willing to take you back. You're fucking crazy, I said, and turned around. Stop. Jake, she said so sternly that I felt compelled to turn back around and face her. She said, Dib, you don't want to leave, trust me. Because if you do, you're going to be charged with rape. I was about to interject, but no words came out. She continued, If I go to the judge and tell him you raped me, do you think they'll take my word for it? She pursed her lips, staring at me. What about if they happen to find evidence of my rape? Say, an extragenital injury? Say, your DNA? What do you think would happen then? I opened my mouth, dumbfounded. I couldn't describe what I felt at that point. I was a mixture of scared and angry at the same time. I felt like I could stomp Maria's head over and over, until all that remained of her was a bloody mess. But she had me by the balls. She took a step closer and put her hand on my cheek. Jakey, she said, I told you that you would beg me to take you back. So, get on your knees and start begging. I looked around, futilely searching for a familiar face to help me. Most of the people were already gone by then, and it was only Maria and I, with an occasional passerby. I had no doubt that she was ready to do everything she mentioned in order to get what she wants. Jakey, don't make me ask twice, she crossed her arms. I felt tears streaming down my face by this point, as I slowly lowered myself to my knees and looked up at Maria's stern face. Forgive me, I said. What was that? I can't hear you, she said, leaning in and looking like she could hardly contain her laughter. Please forgive me. And she said, her face very close to mine now, her lips contorting into a conniving smile. Please forgive me and take me back, I said, sobbing. Stand up. Look at me. Look at me, Jake, she said, and I obeyed immediately. Do you love me, she asked. Yes, I said, moving my gaze away, too humiliated to look at her. Hey. I didn't say you could look away, she said. I looked back and she smiled. It was that same smile from the night when we met, a heart-warming illusion of a smile that could lure any man into Maria's deadly trap. Do you promise to always love me and do as I ask, and never have any female friends again? I promise, I said. She hung her arms around my neck and kissed me. She then hugged me and whispered into my ear, Shay, it's okay. I forgive you, Jakey. We're going to be so happy together. I met with Maria in our usual cafe the following day at her request. I didn't even try to make an excuse and dodge coming, because I knew she would find a way to blackmail me. When I arrived, she was already there, scrolling on her phone. She wore a cropped pink top and jeans, and upon seeing me, she smiled widely and stood up to meet me. She passionately kissed me and whispered, "I missed you, Jakey." "Did you miss me?" "Yes," I answered like a docile animal, too afraid to hesitate. Had this been the time when we just started dating, I would have been absolutely stunned by her gorgeous appearance. But now, as I looked at her deceptive smile and dishonest eyes, I felt disgust. I could hardly even stomach the thought of being in her presence, let alone being intimate with her, but it had to be her way. "How was your day, sweetie?" she asked. "It was good." "I didn't really do anything special," I said, glancing around the place, trying to catch the attention of the waiter. "Aren't you going to ask me about my day?" she said, tapping her fingernails on the table, producing a hollow sound with each tap. I haven't been with her for a full minute, and I already managed to piss her off. How the hell was I going to survive a relationship with this psychopath? "Yes, I'm sorry." "How was your day, baby?" I smiled and asked, to which her tapping stopped. "Well, just another typical day at school, you know. I had one kid scheduled for a conversation, but he never showed up. I'll have to contact him to make sure he's okay though. I'm really worried about him since he's feeling depressed." She raised her eyebrows in a sorrowful manner. "You lying, two-faced bitch," was all I could think to myself as I nodded and agreed with her, encouraging her to leave the kid alone until he felt comfortable to talk about his situation. Normally I would have advised differently, but right now being depressed sounded way better than being near this lunatic. "So, are you looking for a new job?" she pompously asked, taking a sip of coffee. I stared at her for a moment in confusion, and when she saw that, she put down her mug and said, "You know, because you got fired from your old job, it's such a shame. You really seem to enjoy working there. But I believe you're going to make up for the mistake you made at your old job. I believe in you and will support you until the end, Jakey, because that's what good girlfriends do." She smiled and reached across the table, putting her hand on mine. I smiled back, holding within me the urge to shout at her. We spent another 20 or so agonizing minutes talking about random things when my phone buzzed on the table. I picked it up to read the message and noticed Maria greedily glancing at the screen. When I saw who the message was from, I silently started praying that Maria didn't see it, but my hopes sank when she spoke up again. "Jake, I thought we've been through this already." When I looked at her, she had her arms crossed and was frowning at me. "What do you mean I played dumb, closing the message and putting the phone in my pocket?" "You know what I mean. We agreed that having friends of the opposite sex is not right for someone who is in a relationship. And last I checked, Federica was a girl." "Maria, please. Federica has always been a good friend of mine. I can't just ditch her after all these years. Jake, I'm trying to be supportive. I really am. But it's so hard to do so when you're constantly hurting me like this." Tears started welling in her eyes, and her voice started to quiver, gradually becoming louder. "I can't be supportive of it when all I can think of was that day when you left me to be with her. How am I supposed to believe that you wouldn't do it again?" She was practically screaming at this point, tears streaming down her face, much to the bewildered glances of the other guests. She buried her face in her hands and started sobbing. "Maria, please stop." "No, I won't stop," she said between sobs, before slightly calming down and continuing, "If you won't do anything about it, then we'll just have to go our own ways, Jake. But I'm not sure what your path would entail." She stood up, picked up her purse, and put it over her shoulder. "Maria, wait. I'll do whatever you want. Please," I said. She looked at me with hesitation, wiping the tears and ruined makeup off her face, before sitting down and leaning on the table. She said, "Call her now." "What?" "Call her and tell her never to contact you again." "Maria, call her, or I'm leaving." I glanced around the restaurant, realizing that most of the people were sneaking glances in our direction, moving their gazes away when they met with mine. Well, Maria's unrelenting gaze was on me so intently that I felt like it would burn a hole in my head. I pulled out my phone and dialed Federica's number with trembling hands. After 2 rings, she picked up. "Hey, Jay," she said jovially. "Hi, Federica," my somber greeting contrasted hers. "Is everything okay?" Jake, she could immediately sense that something was wrong. Of course she could. Even after a long time of not talking, she knew me better than I knew myself. "Jake, are you still there?" she asked, when I failed to respond. Maria incessantly stared at me, slowly tapping her fingernails on the table again. "We can't be friends anymore," Federica, I spat out as quickly as I could, feeling uncomfortable with the words. "What?" "Jake, I don't understand." "Don't ever call me again," I said, and hung up. Before she could respond, I put my phone in my lap and stared at it as it started to ring with Federica's name on the display. "Block her," Maria sternly said, still staring at me with her piercing look, her lips stiffening into a thin line. I declined Federica's call and did as Maria asked. I also blocked her on all social media, and once it was done, I gently placed my phone on the table and looked Maria in the eye. Her expression had shifted entirely from an angry one to compassionate. She stared at me with what looked like pity as she put her hand on mine again and said, "I know this was hard, baby, but it was the only right thing to do. You only need me in your life, no one else. I will make you happy, I promise." She tightened the grip on my hand and I returned it, giving her a vague smile. A moment later, she pulled back and leaned in her chair as she said, "Now that we got that vermin out of the way, I wanted to talk more about a serious matter." Her face flashed with a wide grin as she cheerily said, "Jakey, I think I should move in with you." I opened my mouth to say something, but I frankly didn't know if I should object, find an excuse, or agree. "What do you think?" she said as she took another sip from her mug. "Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's not such a good idea right now. I'm jobless after all, and when the landlord sees what you did to the apartment, I thought you'd be happy about us living together." "I would. I awkwardly said. "Good. Then it's settled. I'll bring my stuff around tomorrow." She took a sip of her coffee. "Oh, and please try to clean up the apartment. The last time I came to your place, it was a mess and I don't want to be welcomed with things that need cleaning." I smiled, imagining pummeling her over and over. "I'm so excited," Jakey, Maria exclaimed. Sure as shit, Maria was there the next day. I had started cleaning, and she was less than happy to see that the apartment was still a mess, despite the majority of it being taken care of. She was frustrated and started taking it out on me, calling me an incompetent half-man, but I ignored her remarks. This sort of life was not going to work. I had to find a way to turn the tables. Having Maria move in was agonizing. Not only did we spend a lot more time together, but I had to be careful about leaving my laptop unlocked, since I was sure she'd go snooping around. Living with her was utterly unpredictable, too. Some days she'd come back home in a great mood and would shower me with love and attention, while other days she'd be irritated, scolding me and shouting over anything I did wrong. As much as I hated any kind of contact with her, I preferred the first option. The only good thing that came out of this was the sex. I was a lot rougher with her than usually, and even though this was good for both my mental and sexual frustration, it was even better that Maria enjoyed it too, so she couldn't tell that it was my way of channeling anger. Or maybe she could, she just didn't care. Either way, the first few days of her moving in, I barely had any time to spend alone and think about things. But as the days went by and she mentally started exhausting me, I started to consider ways to end all of this. One day, we went to the movies and decided we'd grab dinner afterwards. While I was buying the tickets and popcorn, Maria sat in the back at a table drinking soda. "Jake, is that you?" the young lady who worked there asked. I immediately recognized her as Helena, my high school classmate. "Helena, hi, so good to see you," I smiled. "I didn't realize you were back in town." "Yeah, just working in between before I got back on the next cruise. You know," she chuckled. "Well, good for you. How is working on a cruise ship? Anyway. Great. Lots of work, but I like it. Plus, it really helps because my little sister needs to have college funded, and since our parents are gone, she shrugged. I'm so sorry to hear that. What about you? Is that your girlfriend back there? She shot Maria a glance and smiled. Ah, yeah, I said, dodging a lengthier discussion about my psycho girlfriend. Hey, I'd love to talk more, but I got other people waiting here. So how about we catch up soon, she asked. I nodded, took my popcorn, and went back. I noticed Maria staring in my direction intently with a serious expression on her face. You sure took your time talking to that girl, she said. That's Helena. She and I went to high school. I said she actually works as a waitress on a cruise ship, but takes a break between tours. Sounds boring, Maria said, while staring at her phone. Yeah, but it pays well. She wants to pay for her sister's college. Whatever. Can we go see the movie now? I sensed Maria's aggression, since she was rarely subtle when she got angry. I knew we would have a problem with this later, and unsurprisingly, while we were in the restaurant eating dinner, Maria spoke up after being quiet for over an hour. Jakey, do you love me? Of course I love you, Maria, I said, reaching across the table to take her hand. And are you planning on hurting me in any way, she asked, ignoring my hand. I brought my hand back and frowned, saying, What? No, what would you say something like that? All right, good, she said as she took a bite of her food because, if something were to ever happen to me, it would be a bad thing. For you, I mean. And I really can't stand the thought of you getting hurt, baby. I pretended to pay attention to the content on my plate while slicing my steak. I chose not to respond, and we spent the remainder of the dinner in silence. I had a horrible gut feeling the whole night and the following morning when Maria left for work, but I couldn't really tell why. It just kept nagging at me, warning me about something. Maria came home later than usually that day and was in an unexpectedly good mood. I tried to stay on her good side for the remainder of the night. The next morning, I almost threw up my breakfast when I read the news. Movie theater employee found dead. There was a picture of Helena on the headline. Although the details were not disclosed, it was stated in the article that Helena had been found dead near her apartment and that the police are actively searching for the killer. My first thought was, it must have been Maria, who else? But was she really capable of doing such a thing? Was she really going to such extreme lengths with her jealousy that she would kill anyone who even made mere small talk with me, even if it was a high school friend? Tears welled up in my eyes when I thought of Helena's younger sister, who was already without her parents and now lost her sister. It was really the stakes have been raised, and I had to up the ante myself if I wanted to have even a slight chance of making it out of this hell of a relationship. I spent the following days in cafes, pretending to look for work, while actually devising a plan to get Maria off my back. She was obviously smart and thought this through to the end, step by step. I knew that the only way for me to compete in any way was to play her game. But how could I do such a thing? I didn't have the mind of a psychopath. I didn't even know where to begin to set her up. The one thing I could do was bide my time and build trust with her, until she fell into a false sense of security. But what then? I could use a recorder to try and get her to confess everything, but my recording in court would be weak at best, against her DNA proof or whatever else she had in store. I spent hours every day planning, and came up with nothing, so I'd go home and wallow in my self-pity. This one day I came a little earlier from the cafe, around 2 p.m. and Maria still wasn't home, since she usually doesn't arrive until about 4. I was about to make lunch when I heard the doorbell ring. I opened it, and my eyes widened when I saw who was standing in front of me. Hi, Jake, Federica grinned shyly. Federica, what are you doing here? I told you not to contact me again. Jake, you need to talk to me. What is going on? Listen, you need to leave right now, I urged her. Jake, we've known each other long enough for me to know when you're in serious trouble. I'm not going until you tell me what's going on. I hesitated for a moment, afraid that Maria may be lurking right around the corner. Eventually, I gestured for her to come on in. She complied and we went into the living room. She stopped in the middle of the room and spun around to face me, with a look of judgment on her face. "So, what is it?" she asked. I sighed and looked down, shaking my head. "I really can't talk about it." "Hey, look at me." She took a step forward and put her hand on my cheek. The gesture disgusted me, as it painfully reminded me of something Maria would do. We've known each other for years, and we've been through hell and high water. "Whatever this is, I'll help you." "I promise," she said. I sighed once more and looked her in the eye. I really needed to tell someone. I've been bottling it up for so long. "It's Maria," I said. "What about her?" She stepped back and looked at me curiously. "She's blackmailing me. She's got evidence against me for crimes I didn't even commit. I mean, geez, she framed me and got me arrested a while back for drug possession. The girl's a psycho." "Jesus," Federica said, now staring at me with wide eyes. "I have to do everything she tells me." I shrugged. "Well, Jake, we can't just sit on it and let her have her own way. We have to find a way to." Federica started, and her eyes trailed behind me, growing even wider. "Have to find a way to." What a female voice came from behind me. I spun around and there stood my girlfriend. She had a disturbing grin on her face stretched from ear to ear, and she stared directly at Federica, with her shoulders tense. "Jakey, what is she doing here?" Maria asked through her grin, turning her gaze towards me. "Maria, I can explain." "Federica had nothing to do with this," I said, holding out my hand in a stop sign. Just then, my eyes fell on a glint in Maria's hand. She was holding a knife. "Maria, baby, let's just calm down here." "All right." I stepped back in front of Federica. Maria took a daunting step forward, still grinning like a crazy person. As she did so, her step turned into a walk. "I told you to cut all ties with her, Jake." "Hey, Jake and I are leaving," Federica said, as she stood next to me, "and we're calling the police." Maria raised the knife and rushed at Federica while screaming. She fell on top of her, knocking over the coffee table and the decorations on top of it. "Maria, stop!" I rushed and grabbed her from behind. She swung her knife and cut my forearm, making me recoil in pain. As I did so, I tripped on something and fell, hitting my head on the wall in the process. My vision got blurry and I struggled to regain my composure. Through my blurred vision, I saw that Federica and Maria thrashed against each other, both girls screaming, and then it suddenly stopped. Federica gasped loudly in horror, and it took me a moment that the knife had made its way into her chest. "I told you to leave him alone. He's mine." "Mine." "Mine." With each sentence, Maria drove the blade into Federica's stomach, each new stab spraying blood all over the place. "Maria, no," I shouted, slowly propping myself and trying to stand up, but losing balance. Federica desperately tried to hold Maria back, but her strength was waning with each stab, and in a matter of seconds, she stopped resisting altogether. Her arms fell limply next to her body, and her head turned in my direction, her eyes staring vacantly as blood slid from her mouth. That didn't stop Maria, though, as she continued stabbing over and over with screams, making Federica's now lifeless body twitch at each stab. I rushed to Maria and tackled her. She screamed hysterically, demanding that I let her go so that she can finish the whore. "Stop. Just stop. God damn it," I shouted, and she seemed to break out of her hysteria, ceasing all struggle and staring at me while panting. I took the knife from her limp hand and stood up, turning to face Federica. It was even worse than I assumed. My friend had so many stab wounds that it was impossible to even count, some of them even going into her neck. A large pool of blood already formed around her body. I grabbed my head with both hands, panic overtaking me. "Oh God. Oh God, no," I said over and over. "Look what you did," Jake, Maria said in a calm tone. I turned to face her and saw her covered in blood from head to toe. She had a menacing look in her eye as she stared directly at me. "Look where your selfishness got your friend. This is your fault." Why did you make me do it, Jake? Why she became hysterical again, her mad look turning into a desperate one as she started crying. We have to go to the police, I said, panting myself. Oh, really? Maria suddenly stopped sobbing. Your fingerprints are on that knife, and you're covered in blood, Jake. If you go now, there's going to be enough evidence to convict you for life. Marijuana possession, then breaking your temporary restraining order, raping me, and now killing your friend. You really think it's a good idea to go to the police, you stupid fucking idiot? Ha! I looked at the knife, and then at Federica's lifeless body once more. Tears formed in my eyes at the sight of my best friend being gone in an instant, just like that. Well, Jake, Maria demanded, if you want, I can call the police. I can easily pretend to cry. She buried her face in her hands and said while weeping, "It was horrible, officer." I tried to stop him, but he pushed me away and just continued stabbing and stabbing and stabbing. He has hit me before and I was too afraid to leave, because I didn't know what he was capable of. She sobbed violently for a moment, before stopping and looking up at me with a satisfied grin on her face. "So, what do you want to do, Jakey?" she asked calmly. I closed my eyes and dropped the knife. The rest of the day was a blur. Maria and I spent a long time cleaning the apartment, until it was seemingly spotless. I left the living room at one point to wash my hands, and when I came back, the knife was gone. It was foolish of me to leave it with her, because now she just had extra evidence to use against me. As for Federica, Maria took care of her. She carried the dead body into the bathroom and brought a hacksaw. After what felt like hours of listening to agonizing hacking and snapping, Maria left the apartment with a few full trash bags and was gone for hours. I was pretty much on autopilot by then, just cleaning the remainder of the mess. When Maria came back, she hugged me and said, "Shay, everything will be all right, Jakey. We'll get through this. We only need each other. Why don't you sit down and relax?" I complied and slumped onto the sofa, exhausted physically and mentally. I threw my head backwards and closed my eyes, while Maria sat on the floor next to me, stroking my hand gently. I was so tired. "I know you didn't mean to hurt me, Jakey," she said. "I know you love me, but I still have to punish you." I felt unimaginably sharp, burning pain on my hand, and I screamed, instantly opening my eyes and pulling away from Maria. What I saw made me scream even more, not so much in pain, but in terror. The little finger on my left hand was missing, blood running from the stump. I looked at Maria and saw her holding my bloodied finger in one hand, and in the other, a pair of kitchen shears stained with blood. I stood up, holding my hand, the pain only now starting to fully get to me. "What did you do?" I shouted, taking a step back. "Jake, don't move. You'll get blood everywhere again, and we just finished cleaning. Call an ambulance." I was in full-blown panic by now, but Maria seemed unfazed by the whole situation. "You knew this was going to happen," she said calmly. "I told you to cease all contact with Federica, but you wouldn't listen." "We need to call an ambulance," I said, panting and already covered in blood, all the way down to my elbows. "They might still be able to reattach it." Maria seemed to get pissed off even more at this, but a moment later she shrugged and said, "Okay, Jake, you're right. Maybe they can reattach it. Go and take it there." She opened the window and chucked my finger out, much to my horror. She sat down on the sofa and pulled her cell phone out of her pocket, as if nothing happened. So I took that opportunity to run outside and look for my missing finger. After an hour of unsuccessful searching, I started to get dizzy and decided to visit the hospital instead. The whole time while I was being treated by the doctors, my desperation was turning into hot boiling anger. I was beyond mad and wanted revenge. I wanted revenge for Federica, for Helena, for my finger. If there was one thing Maria had that could be used against her, it was her short temper. I had to use it to my advantage, and an idea started to clearly form in my mind. We were at home, eating dinner. I clumsily fumbled with my fork, trying to hold it steadily with my mutilated hand. Getting used to living without a little finger may not seem like a big deal, but it impacts your life more than you'd think. Not to mention that your grip becomes a lot weaker without the finger. I was going through bouts of depression daily, but I kept my eyes on one thing: destroying Maria. It fueled me and motivated me to continue living until she was either dead or in prison. And whichever one it was, it would happen tonight. So, I have something to tell you, she said, as she took a bite of her food. Oh yeah, what is it? I asked, staring at my plate. She put down her fork and knife and inhaled deeply. She said, I know you're probably not ready for this, but what? I asked, getting a little impatient. My initial thought was that she would demand to get married. I think I may be pregnant, she said, awaiting my response. I swallowed, trying not to show any distress. She was fucking with me, I was sure of it. Did she sense what I was about to do? I couldn't let her fuck with my head. Well, that's too bad, I said, taking another bite of my food, as if she had just told me the most mundane thing ever. I looked up at her, and her expression of curiosity turned into a frown. Excuse me, she asked with a raised tone. Yeah, it's a shame, because I have something to tell you. Too, I laid down my silverware and said, looking her in the eye, I met a girl. She stood up, knocking over the chair she was sitting on, and said, You what? Who is she? Maria, calm down. Getting hysterical won't help here. What do you mean, calm down? Tell me the name of the girl so I can kill her. You mean like you killed Federica and Helena? I picked up my silverware once more and took another bite of my food. You'd think I didn't know about that. You killed an innocent woman just because she happened to talk to me while I was buying popcorn. She was working to put her little sister through college, you murdering bitch. I raised my tone at the last sentence, feeling the rage taking me over once more. Maria looked at me with wide eyes before continuing. They deserve to die. And I'll do it to every woman that comes close to you. You're mine, Jake. I know, I calmly sighed, I know. That's why on the night you killed Federica, I went to the police. Her eyes widened even more, but I continued. I told them everything. About how you blackmailed me with false accusations of rape, how you killed Federica and probably Helena, and how you cut off my finger. They're listening to us right now. I unbuttoned my shirt and revealed the wires which the police officers have attached to me. The door burst open with a loud bang, and armed officers rushed inside. Freeze. Get on the ground and put your hands behind your head, they shouted. Maria spun around to look at them, and then faced me with a glint of such anger and hatred that it actually made me feel palpable fear. She grabbed the knife and overturned the table with a loud scream. I am warning you to stop, one of the cops shouted, but Maria ignored them. She ran right at me, and as she was about to stab me, I jumped on the ground and covered my head, and a series of loud bangs filled the air with ear-splitting amplitude. Cease fire, one of the officers shouted, and I dared to look up. Maria was on the ground next to me, strewn sideways, riddled with bullets. Her eyes were wide and her mouth agape as blood drooled out. You promised, she barely managed to utter before letting out a gasp and ceasing all movement entirely. Hey, you okay? The police officers helped me up, and the rest of the night was a blur of being interrogated in the police station. The night I went to the station, I told them about everything, and even though I was initially a suspect, they wanted to kill two birds with one stone, so I agreed to cooperate and help them convict Maria. They wired me and monitored me closely in the following days. The officers got enough evidence from the recording to confirm everything I said was true and let me go. The autopsy performed on Maria revealed that she was indeed pregnant, but I felt no pity for that fucking baby. For a while, I expected some evidence to turn up in the police station which would accuse me of rape, like Maria swore. But that never happened, which got me to the conclusion that she was probably bluffing the whole time. I still have PTSD to this day, and often wake up seeing Maria with a knife or kitchen shears standing over my bed. I stopped dating too, and I'm not sure I'll ever be able to get back into it. With the immense guilt I felt for allowing Federica and Helena to die, I turned to the bottle and stopped looking for a job altogether. One thing is for sure. Maria is gone, but I'll never be the same again. Story 3. My long-distance girlfriend wanted to video call me, and I don't think there will be another. About a year ago, I joined a Japanese culture appreciation club in my college as a person who had a love for the culture. I was assigned to show some traveling students the sights around the country, and that's how I met my girlfriend, Misaki. She was friendly and very eager to befriend me when we first met, and we kept in touch long enough for us to decide to test the waters a little. We kept video chatting and texting each other to maintain our relationship, and so far it has been working out for us. The first part may sound like digressing on my part, but I needed to get this out of the way because of what has been happening between us for the past week. So for starters, I managed to catch the dreaded coronavirus, so I had been keeping myself quarantined in my apartment until I got better. I've kept in touch with my family and friends, and reassuring them that I am fine and I will recover from it. Misaki was obviously one of them, and aside from my parents, she's been checking up on me the most. But then it got weird. Anyone who's ever known me for quite a long time knows I tend to go to bed around 9 p.m. Well, imagine my surprise to hear a ringtone at 11 p.m. I groan, still feeling weak from the sickness. I check who the hell was calling me at this time. Imagine my surprise to see Misaki's name on the caller screen. I answer it, putting the phone on loudspeaker. "Hello," I spoke out. "Lawrence," she called out in a heavily accented voice. "Hi." "Misa-chan, why are you calling me at this time?" I asked, a bit annoyed, but I did not want to shun her immediately. "EHA, can we video chat please?" Misaki asked, though I silently groaned to myself. "Can't this wait until tomorrow? Please. It's really important," Misaki pleaded, and I did eventually relent since this did sound very urgent. I booted up my laptop and launched the messaging app, immediately entering video chat mode to see Misaki already at the computer. "So what is it?" I yawned as she seemed rather pensive about something. "I want to teach you to make an ofuda." Ofuda being those protective talismans hung around the house in Japan for protection of the household. It was really suspicious since I never even heard of a daiwai ofuda, which as far as I can recall, is about the equivalent of making holy water from a faucet. Now I asked. I had to stay awake for this crap. Apologies for the bluntness. Is this really urgent? Please. I know it's a bother, but please do it with me, Misaki pleaded. I was sleepy and sick, but I could have caught a hint of desperation in her voice. I sighed and nodded, being compliant, and hoping this was something good. Misaki sighed in relief. "Okay, you won't regret this." She sighed in relief, as she then took some materials and showed them to me. "You need brush pen and Japanese paper." Misaki showed to me the tools I needed. "You still have art materials I mailed you?" "Yes," I groaned as I took them out from under my bed. "Okay, good. Now I want you to choose from any of these ofuda and write their character down on your piece of paper," she instructed, though she seemed to be in a bit of a rush. It was only 11:30 p.m., so I wasn't sure what the hurry was. "If you're in a hurry, we could." No, it's fine. Just pick one," Misaki said, irritated, though she really wasn't in any place to be irritated since she woke me up for this. But I chose one and showed it to her. "Okay, good. Now copy the characters onto your paper." I did as told, though my penmanship wasn't exactly the best, since I was an amateur at drawing characters, not to mention very sleepy and very sick. I replicated it as best as I could and then showed it to her. She nodded at that, audibly panting as I showed it to her. She still looked like she was in a hurry, but as if someone's life depended on it. "Okay, now do you have any holy items with you?" Misaki asked. "I have some holy water and salt," I think I yawned. It was 11:45. "Oh, okay. Sprinkle them onto your paper and say a shorter prayer. Are you sure? It's not Japanese." "Just do it, please," Misaki begged me again, as I relented yet again, taking the water and the salt from the altar and then sprinkling them over my crudely made ofuda, muttering a Hail Mary and a Glory Be. Not that I really believed in those, but those were the only prayers I knew. I wasn't sure what all this was for anyway, but if it made her happy, then I could keep this up a bit longer. "Okay, I'm done." Hang it on your window, Misaki instructed as I did just that, hanging the Ofuda on the curtains and then returning to my laptop. It was 11:55 by the time we finished. Misaki sighed as she looked at the clock behind her. She seemed rather exhausted by this herself, despite having to bother me for it. "Are you okay, Misaki?" I asked, though Misaki broke into soft sobs the moment I asked that. "I'm sorry about this. I'm just trying to save your life," Misaki broke down, though I still failed to understand what she meant. "There wasn't much time to explain to you, but please survive." Video freezes and gets cut off. I look at the clock, 12 a.m. I assume it was just an internet failure, since you never could trust these companies anyway. I close my laptop and immediately go to bed. Though as soon as I close my eyes, I can hear a soft tapping on my window. I ignored it for a short period of time, but the incessant tapping kept me from fully falling asleep despite my condition. I sat up from the bed, unable to sleep with that tapping on my window. I glanced at my poorly made Ofuda to see that the bottom portion of the paper was slowly turning black, and from the tiniest gap in the curtains, I could see wide bloodshot eyes staring right into my room. As soon as I saw those eyes staring into my room, I immediately couldn't sleep knowing whatever thing was out there trying to get in. I sat staring at the window, the maddening tapping still ongoing as I tried to make sense of what was happening. Not that I had much chance to contemplate that when I heard a knock on my door, the same monotonous rhythm as the tapping on my window. Something clearly was pulling all the stops to try and get to me. But even when I had locked it, the door seemed to be unlocking on its own, and the second latch on top of it was magically coming loose. I was not waiting for that door to open. I gulped as I looked at some of my spare Japanese paper. I barricaded the door with my table and got to work on another Ofuda, my hands shaking. I barely come up with one as I saw the door begin to open. I sprinkled salt on it and said a short prayer, this time to Buddha, because I was going to take any help I was going to get at this point, and then I hurriedly hung it on the doorknob. Just in time, since I saw a few gray fingers creep and past the small gap in the door. I was not sure it was doing anything, but the fact that I heard an unearthly screech from the other side and heard the knocking transform into hard pounding on the door meant that I probably either successfully protected myself or did something to piss it off, maybe both. I stayed in dead center as the cacophony of thuds and taps kept my heart pounding. For the first time, I had no idea what to do. I thought of contacting Misaki again, but my laptop refused to connect. I jumped into bed and under the covers and cowered, enduring the noises. I peeked out to see my Ofuda about halfway into becoming completely black. I looked at the clock. It was only 2 a.m. I had 4 hours until sunrise. I had to survive this. But hearing this while incredibly tired and sick was maddening. I wasn't sure if the thing was intentionally doing this, but every now and then it would go quiet. And when I would start to doze off, the pounding would continue and I'd get rudely awakened. I looked at my Ofuda, which was almost completely consumed in blackness. It was 5 a.m. and I saw the orange in the horizon. The things outside screeched loudly as the nightmare was almost over. The Ofuda had been used up and the monsters had free reign of entering. Not that it mattered, however, as dawn arrived, and whatever preyed on me had left me alone. Sleep deprived and exhausted, I collapsed onto my bed, sleeping for nearly the entire morning until I was rudely awakened by a ringtone. I growl as I get off the bed to see that it was Misaki calling me. I quickly answer it. "Lawrence." "Are you okay?" Misaki called as I sighed and replied, "Yes, I am. And you need to explain what the hell just happened." "Yes." "Sorry, video chat with me." "I'll say everything," Misaki replied, knowing she had a lot to tell me. I boot up my laptop, and though I'm still sick and sleepy, I listened as intently as I could to her story. After about an hour or so of explaining, I think I got the gist of what was happening. Misaki's family suffers from a curse that their daughters will never find a husband. It was an old family tale of a father who murdered his daughter named Ayaka for attempting to elope with a lover he did not approve of. With her dying breath, Ayaka cursed the family such that her vengeful spirit will come and claim the lives of anyone who would court the daughters of the family, lest they were willing to make a great sacrifice to save them. Of course, this was all very hard to believe, but considering what I had been through, it was the least of my problems. Why didn't she tell me? She does realize that she put my life on the line for being romantically involved with her. A flurry of questions raced through my mind as I felt dread and anger at this situation. I had been tempted to bring it all out on her, but I tried my best to keep calm and let her explain things first. Why didn't you tell me this? I asked Misaki, who was sniffling and sobbing from the other side. I was selfish. When you proposed that we be more than friends, I thought of telling you, but I also wanted to know what it felt like to have someone care for me as much as you did. Misaki choked up as I could tell that the guilt of condemning me to this fate was overwhelming her. I never believed in this curse until I received a fortune yesterday that you would die tonight. So I did what I could to help ward the spirit. But I've been only delaying the inevitable. I let her cry it all out as I still felt betrayed and angered by what she'd done. At this point, any wise boyfriend would have cut ties and hopefully escaped from the spirit's wrath. I was so angry at this, at being lied to, and her withholding the fact that I was going to die merely because I wanted to be more involved in her life. But for all the irritation and fear I felt, I couldn't muster up the anger against her. Despite the desperation I felt, compassion ruled in my heart. I didn't know what it was like to have to condemn someone I loved to be taken by a vengeful spirit, or be forced to become lonely for most of my life out of fear that whoever I loved would die. Regardless, I still resented being lied to as I adjusted myself in my seat. I have to go, I said abruptly. I didn't hate her, nor did I resent her, but I didn't want to see her at the moment. No, wait, Misaki clutched the screen from the other side, knowing full well what I was going to do. Don't leave. I'm sorry, Misaki, but I need some time alone, I said before exploding into a fit of coughs. See you. Laura, the video gets cut off. I didn't even feel like eating, not that it mattered anyway. Any more attempts to ward off this curse would just end with more stressfully sleepless nights and endless noises. If I was going out on my own terms. I wait until night and take down all holy symbols from the openings. I open the windows to give whatever was coming in an easy entrance, and I would be sitting right in front of it to accept my timely death. In that span of time, I received endless calls and texts from Misaki, who said a flurry of things from "I'm sorry" to "I can fix this." I didn't want to listen to her now. She brought this upon me and I was going to take it as graciously as I could. Before midnight approached, I sent a goodbye text to all my loved ones, vague enough that it could be interpreted as a goodnight text but can suffice as my last words as well. As I scrolled through my messages, I hit Misaki, who I didn't even think about texting during this span of time. I still felt hurt and betrayed from before, but it felt wrong to not send one to her, especially when I still felt something for her. So I decided to make a voicemail just for her. Misaki, you lied to me and condemned me to death. I should be furious, yet I can't find it in me to be angry at you. Funny how love works. Well, one positive thing that I could get out of this is the fact that if this ghost is really after me, and that means you did love me. And even if you lied to me and have been acting selfish this whole time, it still makes me happy to know that it was true. I end the voicemail and send it. If I was going to wake up tomorrow, I'd probably think it was cringy as shit, but may as well do things without regrets before I die. I wait until midnight, sitting in front of the window in deep, contemplative silence. As soon as the clock struck 12, I could see a hand crawling in through the window, and then the head of the lady, and then her entire grossly disfigured body come into my room. I was shaking in my seat, shivering in fear, as I wondered in my last moments what this thing was going to do to me. Instead, however, she extends a hand and opens it, showing a glowing blue flower that extended from her hand. It looked a bit like a forget-me-not. I raised a shaking hand and took the flower from the disfigured spirit, who simply whispered, "Someone holds much love for you," the spirit announced in a raspy voice before crawling backwards and disappearing into the night. As I sat there, dumbfounded at what happened and wondering what it exactly meant for me. And for Misaki. Today has been the most emotionally exhausting day ever, and I am not sure where to begin with it. Well, to start where I last left off, I had somehow survived an encounter with what I presumed to be the vengeful spirit that cursed Misaki's family. I noticed as well that my cough was suddenly gone. I was not sure what to do at this point, but the ringing of my phone disrupted my shock as I realized that I had been still getting messages. I looked at my phone to realize that Misaki had sent me one last message a few minutes before midnight. It was a video of her, crying in the darkness as I felt reluctant to play it. I steeled myself and watched the video. Misaki paced around the room a bit, crying to herself a bit as she seemed heavily burdened by what she was about to do. She then approached the camera, still crying but managing to compose herself to begin speaking. "Lawrence, I don't know if you're watching this, then if you are. Then my sacrifice worked, and your life is spared," Misaki said as she clutched her left arm. My eyes widened as I saw her become progressively pale. I said that the curse could be lifted with a great sacrifice, and I offered what I could, just so that you'd live. Misaki tried to hide the physical pain that was clear on her face as I saw her glance every now and then at her arm, as I could already tell the implications of what she had done. I saw tears roll down her face as she tried to muster a smile at me. "I'm sorry I lied to you and put your life in danger. I never wanted any of this to happen to us. I received your voice mail, and I wanted to say, knowing that you were happy with my love. Those were the best words I could hear." I panicked as her voice became progressively faint, her eyes losing their light, and the video cut off right there. No, this wasn't happening. I didn't want this. I would have gladly died 1,000 times over by whatever abomination than have this. I panicked. I needed to be there for her. I rushed over to book a ticket to Japan, but realized the country had been on lockdown, and thus any flights to Japan would be delayed until April. I smashed my table in frustration. I despised how helpless I was in this situation. I started throwing things and kicking them around. I was so angry, but my fit of rage was interrupted by the same disfigured entity, sitting on my window. I snarl and grit my teeth. Even ghosts at this point didn't fucking scare me. It was this fucking thing's fault that Misaki had to do this. If she was coming back for another round, I was more than happy to oblige. But instead, it pointed a finger towards the wall behind me. I turned to see a weird vision of what looked to be Misaki's room, with Misaki bleeding out on the floor. I looked back at the entity, her bloodshot eyes looking right into mine, as if threatening me to go inside. I swallowed my saliva and walked towards the vision, suddenly finding myself in Misaki's room. I immediately come to her side as I immediately tried to inspect what was wrong with her. I followed the bleeding towards her forearm, where she had carved symbols on her arm, before crossing a line over it. I tried to stop the bleeding, but there was so much blood on the floor. I feared that I was too late to save her. I listened for a pulse, but I heard nothing as I hung my head, whilst cradling her in my arms. This wasn't fair. I knew it was her fault, and thus it had been her responsibility to fix it, but it shouldn't have turned out like this. I should have been the one who died, not her. I didn't want her to die for my sake. I choked on my own tears as I tried to contain the despair I felt. I didn't know what I could do now. I closed my eyes and let myself sob over her body. Yet, as I kept my eyes closed, I felt soft, warm hands touch and caress my face. As soon as I open my eyes, I feel soft lips pressing against mine briefly. I look down and see Misaki, barely conscious but thankfully alive. I couldn't believe it. She was dead minutes before. Though I looked and saw the forget-me-not that I received, having found itself placed on Misaki's chest. Did the flower save her? I looked to Misaki, who was just as surprised as I was. "You're alive. You're here." Dare. As soon as we heard those words spoken in unison, we laughed together for a bit before sharing another kiss. With all the supernatural and fatal tension finally gone, the tension between us had dissipated, and somehow we both saw fit to laugh at our current predicament. Now that it was all over, we could finally collapse for a rest. I carried Misaki onto her bed and let her have her well-deserved rest after all these scares of death and possession. But as I let her down, she refuses to let go smiling at me, clearly inviting me to share it with her. A little flustered, I relented and stayed by her side until we both had our needed rests. Though that still did not prepare me for the shock that came from the following morning. When I woke up, I found Misaki packing many of her things into a huge bag, as if she were getting ready to travel. I watched her get her money ready, her clothes, her belongings, before she finally finished. She noticed that I was awake and questioning what she was currently doing. She gave me a soft smile and said, "I'll explain this over some coffee." You what I asked in absolute disbelief. I knew Misaki made her sacrifices, but I never expected to this degree. Yes, it was the only way. I'm afraid Misaki admitted, though she wasn't as bothered by it. She showed me her arm and the scars of the carvings she made. On record, Misaki Sato died from suicide at 2 a.m. in her apartment. We both looked at the television to see the gruesome scene of Misaki's suicide, the same horrific scene that I saw the night before. So what? Are you then, I wondered, touching her to see if she was intangible like some sort of ghost? I'm still human. Don't worry, Misaki giggled at my attempts to identify her. But I am essentially nameless now. No identity, no root. But why, I asked, raising an eyebrow. The terms of this curse were still very unreasonable. Well, yesterday I was rushing to find solutions to the problem, but a lot of my family from my father's side, where the curse came from, suggested I just let you die. But I did some digging and found an aunt that looked familiar yet was claimed to be dead, Misaki explained. Within the day, I managed to track her down to a residence where she lived under another name. She admitted to being a part of my family, but somehow spared her husband from the curse's wrath, to escape the curse. She appeased the spirit by shedding her family name and the bonds attached, so her daughters themselves are not cursed by the vengeful spirit. I see, and you did the same by etching your father's surname on your arm and then wiping it, I asked, to which she nodded. Yes, Ayaka is a vengeful spirit, but she is also a guardian of Elipers, Misaki smiled while taking my hand, though the pure cheesiness of this situation made me feel very flustered. And you are okay with this? Well, there's no going back now, is there? Misaki smiled as I sighed and shook my head. This was crazy. I was condemned to die. Now I was obligated to take care of her. Not that I hated it. I loved it, but I wasn't sure if it was going to be worth what she had willingly sacrificed. She was without name and had nowhere to go. What could someone like me offer her? But now was not the time to doubt. I had to rise up to the challenge, for her sake. I'll try my best, I nodded my head, to which Misaki excitedly clapped and gave me a hug, to which I returned affectionately. We both left the coffee shop to suddenly find ourselves back in my apartment, likely courtesy of the spirit. Misaki excitedly went into my bedroom and began unpacking, but things were not that simple, since she still needed to get a visa, as well as other important documents, if she wanted to live life here with me. I was wondering how I would adjust her to life in this country, since we needed a lot of the paperwork to be processed for her to become a citizen. But on my desk, I found an envelope filled with documents of Misaki's name and her new documents that certify her as a citizen of the Philippines. I sighed in relief as I came to Misaki, who had been excitedly setting up for our no longer distant relationship. I helped her set up her furniture and clothing, and right after, brought her out to dinner for our first date in the longest time. From the jolly look on her face, you would probably never even guess what she had lost. But I don't question it, and so as long as she's happy, so am I. We both went home tired and flopped into bed together. I looked back at my desk, where the envelopes were still placed. I immediately noticed something else placed on my desk that was not there before. A beautiful vase filled with forget-me-not flowers. Who's the worst, most despicable person you can think of? Jeffrey Dahmer? Ted Bundy? Louis Garavito? Pol Pot? Of course, you could make your own arguments for any one of them, or anybody else for that matter. Yet, all of these people have one thing in common. They're human. Preposterous people trying to act like monsters, either due to lofty, ridiculous ideals or some primal urge to revolt against society as a whole. It's quite the bizarre phenomenon. Yet, none of these admittedly sick people have truly fallen into the abyss. Perhaps they've stared down into it, dipped their feet in, but none of them have taken the plunge as a whole. Despite their efforts, they weren't able to separate themselves from their inherent humanity. But that's a good thing. They were relatively easy to take down. The bad news is that every once in a while, special cases will arise. In our circles, we call these individuals the void people, or just the voids. Individuals so far gone that they can hardly be considered humans anymore. The cause behind entities like these? Well, I wouldn't know. Nobody really does. Maybe they were born with that latent potential. Maybe they underwent some obscure supernatural transformation. Maybe their experiments gone awry. Aliens from another planet. Shit, maybe they're literal demons from hell brought here by some fool who just had to conduct some fucked up ritual. Who the hell knows? The only detail that matters is the fact that they exist. And dealing with them is more than a bitch. I'm sure you're familiar with the concept of max security prisons. Places where drug kingpins, terrorists, and prolific serial killers, etc. are sent. The place is meant to contain the worst amongst humans. Well, those are a joke compared to where the voids are kept. At a pair of undisclosed coordinates built in the underground of a tiny island somewhere deep in the Atlantic, there exists a prison unlike anything you could imagine. We simply call it the Chasm, a penitentiary for pure, unbridled evil. A collective evil that would surely yield humanity's extinction in a couple of months if it were allowed to run rampant in the world. Let me emphasize this a bit further. The individuals that require being held there are not merely criminally insane, they are criminally absolutely out of this universe fucking bonkers. Of course, you wouldn't know about any of this. Why would you? The government would probably sacrifice 1,000 children before they'd divulge a single detail about the place to a person without high enough clearance. But you know, that's just how they are. Before I came, there were exactly 32 being confined there, save for 2 that were still being actively pursued through the Brazilian underground and Russian tundra respectively. That was about all of them in the world. At least, we assumed that was all of them. Can't be sure about anything these days. Each holding cell was fortified to hell, specifically designed to counter and contain the respective void they were holding. If they managed to escape, there were 8 drones armed with Gatling guns, blades, grenades, and rockets waiting for them within a larger chamber. If they managed to break through that, then 20 guards in mechanized suits would have to step in. However, everybody understood the futility of that protocol. Those guards were getting slaughtered in seconds, regardless of the void they went up against. Maybe minutes if they're really skilled. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure why any of us regular guards are stationed here at all. Bureaucracy, I guess. Who knows what the government's thinking? If the situation were to ever get too drastic, then there was really only one feasible countermeasure in place. A last resort, so to speak. The higher-ups would have to call in something known as Task Force Void Nova Hammer, or TFVNH for short. I've never seen them in action before, nor do I know much about them. Not that I really want to, though. If you ever find yourself witnessing them in person, then that must mean you're having a bad day. So why am I disclosing all of this uber-classified information that would either get me killed or thrown in the deepest hole conceivable for the rest of my short life? Well, I'd estimate that there's about a 90% chance that I'm going to die by the end of today. And even if I do make it out of this fiasco, my life's never really going to be the same. So fuck it. Here we go. My day started out more or less normal. I was part of the unit guarding somebody named Jim Henninger. Well, that was his real name. Doesn't evoke a lot of fear, does it? That's why he had to call him something else. Since he used to be some psycho surgeon or something, we've dubbed him the Surgeon. Really creative stuff, I know. Standing at 5'171" cm, 135 lbs, 61 kg, we were all required to memorize their physical stats. He doesn't look like much. However, if you ever find yourself in the same room with him, no matter how big and tough you are, you're getting dissected or something. The main danger surrounding him stems from the fact that he seems to be able to teleport on will. 1 second you'll be staring at his dark, lifeless eyes, and after one blink, he'll disappear in a cloud of black haze. only to end up breathing right down your neck. For that reason, there's gotta be at least 10 sets of eyes on his monitor at all times. There's no way around it. If he's not being watched, he will escape. He's also kind of unkillable. No matter how many bullets you put through his head or blades you plunge into his chest, the guy just won't croak. And once he gets a scalpel in his hands. Of course, he's just 1 out of 32, and comparatively speaking, on the tamer side. With that said, my guard shift ended without any incident. Routine stuff. Following that, I went on break in the lunchroom with my buddy Sandu. Our conversations were usually pretty dry, but at least I can talk to the guy. It's hard to get along with any of the other guards. They're all just weird in one way or another. Anyway, lunch was usually the most enjoyable part of a working day in the chasm. What I didn't enjoy was the blaring fucking alarm and deafening, repeating automated voice blasting the word breach that went off right as I was about to take my chili out of the microwave. I could see Sandu's face drop at the disturbance. "You're fucking kidding me," he mouthed. Now, I'd only ever experienced one minor breach up until that point, and it was from the surgeon. I guess none of us were paying any attention that day. He made it about 8 miles off the coast using a stolen boat, racking up a total body count of 145 in his wake. It took 3 full days to wrangle him back, and 4 more weeks to fix all the damage he'd done to the infrastructure. That was all just one prisoner. If we were dealing with 3 or more, then our combined efforts as guards wouldn't have stood a semblance of a chance. There had only ever been one major breach in the chasm's history, in which 8 voids had broken out nearly simultaneously. It was also apparently the only time that TFENH had to step in. This was all around 12 years ago, long before I became a guard myself. The aftermath of that? I don't have high enough clearance to know, but I'm willing to bet that it was nothing fun. We did have a breach procedure. It was a lengthy document outlining exactly what we were supposed to do and where we were supposed to go. I've read it before, and it's fucking garbage. It's essentially predicated on the idea that we're cannon fodder, and that we're obligated to do whatever we can to contain the prisoners. If anybody actually followed the procedure, they'd die instantly. Well, what the hell are we supposed to do, somebody asked. They only got shrugs in response. Except for Sawson, that is. I fucking hated Sawson. The guy seems to believe that his life's an action movie, and that he's the invincible main protagonist. Our yell pussies, or what he screamed at the top of his lungs, with a stupid grin plastered across his face. We never get any fucking action. Let's fucking go. Before anybody could stop him, he picked up his rifle and swung the door open like the giant fucking dumbass he is. Since the alarm was blaring, we could hardly hear anything that was going on outside in the corridors. For that reason, we all rather shocked upon seeing Morgie the corgi standing right outside. Imagine some guy walking around wearing a dirty, giant, creepy dog costume. Now imagine that this guy is 7'218" cm, with a voice that's simultaneously deep, raspy, and childish. That's Morgie the corgi for you. I could see the bravado leaving Sawson's face the moment he laid eyes on the abomination in person. We'd only ever seen him through a screen before. Rough. I always hated it when people tried imitating dogs, but hearing it coming from Morgie was a bit different and a lot worse. Before Sawson could even put his finger on the trigger, his head was mashed into pulp. Morgie began pouncing on other guards, effortlessly crushing limbs with his oversized paws. He'd switch between running around on his feet and crawling on all fours. The last thing I saw before running out of the break room was Morgie forcing the remaining, horrified agents to play fetch with him using a stray arm. But of course, it's not like I managed to escape anywhere better. The entire place was in a fucking tizzy. The squad leaders were frenetic, attempting to scrap together some kind of suppression force. I couldn't understand why they were so delusional. Are we guards supposed to be badass? Fuck yeah. Due to our field prowess, we were specifically selected from the existing pool of CIA agents and military personnel to be dropped into this godforsaken place. Put us up against a trafficking militia, terrorists, etc., and we'll smoke them. But what we can't deal with are things that aren't supposed to exist in the first place. We watch creature features and slasher flicks with the inherent understanding that we're watching fiction, a type of visual catharsis for our inherent fascination with the dark and grim. It's not supposed to be real, and we have no idea how to act once we find it standing right in front of our faces. Not even us so-called elite agents. Like I said, I'm not sure why they even bothered keeping guards in the chasm to begin with. These were the thoughts that ran through my head as I bolted through the hellish corridors. At one point, I stumbled upon a crowd of guards leering over some rails. Shockingly, they didn't seem concerned in the slightest. "What the hell are you guys looking at?" I asked them. A guard I recognized as Fenton turned around. "This is gonna be sick," he grinned, gesturing for me to look below. I didn't even know where I was going, so I didn't realize that I'd wandered into the level right above the weight room. It was a sprawling gym with an abundance of the best equipment obtainable. But there was one guard that used it the most. Branko Petrovic, a Serbian-American whose oversized frame hardly makes any fucking sense. I swear, when I first met the guy, he couldn't have been over 7 feet. He's around 8 to 249 cm now. I'm not quite sure what kind of bizarre experiments they ran on him, but they sure as hell overdid it. Despite the alarms, he was in the middle of overhead pressing what appeared to be an ungodly amount of weight when one of the escaped voids wandered onto the weight room floor. It was Luz, standing at 6'188 cm, 205 lbs, 93 kilograms. Like all the other prisoners, the guy was a complete mystery. His mostly bare body was comparable to that of a bodybuilder's, save for the hundreds of gnarly scars decorating his skin. The more disconcerting part of his aesthetic was the fact that he only had one half of his face. The other half consisted of his exposed skull with some kind of red, electrical current running through his cranial bones. He had that same current running through his hands, which allowed him to savagely electrocute whatever organic material he touched, quickly rendering it into a pile of steaming black mush. I guess that my fellow agents didn't bother reading up on the prisoners they guarded, because Branko never stood a chance. It didn't matter if you were superior to Luz in terms of strength. One touch and you were gone for. The only practicable way to take him down was by using ranged weapons. And even then, that task was easier said than done. Branko grunted like the dumb meathead he is, before grabbing an Olympic weightlifting plate and chucking it like a frisbee at Luz. It connected, seemingly shattering his ribs, but it wasn't nearly enough to take him down. As soon as he rushed forward, the fight had been decided. Branko attempted to tackle him, a mistake so horrible that his whole body began twitching as his skin made contact with Luz's fingertips. The electricity spread through his giant frame, causing his vitals to shut down within seconds. In no time at all, he was reduced to a heaping mass of scorched flesh on the floor. He didn't even have time to scream. I could see the respective faces of my stunned colleagues drop as they witnessed what they likely deemed an improbable outcome. That's what they were. But truth be told, I was also an idiot for even bothering to stay. Not long after, the sounds of cracking bones and heavy footsteps began emanating from an adjacent walkway. Along with the rest of the agents, my gaze shifted towards what was sure to be another incoming menace. The locked, metal door to the corridor was suddenly dented from the other side. A big fucking dent, mind you. It only took one more blow to blast it off its hinges completely. Standing at 6'198 cm, 242 lbs, 110 kg, and arriving in a haze of blood, guts, and limbs was the slasher flick-esque killer colloquially known as Wirehead. In congruence with his name, his entire head, save for a single eye, was wrapped in rusty barbed wire. He wore a decrepit, old leather jacket and jeans, complete with a large pompadour on top, like an 80s or whatever high school delinquent. Everybody's main concern was the weapon in his hands, a large, iron bat wrapped in the same barbed wire on his head. If you didn't die from the impact, unlikely, the subsequent infection would surely get you. And don't ask us why we didn't take his weapon away when we contained him. We did. But somehow, someway, he got it back. These things really can't be helped. What the hell is going on? I thought. Breaches happened, sure, but it seemed as if every single fucking void had somehow escaped. How is that possible? In any case, I couldn't afford to think deep into it at the moment. As Wirehead began mowing down the mystified agents in his way, I found myself accidentally making eye contact with Luz from below. I nearly had a heart attack as I began pushing through the crowd. Even though I was implicitly certain of the fact that no other location within the chasm would have been much safer, I was still being driven ahead by my fight or flight responses, away from the immediate threat. It was kind of funny. I'd been through so many life or death experiences that my reaction to adrenaline coursing through my veins had been dulled. Well, it sure as hell got invigorated today. I guess that I wasn't paying enough attention to my surroundings, because right as I was about to climb a staircase, I felt an oversized arm slam into my chest, knocking me over in the process. I looked up to see another guard Cade leering down at me. Sure, I was happy it wasn't one of the voids, but Cade wasn't much more pleasant. "What you running for?" He shot me a smug grin. "This is a breach, isn't it? Why don't we do our jobs here and fix it?" "Oh, fuck off," I spat at him before trying to duck past. No luck there. He caught me by the collar and slammed me into a wall. He certainly had the weight advantage. Still, I didn't practice hand-to-hand combat just to be ragdolled by some asshole. I slammed my elbow down on his wrist, which managed to loosen his grip. I followed up with a knee to the stomach and then attempted to strike his neck, but then he caught my wrist mid-punch. "Nice moves," he said, in an obnoxiously sarcastic tone. He took his palm and rammed into my chin, nearly causing me to black out. In the meantime, Wirehead was getting closer. "Guess we'll have to take this up another time," he said. "Somebody's got to work around here." I had no idea what he was thinking trying to take on one of the voids, but I wasn't trying to see his delusions through in person. Still in pain from his bomb strike, I pulled myself up and began running once more, all while the sounds of carnage escalated around me. But there was a glaring issue. I had no idea where I was going. The exits were surely going to be blocked off from the inside. Do we have some kind of safe room? I thought to myself. No, of course we didn't. We were entirely expendable. They 100% expected us to fight these things head on, even though there was zero fucking chance of victory on our side. There was only thing I could do here. Survive until TFVNH showed up. Obviously that wasn't any kind of guaranteed reprieve, but my options were slim. Nevertheless, something rather surprising transpired. Amidst the cacophony of frenetic orders from our superiors, a familiar voice snuck in through my radio. "Hey, Jason, you. Alive." It was Sandhu. I picked up my radio and isolated his transmission. "Yeah, where are you, man?" "Block C. Got lucky and found something weird. It might save us, though." "Come on." Obviously, there wasn't much information there, but it was better than running around aimlessly. Thankfully, Block C was fairly close, so I was able to make it without running into another void. However, when I got there, it was still as chaotic as ever. I swiveled my head around, trying to spot Sandhu. I yelled into my radio, but his response was drowned out by everything around me. As I searched, I began sensing a perplexing, sinister pressure that made it feel as if I were sinking into the concrete beneath me. I hardly had to guess the source. It was Diaxic 9287 cm, LBS, kg. Diaxic was comparable in appearance to something you'd see in the corner of your room during sleep paralysis. A hulking, faceless figure wearing a sweeping black robe that jerked around in unsettling motions as he or she, who knows, walked. I wasn't sure how he actually killed people, mind you. As soon as anybody got within a certain distance to him, they'd freeze in place and begin bleeding from their eyes. And then, they'd just stay that way forever. Obviously, that wasn't something I was looking forward to. As I looked ahead, I could see some unfortunate guards already getting caught in his death zone. In an attempt to avoid a similar fate, I turned the opposite direction and began running. And then I nearly shit myself. Standing about 10 feet away was the undead Nazi 5, 173 cm, 143 lbs, 65 kg. His name essentially told it all. A man wearing a dirty and tattered SS uniform with a cracked gas mask covering his face. In one hand, he gripped his signature Kampfmesser 42 blade that was inexplicably unbreakable, no matter what the hell we tried doing to it. In the other, he held a flamethrower hose connected to a massive tank on his back, which sprayed out some kind of scorching, black flame that would supposedly yield pain beyond comprehension if you were ever to come into contact with it. You could say that I was stuck in between a rock and a hard place here. The only other way out was taking the plunge over the rail in front of me, onto massive scrambling bodies 50 feet below. Before I considered simply saying my prayers, I felt a hand tug at my sleeve from the side, giving me another heart attack. But this time, it was good news. For once, I looked over to see Sandu poking his head out from what appeared to be some kind of hidden door in the wall. "Let's fucking go," he whisper shouted, before pulling me in. He closed the door behind him, plunging us into complete darkness. "What the hell is this place?" I asked. Hardly expecting a detailed response, Sandu illuminated his face using his phone's flashlight. "Couldn't tell you, but it's kind of fucking crazy." I could hear the Nazi beginning to spray his flamethrower from out in the corridor. I suddenly wondered whether or not Diaxic's power would apply to other voids. In any case, it was better not to be in such close vicinity to them, so I followed Sandu. He led me down some kind of hidden hallway. The walk was rather long, maybe around 8 minutes, and I eventually found myself in what appeared to be some kind of surveillance control room. It was still dark, but there was an array of monitors giving off enough light to comfortably navigate around. But here's the strange thing. The place looked kind of haphazard. No chance it was being used by the higher-ups. The monitors were scattered around, connected by a mess of wires to multiple outlets spread throughout the room. There was also only one chair. "I guess this is beyond explaining," I said. "Yeah." "No shit," Sandu replied, before gesturing towards the monitors. "Check it out." What the fuck did we just find? I took the suggestion, letting my eyes drift over to the screens. What I saw would have been normal in any other scenario. Each monitor was streaming a different section of the prison, all displaying the utter carnage that was going on outside. The guards were being ripped to shreds. Some tried fighting. Most were running. But what they had in common was the fact that they were all being utterly obliterated by the voids. I could see the surgeon giving somebody a forced lobotomy, grinning like hell while doing so. At the same time, Mordi was chewing on a severed head like a toy. But then I caught something interesting on a screen below. It was Wirehead and Luz staring each other down. That's when a rather obvious revelation hit me. Of course, the voids weren't only going to kill the guards. They were sure as hell going after each other as well. That much should have been apparent from the beginning. I grinned, feeling some kind of obscure hope creeping into my system. That hope was only bolstered when I saw the Nazi utterly dousing Diaxic with a relentless wave of black flames, with the latter struggling to move forward as a result. Guess these bastards can be hurt after all, I thought to myself. But of course, my hope was merely transitory. I wasn't going to kid myself. Even if only one void was left standing at the end of everything, that just means it'll be the strongest one out of them all, and we can't stay in here forever. At this point, my future is uncertain at best. Maybe I'll get lucky, probably not. But in the meantime, I suppose I'll enjoy the show, see how things turn out. This place sure gives you the creeps, doesn't it? I couldn't disagree with Sandu's assessment of the bizarre room we found ourselves in. The monitors only illuminated the area up until a certain point. However, we couldn't see any walls, which meant the place had to be bigger than what could be seen, either by a little or a lot. We couldn't know unless we decided to venture further into the darkness. Neither of us took that initiative, though, keeping it a mystery. Still, it didn't feel like anybody was in there with us, so we allowed ourselves to relax a bit. I took the first sitting shift, lying back in the chair and focusing on the monitor that I deemed most interesting at the moment, Wirehead vs. Luz. Who was I rooting for? None of them. Nevertheless, I was morbidly eager to see these two horrific titans square off. Among us guards, we'd created an unofficial tier system, ranking each respective void in terms of the estimated threat that they posed. in comparison to each other. The tiers went as such: tornado weakest, tsunami, hurricane mid, earthquake, asteroid highest, imminent death, get the fuck out. They were also divided into subdivisions: high, low, mid, etc. With that said, Luz was around a high tornado while Wirehead was a mid tsunami. A glaring difference between them, but not enough that would make it impossible for Luz to win. "Wanna make a bet?" I asked Sandu, half jokingly. He chuckled. "You know my luck's cursed. But I guess if we don't make it out to here alive, then my debt's null anyway." Luz was more of a defensive combatant, so it wasn't surprising when Wirehead initiated the conflict. He twirled his bat around, still with remnants of guard flesh clinging onto it, in a near-mocking fashion at Luz. He was a delinquent. After all, Luz hardly reacted, of course. That's just the way he was. In response, he stepped forward, electricity flickering through his hands and up to his forearms. Wirehead followed suit, unleashing a big swing at Luz's head, which he managed to intercept with one of his forearms. Nevertheless, the wires still pierced his skin. Wirehead followed it up with a headbutt. This time it connected with the flesh side of Luz's face, slicing him up rather gruesomely. But despite his seemingly grievous injuries, he remained unwavering. That was the thing about Luz. He was incapable of feeling any pain. Like I said, his exact origins remained a mystery. But the one thing we knew about him for sure was the fact that he hailed from some kind of ancient clan residing in the Arctic Circle. In fact, he was the sole survivor of an incident that decimated his village, and he was hungry for revenge against the unknown force that did it. After taking the headbutt, Luz was now in striking range. He formed his fingers into an arrow shape and drove them into Wirehead's solar plexus before electrocuting his insides. Wirehead quaked in pain as he swung his bat in a frenzied rage, just about demolishing Luz's ribcage. No reaction from him, though. Instead, he took his other hand and wrapped it around Wirehead's neck. Any normal person would have succumbed to Luz's electrical shocks after a few seconds. But of course, Wirehead was no normal person. Despite blood pouring out from chest wound and the skin on his neck beginning to bubble, he picked Luz up by the torso and slammed him over the steel railing. He fucking broke his back. Even without sound, the mental audio of a spine snapping reverberated throughout my mind. Unsurprisingly, Luz didn't bat an eye. Wirehead went in for the kill, tossing Luz's body onto the ground before smashing until it resembled nothing more than a mess of bloody pulp and broken bones. But somehow, he was still alive. Among the gruesome pile, I could see an eye blink. Once Wirehead had exhausted himself from his relentless swinging, Luz took his chance. Using his one arm that hadn't been smashed to bits, he crawled over and grabbed Wirehead by the foot before scaling himself up to his neck. Once there, he drilled his fist into Wirehead's forehead, utterly shredding his own hand in the process. In the end, it was worth the sacrifice. He was able to electrocute Wirehead's brain, finally causing the behemoth to drop. So, I guess he won, Sandu said. I guess. I had my own reservations about calling Luz's performance a victory. By the end of it, all of his limbs and his spine had been shattered, and not an inch of his body wasn't hosting a series of deep cuts. The good side of his face had also been chipped away to the skull, leaving only his eye and half his nose intact. And yet, he didn't move with a hint of desperation or concern, calmly crawling away from the scene using his one mangled hand. I could still see the current flowing through it as well, a telltale sign that he was ready to pick up another fight. Nice. Comeback victory, Sandu said. I don't see him making it far though, not as a tornado tier. Yeah, but we made all of that shit up. Not like it means anything, I responded. Truth be told, I was nearly rooting for Luz at the end there. Something about his resilience resonated with me, as bizarre as it may seem. I scanned the rest of the monitors. While Wirehead and Luz were squaring off, the undead Nazi had burnt Dijksek to a crisp. On another monitor, Morgie playing around with a void corpse that I recognized as Death's Shadow. He chose his own name. 3 down, I muttered to myself. "Fuck, we got a big one coming up," Sandu announced. I followed his eyes to a monitor near the bottom of the room. He was right. This one was going to be good. Standing at opposite sides of the kitchen were
Trench 6 a 190 cm, 330 lbs 150 kg.
and Senju 5, EA 177 cm, 148 lbs 67 kg.
Trench was a silent entity dressed entirely in ancient-looking deep-sea diving gear, except for the head, which remained without a helmet. However, you couldn't get a glimpse of its face regardless. That was due to the fact that his features were completely distorted, so much so that if you tried focusing on the details, all you were getting was a nasty migraine.
On top of that, he was invisible in person. Let me explain. If he were standing right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to see him. The only way to get a glimpse of him was through secondary means, cameras, mirrors, etc., which made him all the more dangerous. As for how he killed people, it was either by brute force using his monstrous strength, or B, his death aura, as US guards have dubbed it. Similar to Dijksek's zone, once you were in his close vicinity, you'd feel an astronomical amount of pressure and get crushed on the spot, comparable to what you'd feel standing at the bottom of the ocean. But that's only if Trench wills it. Sometimes he'll turn the aura off and simply punch somebody's head off. For that reason, he was in the mid-hurricane tier. As for Senju, well, he was basically a psychotic, demon-possessed martial artist with supernatural levels of speed, strength, and agility. He apparently trained in the Wraith style, or the technique beyond human comprehension, whatever the hell those were supposed to mean. When he gets serious, his eyes will roll into the back of his head, and black veins will begin bulging out from underneath his skin. At that point, he'll be moving so fast that his motions become impossible to keep up with visually, and a single punch from him will be enough to completely vaporize a human head. But in all honesty, he's one of the least malicious voids out of the bunch. If you're weak like us guards, he won't even spare you a glance, granted that you stay out of his way. The only thing that he's really looking for are strong opponents to fight. But when he can't find one, he starts to get antsy. And then problems emerge. We've pegged him at a low hurricane. "Can Senju even see Trench?" Sandu asked. "I guess so," I responded. The question was worth asking, but I wouldn't have been surprised if Trench's aura invisibility simply didn't work on him at all. That seemed to be the case, since Senju decided to strike first. He rushed forward at an unfathomable speed, directing what must have been hundreds of strikes in succession at Trench. However, none of them fazed the obscure diver. I could see Senju's lips curling into a psychotic grin at the fact. He certainly found what he was looking for. The floor beneath him cracked as his eyes turned white and his grotesque veins began bulging. If we couldn't see his strikes before, it was beyond impossible now. He rushed forward, unleashing a maelstrom of lightning-like punches, elbows, and kicks against Trench. This went on for about 5 seconds before he was stopped in his tracks. Trench had grabbed him by the throat, still not looking any worse for wear in the process. I could see Senju mouth something to the effect of "what the fuck" before he was tossed into a metal fridge. It certainly appeared as if Trench was too much of a tank for him to handle. Nevertheless, Senju got back up and cracked his shoulder into place while blood leaked from his mouth. And then he seemed to let out a shriek. Crazy fucker, I thought to myself. What the hell did it take for somebody to become like this? At that point, he'd seemingly given up on technique entirely. Instead, he grabbed a handful of kitchen knives and began chucking them at Trench. While none of them pierced the suit, one of them managed to stick in his distorted head, which evidently dealt some damage. Trench flinched, before taking the knife out and throwing it back at Senju, who in turn caught it effortlessly. At this point, he was howling in what I assumed was some kind of fucked up sadomasochistic jubilation. He'd found the weak point. Senju rushed back at Trench, knife in hand, before slashing away at its face. Spurts of vicious, dark blue blood stained the kitchen floor, along with Senju's own face. Soon enough, the knife snapped, and Trench threw a desperation punch at Senju's temple. He managed to block it with his forearm, although I could see his bones cracking from the impact. He leapt back as his arm hung limp to his side, dodging a follow-up haymaker. Throughout everything, a grin remained plastered on his face. His veins were bulging out so hard that I found it hard to believe they weren't going to completely burst altogether. With one arm, Senju lifted a metal table and swung it into the side of Trench's head, nearly taking it off in the process. He wasted no time, grabbing a large frying pan and pouncing at his incapacitated opponent, knocking them both over in the process. He then took a position atop Trench's body, furiously slamming the pan onto his face. Martial arts. I could hear Sanu mutter. After what must have been 250 blows, the pan broke. On the ground, Trench's head had been obliterated no less than 50 strikes prior. Senju tossed the scrap metal aside and looked up at the ceiling, presumably screaming his lungs sore in sheer, combative delight. Well, looks like our tier system means fuck all, I chuckled.
Despite the morbid scene unfolding in front of us, Sandhu shared a laugh with me. We were at the point where the absolute absurdity and danger of the situation was beginning to fade from our senses. Hell, I suppose we were enjoying ourselves, as fucked up as that may sound.
We kept watching as Senju got up and stumbled around, evidently disoriented from both his injuries and successive fits of fighting spirit-induced rage euphoria. He took about 4 steps before his head exploded, throwing the two of us watching for quite the loop. Another figure stepped into the frame, whom we recognized as Satan Bot 6, 211 cm, 535 lbs, 243 kg. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine upon seeing him, somewhat snapping me back into reality. Despite his comical name, Satan Bot had to be one of the most frightening voids out there. I just couldn't understand what the fuck he was supposed to be. His body appeared to be robotic, but moved in ways that were too fluid for even the most sophisticated android, like legitimate metallic flesh. It was honestly maddening to look at. On top of that, he literally resembled the fucking devil himself. Reddish black scaly skin metallic shell, a mouth full of exposed, razor-like teeth, rectangular, slanted crimson eyes, a pair of large, mechanical wings, and a long tail ending in something that resembled a 3-pronged spear to boot. For whatever reason, he also had a rocket launcher atop his right shoulder and a Gatling gun connected to his left hand. No, these were not mechanical modifications. They were literally connected to his body.
He was unanimously considered one of the most dangerous voids residing in the chasm, rated at a high earthquake. Even if Senju was at his full strength, he wouldn't have stood a chance.
Oh shit, Sandu commented. I was hoping he didn't escape. Well, let's not worry about him for now, I said, turning my attention to another monitor. What my eyes landed on next was an utter massacre. Sitting atop a pile of guard bodies that must have eclipsed 6 feet was Hugo Wright, aka the brutal Bishop 6 at 189 cm, 200 lbs, 91 kg. Like his name indicated, he was dressed in a traditional vicar priest outfit. The only difference was the fact that the cross he wore around his neck was fashioned out of blades. The man himself had long, sweeping black hair and about 14 bags under both of his dead, blue eyes. It was unclear to us what his real motivations were. It's not like he really followed the rules of any religion on Earth, despite his outfit. He just went on long rants about the sin of natalism and the futility of existence, and how to reach a state of sanctity. We must first reach a clean state. Basically, he wanted to kill every sentient being on Earth, and then himself. He wasn't all talk, either. He was certainly strong. We rated him at a low hurricane. After praying to whatever fucked up deity he worshipped atop his pile of corpses, he slid down and began stalking the corridors for some more victims to fulfill his holy objective. Who he came across next couldn't have been more perfect. Kyle Silva, aka Vampire Cop 5, 175 cm, 176 lbs, 80 kilograms. Kyle was rather interesting, being that he was one of the most cooperative voids. In fact, he was the only prisoner that willingly turned himself in. His backstory was interesting as well, and of the few we actually knew about. He used to be a prolific, merciless Brazilian cop who patrolled the most dangerous parts of Rio. It was so much so that he earned a reputation amongst the criminal underground as the Reaper. But he was still only human. During one fateful mission, his entire unit was massacred during an ambush attack by about a dozen distinct gangs who were all unified under the same goal of taking him down. He was the only survivor, but was captured in the process. After being brutally tortured in a warehouse for about 5 hours, the lights suddenly went out. During this period of darkness, the only sounds entering his ears were those of carnage. Every single gang member was being obliterated by some unknown force. At the end of the bloodbath, he could hear footsteps slowly approaching him before a deep, raspy voice whispered something into his ear. "There's potential in you. Allow me to bestow you with an opportunity." He felt a sharp pain hit his neck before the hidden entity spoke to him again. "Fulfill your duty." And then he passed out. When he woke up, he found himself in his bed, with all the wounds from his torture session just about healed. All wounds except for one, a bite mark on his neck. His appearance had also changed drastically. Pale skin, dark eyes, and fangs. He'd heard about the stories, but could hardly comprehend that he'd become one himself. While he couldn't handle being exposed to the sun anymore, he found himself with superhuman strength and regeneration, which he used to brutalize criminals at night as a vigilante. However, it didn't take long for him to go too far. One night, he went into a frenzy, breaking into the house of a suspected rapist and killing everybody inside. Everybody, including the rapist's innocent mother and daughter. His resolve in regards to justice had never wavered, remaining strong no matter what he went through. For that reason, he could hardly live with guilt on his conscience and walked to the police station he used to work at, turning himself in to his former colleagues that all thought he was dead. Of course, the news spread quickly. That's when the CIA stepped in and transferred him over to the chasm. He put up no resistance. In fact, he deemed the chasm a place where he 100% belonged. Safe to say, he was a rather bizarre case. We still put him at a low hurricane, same as Hugo. On the monitor, I could see Cale's lips moving. Wanting to hear what he had to say, I began looking around to see if I could get some audio. It didn't take too long for me to find the volume control panel, which was located right under the middle desk. Thankfully, whoever set this weird place up took the liberty of labeling each switch with its respective monitor. I turned the volume up right in the middle of Cale's spiel. ... dangerous scum. I'm gonna have to dispose of you all before it's too late. Hugo's face remained expressionless. Scum. An apt description of the ones residing in this place. But I understand that you're also a man wrought with unforgivable sin. I'll treat you no differently, he responded. Kyle chuckled. Wouldn't expect you not to. He took a provocative fighting stance. Simon, Englishman, let's settle this. Hugo put a hand on his blade cross before muttering another prayer to himself. He looked up at Kale, his eyes now a deep crimson. The atrocities I commit are only in the pursuit of ultimate holiness. I hope you can understand that. Kyle grinned. Yeah, I get it. Crazy people are crazy. As he finished the sentence, he rushed forward in a quick blur, sinking his fangs into Hugo's neck. In turn, Hugo grabbed Kale's head and twisted, snapping his neck in what had to be the most gruesome manner feasible before plunging a fist into his chest. For the first time, Hugo grimaced. What's wrong with your heart, he asked, before retracting his hand, revealing severe burn marks. Kale twisted his head back into place before shooting Hugo a bloody grin. I couldn't tell you, buddy. They traded blows for a few more minutes, pummeling each other into oblivion. While Kale was certainly more skilled and had more tools at his disposal, Hugo possessed more raw power. Eventually, it came to a standstill. Kale had suffered upwards of 20 fatal injuries, forcing his regeneration abilities to the brink. Hugo was bleeding all over, had about 6 bone fractures, an eye gouged out and an ear ripped off. You're pretty fucking annoying, aren't you? Kale rasped out. Hugo bent over, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Likewise. In the meantime, their confrontation had drawn an audience. Coming in from an intersecting corridor was Infernal Gladiator 6 at 200 cm, 200 cm, 285 lbs, 129 kg. He was a high hurricane. Imagine an extremely buff zombie that was perpetually burning, clad in ancient gladiator gear. That was him. In one of his hands, he gripped a gigantic, flaming sword. In his other, he held 2 leashes, both holding respective voids at the neck, crawling at his feet like dogs straight from hell. One was the Freak 6208 cm, 253 lbs 115 kg, a slouching, humanoid monster with strange, flickering eyes and a grin that wrapped around its entire head. The other was the human-ish centipede 193 cm, standing height 372 lbs 169 kg, a centipede-like creature that had a vaguely human face covered in 6 eyes, with an iron muzzle obscuring the mouth area. It crawled on 10 colossal, veiny arms. They were both mid-tornado tier, not incredibly powerful. They were merely simple, aggressive beasts that possessed nothing but primal bloodlust and strength that was comparable to 3 wild bears put together. For that reason, they were easily converted into disposable weapons by the much stronger and more intelligent gladiator. "Fucking hell," Kale said upon seeing the trio. "That's fucking disgusting." "Bloody abominations," Hugo added. "Nothing but creatures that stain this earth." They both looked at each other and nodded, an explicit sense of mutual understanding between them. I suppose that a few of the voids teaming up should have been inevitable. "Oh boy, this is heating up," I said, turning towards Sandu. He didn't respond at first, instead looking as if he were trying to focus on something that wasn't the screen. "What the hell's the matter?" I asked him. "I think there might be somebody else in here. Don't turn around. Just keep watching. Pretend like you didn't hear it," he replied, hardly above a whisper. It's not like I had to pretend. Hear what? I thought to myself. Nevertheless, I'd never sounded more serious. I turned my attention back to the monitors while forcing my ears to be alert. About 10 seconds later, I heard it. It was soft for sure. I wasn't surprised that I hadn't noticed it up until that point. Somewhere in the darkness behind us, somebody was definitely trying to contain a giggle. It was a job easier said than done. And honestly, was it even a good idea? In my head, I ran through the list of potential voids that could have been lurking behind us. Of course, none of them were really ideal. Especially not the rowdy clown, whose laugh sounded hauntingly similar to the one we were hearing behind us. And then we heard it again. Louder this time. I muttered a barely audible fucking response. Realistically, if it did turn out to be one of the voids, putting up some kind of resistance would have been pointless anyway. We were as good as done for. With that logic in mind, I turned my attention back to the monitors, hoping that whatever the hell was behind us would stay put for a bit longer. In the meantime, Hugo and Kale were about to fight the gladiator and his minions. "Hey Englishman," Kale said. "You regenerate quickly." Hugo sighed, stretching his neck out. "First of all, don't call me that. It's rather crass. And no, not much faster than the average man. But no matter. God has ordained me a holy commission. He won't let me die until I've fulfilled my duty." Kale just laughed. "You're a real piece of work, British boy. Let's see if your God helps us make it out of this." "You two aren't who I'm looking for," the gladiator bellowed, before releasing both leashes. "Take out the trash." The freak ran about 6 steps before having his face caved in and neck subsequently snapped by Hugo. In the meantime, the centipede began crawling towards Kale. "Who the fuck created this thing?" he asked, shuddering slightly. The centipede lifted itself up, swiping 2 of its arms at the visibly disturbed vampire. "Shit, don't touch me," he shouted, before kicking its face, removing its muzzle in the process. He regretted that decision instantly. The centipede had 4 or 5 rows of spike-like teeth, with a horde of flesh-covered tentacles squirming out from its mouth. One of them grabbed Kale by the leg, dragging him down. "God damn it," he shouted, attempting to squirm out of the appendage's grasp. Nevertheless, Hugo came to the rescue, turning the centipede's head into mush with one vicious stomp. He shot Kale a cold gaze. "Take his name in vain again, and our temporary alliance is over." Kale shook the tentacle remnants off of his leg, his face still utterly disgusted. Yeah, holy fucking shit, this is nasty. And then they both stared at the gladiator, who was grinning something malicious. Congratulations. You two have earned the privilege of being my combat slaves. I would literally rather fucking die, Kale responded. I submit myself to God and God only. Diseases like you shall perish at his will, Hugo added. The gladiator drew his smoldering sword, which must have been the size of a person. Then so be it, he roared. The two rushed him simultaneously, attempting to bury the burning menace with a flurry of quick strikes. But that wasn't the best idea. They couldn't even touch the gladiator without suffering from burns themselves. Kale sighed. Some asshole just had to dig this fuck up, didn't they? The gladiator stepped forward, unleashing a big swing that singed a few hairs off of Hugo's head. Bastard, he shouted, before sending a hard cross at the gladiator, shattering his chestplate armor in the process. You're pretty strong there, Britt. We just might win this one, Kale grinned. Like I said, God will give me enough strength to overcome these trials. Hugo moved towards the gladiator with a seemingly unwavering resolve, his eyes shining a bright crimson. His face was wrought with such intense, stoic determination that I nearly forgot his ultimate goal was to commit global genocide, and began cheering him on. The gladiator sneered at the challenge, swinging his blade once again. This time, Hugo deflected it with an elbow, cracking the metal while doing so. He followed up by directing a flying hook kick at the gladiator's jaw, managing to rip it off completely. Kale followed up by biting into the gladiator's shoulder and tearing a large chunk off, burning most of his face in the process. Ugh, he said, spitting out the charred, undead flesh. Not my cup of tea. Are you all right? Hugo asked, staring at his scorched face. Yeah, should heal up in no time. However, the gladiator was relentless, letting out a frenzied roar before bolting towards Kale. He managed to dodge most of the gladiator's blows, only taking the full brunt of his last punch. Still, that one blow was enough to form a deep, fleshy crater in his torso, while also sending him flying into the steel rail, causing it to bend. Fuck, Kale stammered out, staring down at the unsightly wound. Nope, that's not good. Gonna take longer to heal. Hugo exhaled. The situation has become bothersome. He went back after the gladiator, sending a ruthless barrage of strikes his way. There was an evident skill gap between the two voids, with Hugo landing about 90% of his attacks. On the other hand, the gladiator only managed to land 3 or 4 clean hits of his own. Nevertheless, each of one of them dealt far more damage than any of Hugo's. After about a minute of fighting, Hugo's left arm was completely mangled, his right rib cage had been shattered, and the entire right side of his face was burnt. The gladiator had also taken a fair amount of damage, but not nearly enough to even slow it down. Kale groaned as he attempted to insert himself back into the fight, but that task wasn't an easy one. He could hardly move with his torso just about completely destroyed. I suppose. This must be my final trial, Hugo said, somewhat solemnly. What the hell are you talking about? Kale asked, still groaning. And then, for the first time since we began watching, Hugo smiled. God wills it. Using his good arm, Hugo removed the upper section of his robe, revealing a pale, mutilated, scar-ridden body beneath. He muttered another prayer before looking up at the ceiling, tears now swelling up in his eyes. Thank you, he muttered. Along with his eyes, the scars on his body suddenly began glowing a deep red. Tricks won't be enough, the gladiator thundered, before swinging his blade at Hugo's neck. I don't think that I managed to catch exactly what happened next. However, I was certain that I was about to see a head rolling. Instead, the gladiator's blade shattered into what looked like 1,000,000 pieces. At first, I didn't even notice the gaping hole in the gladiator's chest. How did you? The gladiator was interrupted by his neck being brutally cranked to the side. As the flaming behemoth dropped, so did Hugo. By then, Kale had regenerated to the point of being able to walk. He stumbled over to the near comatose bishop. What the fuck was that? He asked, half grinning. detached myself from my earthly limitations, an egregious sin, but I needed. 2. Fulfill my holy mission. Well, shit. That's pretty cool, I guess. Not your psycho mission, but the whole detachment thing. He held out his hand in an attempt to help Hugo get up. However, Hugo shook his head in response. This is far as I go, not something I can recover from. I only have judgment to face now. Oh, shut the fuck up, Kale said, picking up Hugo's limp body and lumbering it over his shoulder. We'll find you some painkillers, and then you'll be back on your feet in no time. Why would? You help me, Hugo asked. You understand what I'm after, don't you? My ideals. Well, I don't think I could have handled the gladiator on my own, so I guess I owe ya. You crazy fuck, he looked over at Hugo and grinned. And who knows, maybe you'll learn something. Yeah, there's a lot of scum in the world, but there's also a lot of beauty. We don't have to destroy it all. That's... Hugo passed out before he could finish his thought. Still carrying him over his shoulder, Kale took off running down another corridor. I did a quick sweep of the other monitors. Satan Bot had taken out 2 more lower tier voids, while Morgie was engaged with a high hurricane void named the Mechanic 6L 196 cm, 270 lbs 122 kg. Like the name suggested, he was a large, burly man in a mechanic outfit that enjoyed obliterating skulls with blunt tools. Real ruthless guy. On another monitor, the undead Nazi had just finished slicing the shit out of the devil nurse, who was a mid-tsunami. So that's 12 down, I thought. 20 left. The shit show wasn't anywhere near done. Check it out, Sandhu said. There's still 4 voids who haven't escaped yet. Sure enough, he was right. First off, there was the Titan 15 of 475 cm, 1,438 lbs 652 kg. A colossal entity with destructive capabilities that were nigh impossible to deal with. It was humanoid, with an immensely muscular frame further accentuated by the fact that there wasn't an ounce of fat on its entire body. Its harder than steel skin was reddish and cracked all over, with a road map of razor-like veins bulging out at every square inch. And then there was the face. It had 6 sets of glowing blue eyes and a mouth full of fangs with exposed gums that were caustic to the touch. His holding cell, if you can even call it that, was a bit more fortified than the rest. I'm under-exaggerating, of course. It was fortified to goddamn hell. No electronic locks connected to a central system either, which is probably what caused the breach to begin with. Good thing too, he was a low asteroid. The next one up was the Warden 8, a 261 cm, 435 lbs 197 kg. Ironically enough, this guy apparently used to run a prison of his own. What kind of prison that might be was beyond me. He had pale white skin, shadow-like eyes and long, slicked-back silver hair. His trench coat was long and perpetually bloody, sweeping the floor as he walked. I've heard stories about the guy. Supposedly, he killed upwards of 700 prisoners during a breach at his prison, managing to come out unscathed from a devastating explosion afterwards. He was as dangerous as a void could get without being considered asteroid tier, being a high earthquake. Funnily enough, his cell was wide open, with guard bodies and destroyed mech suits littering the space. But instead of getting up and walking out, he simply sat, expression devoid of anything at all, like it usually was. Obviously, he was up to nothing good. The next one was quite the doozy. The strongest void in the entire chasm, in fact. It went by a simple moniker, the Calamity of Earth, or just the Calamity for short. Its gender was unknown, height and weight unknown. Appearance unknown to everybody except for the top officials overseeing this entire fucking operation. Hell, we didn't even know where it was kept. The only thing we had to monitor was a simple panel containing 3 lights. Green safe. Still contained, yellow breakout in progress. Evacuate immediately. Red breached. Too fucking late. What did we know about this thing? Nothing, save for the fact that a breach would most likely result in a global catastrophe. Of course, it was a high asteroid. The only high asteroid, in fact. And then there was the last still captive void. but unlike the 3 overpowered monsters I've already talked about, he was a lot different. The kid 5 at 168 cm, 142 lbs, 64 kg. As his name implies, the kid was just that, a kid. From his appearance, he couldn't have been much older than 16, 17 at most. The only thing we knew about him was that he apparently had extraordinary, undisclosed abilities. Abilities he used to slaughter his entire village back in Kerala, India. But who the hell knows what actually happened? To me, and nearly every other guard, he just seemed like your average, meek teenager. In fact, we rarely ever exercised caution around him. Unlike the rest of the voids in here, he just did as he was told, always with this incredibly sullen expression on his face. I suppose that I can't blame him, given the circumstances. We didn't even bother putting a threat level on him. Nevertheless, we were instructed to keep him there. There's a lot of stuff going on here in the chasm that US guards don't quite understand. I make no reservations about that. I know for a goddamn fact that not everything we're not doing any saintly work here. Do a lot of voids in here deserve to be locked up? Not even. They deserve to be wiped off the face of the earth. I never understood why we bothered holding the more malicious ones, using taxpayer money just to keep them alive. And then there were the ones who I wasn't quite sure belonged here at all. Did they even do anything wrong? Who knows? But one thing was for sure. They were different. Exceptional, I guess. The subjects of state curiosity. I always tried suppressing these thoughts. I mean, who the hell was I? Just some random fucking guard, not some arbiter of morality. Still, fuck it. This is not the time. So let's see. What happened next? I turned to face a random monitor, trying to take my mind off of the kid. I caught what appeared to be the middle of a fight, with the 2 combatants being Jack the Ripper, 6'185 cm, 170 lbs, 77 kg, the infamous serial killer. Apparently, he'd performed some arcane ritual while on death's door that granted him an extended lifespan and superhuman strength in exchange for what was left of his already dwindling humanity. He hardly resembled a human when we caught him. With a mouth full of sharp, rotting teeth, eyes sunken beyond reason, and a face riddled with cuts, burns, and various infections, he was quite the sore sight to behold. At that moment, he was once again on death's door. The person who put him there. Bella Vauclin, aka the Bloody Painter, 5'165 cm, 122 lbs, 55 kg. Despite looking more or less like a normal woman, she was a brutal assassin that wasn't too concerned with the aftermaths of her jobs. After killing her target, she'd paint a bloody picture on the walls. Sometimes she'd supplement her art with a few organs. She wasn't incredibly strong, but that didn't matter all too much. She had this obscure ability where she could summon blades out of thin air at the tips of her fingers, and then use some Esper-like ability to shoot them off in rapid succession, almost at a machine gun-like rate of fire. She had no problems reducing her targets to mincemeat. The ones she really disliked, that is. When we finally captured her, she maintained that she only killed the ones that really deserved it. However, any chance of appeal, not that there was a chance to begin with, was shattered when she punctured the throats of 4 guards. She still claims that it was an accident to this day. Do I believe her? Well, it's about 50/50 with me. Like I said, she had Jack on the ropes, with what must have been over 100 blades planted firmly within the killer's body, including both of his eyes. Still, he had yet to give up as he swung Wirehead's bat. He must have picked it up blindly and wildly around him. Bella wasn't unscathed herself, though. It looked as if she'd taken a couple of pretty bad hits to her ribs and thigh. In addition to that, she had a gnarly bite mark on her hand. Nevertheless, she smiled as she pointed her finger like a pistol at the frenzied Jack. Prophet or Dale Enfer, she said, before blasting the killer to shreds, finally ending his grim legacy. Once she was done with that, she let out a loud sigh, clutching her ribs and wincing in pain. Unlike most of the other voids, she wasn't capable of taking too much punishment. After walking for a bit, she came across Luz. While still badly mangled from his confrontation with Wirehead, he was walking again. I didn't even know that he could regenerate that quickly. The two stared at each other for about half a minute before Bella stuck out her hand and smiled. It was a risk, for sure. But while Luz didn't reciprocate the smile, he cooperated, accepting the handshake without electrocuting her. Another team up, and one that I wouldn't necessarily have expected. I did another quick sweep of the monitors. Morgie had taken out the mechanic, although he was limping now, and his next fight wasn't going to be an easy one. He was a few steps from coming across Satan Bot. In the meantime, and funnily enough, the undead Nazi was about to square off with the sadistic Soviet 6XO 187 cm, 215 lbs 98 kg, low earthquake tier. Instead of being zombified like the Nazi he was, more mechanical. More specifically, he was about 60% robotic, with his human bits slowly beginning to rot away. The surgeon was engaged in a bloody duel with Spider-Man 6 at 206 cm, 225 lbs 102 kg. Unlike Peter Parker, this guy was basically just a large tarantula with human skin and a half-human head. Kale and Hugo were in the medical center, with the former tending to the latter's wounds. I thought about everything for a second, trying to run the numbers through my head. There were 4 more voids who had definitely escaped that I hadn't yet seen on any of the monitors. But I was really only concerned about 2 of them. You see, within the chasm, there were 4 asteroid tier voids in total. Only 2 of them were still contained. The problem was rather obvious. Beyond that, there were now 14 voids dead. 4 who still haven't joined the fight. 14 currently active. All 4 asteroids still in play. 3 high earthquakes as well. TFVNH likely on their way. Holy fuck, I thought to myself. The real fight hasn't even started yet. A bout of sudden, raucous laughter nearly gave me a heart attack. I looked at Sandhu, but his face was dead serious. That meant... shit. With everything that was going on, I completely forgot about the elephant in the room. But sure enough, they were finally ready to reveal themselves. As footsteps began emanating from the darkness behind us, I braced myself for whatever horrific entity we were surely about to encounter. But instead of that, it was an unfamiliar guy that looked to be in his mid-20s with messy, dirty blonde hair dressed in a Hawaiian shirt and khaki shorts. He was probably around 5 on 178 cm, 130 lbs 59 kg soaking wet. What the hell, Sandhu said upon seeing him. The man continued laughing as he strolled towards us. Oh, man, he blurted out in between chuckles. There's shit in both of your pants right now, isn't there? Don't lie to me. Well, the joke's gone on long enough. Who the fuck are you, Sandhu asked, sounding somewhat agitated. The man put his arms up in an ostensibly defensive manner. Relax. I'm just an observer here, but his bloodshot eyes seemed to bulge out as they wandered over to the monitors. It looks like the preliminaries are over. Time for the good shit. I'm so sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. The man stepped towards us with a gaze that I can only describe as volatile. Perhaps, in the moment, he had no ill intent. But there were volcanoes behind his eyes. Volcanoes that looked ready to erupt at any damn point. For that reason, I found myself slowly backing away. But not Sandhu. For whatever reason, he stood his ground, facing the strange man without reservation. I suppose it also helped that he was 6 at 193 cm with a considerably larger frame. The name's Adrian Nyquist, he said, his voice nearly shaking with some kind of obscure excitement. He held out his hand, but neither of us bothered with the niceties of the introduction. He sighed. What? Is it me? He lifted his shirt collar, taking a whiff. Oof, you gotta shower more, Adrian, and then he started laughing again. But can you blame me? I've been busy. Who the fuck are you? Sandhu insisted. And don't just tell us your name again. Okay, Adrian said, smirking. Big guy. Scary stuff, really. What'd you bench? 3 plates and a bit. Sandhu opened his mouth again, but was interrupted. It's fine though. I'll go ahead and explain myself. I mean, the whole situation is kinda weird. Yup, I responded. Just kind of. Adrian sat down on the floor and let out a big puff of air. I don't really want to go too in depth here. I don't enjoy talking about myself, so let me drop the bomb on you first. I caused the breach. I nearly swallowed my tongue. What? What the fuck do you mean? I meant what I said. I let all the prisoners out. But what? How I stammered out. He tilted his head back and groaned before pretending to type on an invisible keyboard. Just a little hacking, man. Nothing crazy. And they say that you'll never use the skills you learn in school in real life. PFFT. Hacking, I responded in disbelief. But why? Well, that's where it does get a little crazy. Now, have you ever hopped dimensions? Have I ever fucking what? All right? I see you're uninitiated with the concept. Well, unlike hacking some corny lock system, the logistics there really do get complicated. I'll admit that I don't 100% understand it myself, but I understand it just enough to have some fun. I was at a complete loss. I'm a jumper. That's what they call us, he chuckled somewhat goofily. Still a novice, but at least I'm out there doing it. Living life, you know. Anyway, the multiverse is massive, obviously. A lot of crazy worlds out there just waiting to be explored. But he paused. I made a mistake last month. You see, I was watching some brutal big stakes fighting tournament called the Evisceration Championships on a planet called the Hellscape. Real fucked up place, but drugs laws are mostly unenforced there, so you know. It's alright, I guess. Anyway, I'm up in the stands. 12th row, just blitzed out of my fucking mind on Astro Coke. It's like regular Coke if regular Coke was actually good. He blew his nose into a disgusting handkerchief. But sometimes you make some bad decisions when you're juiced. I guess school taught us something else, huh? Long story short, I made a deal with some fucking sketchy intergalactic gang leader named Bones the Fourth that I'd provide him a fighter that would guarantee him a win for the next tournament. But obviously, I was just talking shit. Not sure why the guy believed me, an astral cokehead, of all people. He burst out laughing again. I'll never understand the rich. Okay, I responded, barely comprehending what I'd just been told. Assuming that what you just said is all true, and that you're not completely fucking bonkers, why don't you just tell the guy that you don't have a fighter? Well, Adrian made a whoopsie gesture with his hands. The guy paid up front, a metric fuckton of intergalactic. I just came back home after being missing for 15 years. My name is Phil and I am 19 years old. Yesterday, my mother and father saw me for the first time in 15 years. It would have been an amazing moment had I not been lying on the front yard of their house blindfolded with my arms and legs tied together. I woke up this morning to our house filled with all of our close family members and a couple of reporters. A police officer showed up at around 3 p.m., but he told us he would just wait around till everyone left. The reporters tried to get information out of me, but I was not in the mood to give them any information. My aunt and uncle asked me if they heard me, but before I could tell them no, another reporter started to bombard me with questions. Annoyed, I left the living room and sat in the kitchen for the next hour. Everyone left except the police officer around 4 p.m. He asked me if he could speak with me in private. We went to the kitchen and took our seats at the dining room table. He took out a notepad, and with a forced smile on his face, he told me to call him Matt. Me so Matt? I honestly don't know who took me or where I was. Matt, that's fine, I just have a couple of questions. How many other people were with you? Me, well, in total, around 25. When I left, there were around 17. Matt, all males? Or were there any females? Me, all males. Matt, what was the general age group? Me, no one was under 4 or over 20. Matt, did the people that took you hit anyone? Me, not that I know of. They never laid a hand on me. They did shoot anyone that tried to leave the house. 4 tried to escape while I was there. 1 survived the gunshot and returned to the house the next day. He never said another word to any of us after that. A couple of people were found dead the next morning after they didn't follow a rule, but we never saw them get killed. Not even the person staying in the room with them would notice when they came into the room or how the person was killed. Matt, they? How many people were there? Me, I only saw 2 on guard at a time, but the people seemed to change all of the time. Matt, can you describe what the place looked like? Me, it was a house. A really big house. Not very fancy, but it had around 12 rooms. We all had our names written on a whiteboard next to our specified room. Our fridge was always stocked with enough food for all of us. We had a TV in the living room, but we never could find any channels that worked on it. Each of our rooms had 2 beds and 2 small dressers, which contained only 3 of the same outfits. We had a laundry room with a washer and a dryer, but they would only work on Thursday. Matt, 3 of the same outfits. What was the outfit? Me, it was a plain white t-shirt and blue pants. Everyone wore the same exact thing. One 18-year-old kid used blueberries to dye his shirt blue, but the next day I found him lying on his bed dead. He had blueberries and bits of his blue t-shirt in his mouth. Matt, did anyone ever come inside of the house? Me, they would come inside to pick up the person that was ready to leave the house. 2 people would come inside and grab the person that was leaving. They would have 2 pieces of rope and a black blindfold. They would tie his arms and legs together and put the blindfold over his eyes. After that, they would carry the person into the wall of trees. Matt, did they ever show their face? Me, no, never. They would wear monkey masks whenever they came in. None of us ever had the guts to take the masks off of any of the people. Matt, thank you for taking the time to answer my questions. I'll contact you back if we have any other questions, or if we make any new developments. You're a brave man. Please let us know if you find or remember anything new. After Matt left, I headed upstairs to my bedroom. I passed by my parents' room and heard them quietly talking inside. I put my ear up to the door and heard my father talking to my mother. Margaret, don't worry. This was part of the program. He will come back for 5 days to live with us. After that, they get rid of him and make it look like a suicide. This is the only way they can make it as less suspicious as possible. I rushed to my room and quietly closed my door. I thought about calling Matt, but I really want to figure this out. This morning, I woke up to the smell of bacon. I got out of bed, took a quick shower, and went to the kitchen. My mother gave me a smile and asked me if I was hungry. I gave her a nod and went to the dining room and sat down. My father came down a couple of minutes later and stood next to me while breathing down my neck. When I looked up at him, he said sharply, "So you're just going to sit around and not help your mom with the food? Do you think she's your personal cook?" I got up from my chair and walked into the kitchen while my father glared at me the whole way there. When I got to the kitchen, I heard my father scoff while he pulled a chair out. My mother shoved 3 plates of bacon, eggs, and grits and told me to put them on the table. I carried them in and placed the dishes down. I went back in, but my mother walked past me while saying done and put a fork beside each plate. No one spoke during the entire meal. I tried to think of something to say, but each time I thought of something, I would quickly dismiss it. I just wanted to see if they would somehow slip up and give me some information about my kidnappers and how they planned on getting rid of me. Once they finished eating, they got out of their chairs and walked back upstairs. I didn't get up until I heard the door to their bedroom close. I tiptoed upstairs and put my ear up to their door, but it was completely quiet. I kept my ear pressed to the door for a bit more until I felt something grab at my right foot. I yelped in surprise when I saw 2 fingers holding onto my toes. My father sneered, "You know it's impolite to spy in on your parents' room, don't you?" I pulled my foot away from his grip and raced downstairs. My father came out with a small handgun and pointed it in my direction. While I ran out of the front door, I heard my father scream out to me, "Sooner or later, they're going to get you again. You running away just makes our job easier." I didn't know where I was going, but I knew that I couldn't stay at my parents' house any longer. The next 2 hours was a mixture of running and walking countless steps. With sweat pouring down my shirt despite the cold weather, I finally found a welcome sight. A cop car. I flagged the car down, and Matt's head popped out of the window. He didn't ask me any questions. He just told me to get in and explain when we got back to the station. The car ride was filled with silence, which made the next 10 minutes a perfect time to fully think about what the fuck was happening. My parents were definitely in on my kidnapping, but why would they send me away for 15 years, send me back home, and kill me off? Why not just kill me off to begin with? As questions started to flood my head, I felt the car come to a stop. Matt took off his seatbelt and got out of the car. I followed his lead and walked into the station right behind him. We went to an office in the back of the building and took a seat in front of a desk. He sat down at the opposite end and while crossing his arms said, "Explain." I took a deep breath and told him all about my parents' conversation the night before. How they talked about my kidnappers will get rid of me. Then I told him about the odd breakfast and almost getting shot down by my father when he found out I was trying to eavesdrop on them. He could tell that I was still shaking from the incident, so he asked me if my father said anything at all while he had the gun in his hands. After calming myself down, I told him that he told me sooner or later they were going to find me. Also, having me run away was just helping them out. Matt wrote down a couple of things from his notepad and asked me if I wanted a coffee or some water. I told him a glass of water would be fine. As he got up and started to head out of the room, I asked him if he could get an investigator or detective or anyone that can figure this out for me. With eyes filled with pity, he told me that since we were a small town, it would take some time to get anyone else down here. He gave me a little pat on my shoulder and walked out the door. He was gone for what seemed like hours. It started as just an annoyance, but it quickly elevated to panic. I tried opening the door several times, but no matter how much I tugged at the door, it remained in the same exact spot. The world around me started to spin, and I fell to the ground. I woke up to the sound of a constant beep in the background. When I opened my eyes, I saw a young lady in a white outfit standing in front of me. She smiled widely at me and asked me if I was feeling all right. No, I really wasn't. The sight of her made me freak out. I started to tear at whatever was around me. I grabbed at the pole with my IV attached to it and launched it at her. She managed to avoid getting hit by the pole, and pain exploded in my right wrist. I tried to grab for her, but she hurried outside of the room. I got out of bed, but after a couple of steps, the dizziness came back, and I blacked out once more. It was dark when I woke up again. I saw gauze and tape around my right wrist, and the IV was now attached to my left wrist. I looked around the room and saw that there was a TV in the far right corner. A man was asleep in the next bed over, and there was a little controller attached to the wire on the bed. I found a little icon that looked like a nurse and pressed it. 2 minutes later, a man walked in the room with the same white outfit. A shudder ran down my spine, but I restrained myself. I asked him to turn on some cartoons for me. He showed me how to control the TV with the remote. Before he left, I asked him if I could use his phone to log down a daily log. He hesitated for a second, but handed it to me and told me that I have 2 hours with it before his shift is over. I was repositioning my pillow when I saw an envelope under my pillow. The letter M was written on the front of the envelope. I opened the envelope and took a photo of when I was 4 out. On the back there was a little note for me: "You're only alive because I'm a cop. I wanted to kill you as soon as I talked to you for the first time. But we already have people that will do that for us. Show this letter to anyone if you want. They won't listen. You're the kid that just came back home after being missing for 15 years. The crazy and unstable kid. It's my word against yours, bud. I'm logging to you from the nurse's phone. But as I got to the middle of this log, I had the feeling of being watched. I looked out the window and saw my parents and Matt staring through the window of my room. When my eyes met Matt, he mouthed the word stay. 2 hours after my last log, I handed the phone back to the nurse and told him about a couple of people staring at me through the window. He looked out the window and turned back around with an annoyed look on his face. With a condescending tone, he said, "It's really not funny to joke around about things like that, confused." I looked out the window and saw that there was no one there. They were just there when I checked a couple of minutes ago. Where the hell did they go? I knew it would be pointless to try and convince him, so I just told him that I was tired and mistook reflections with people outside. He nodded his head and walked out of the room. It was now around 11 p.m., and I could not fall asleep. I turned on the TV and flipped through the channels, but nothing really interested me. My stomach started to growl, so I pressed the button with the nurse on it and waited around. 5 minutes later, a lady walked in and asked, "You need something?" I told her I was hungry, and she left without saying a word to me back. 20 minutes later, she came back in with a couple of carrots and ranch. I looked at the plate with obvious disappointment and asked if they had anything else. I stared down at my plate for a couple of seconds after I asked her, and when I looked back up, she was gripping onto the side of my bed with both of her hands. Her knuckles started to become white, and her breathing started to get heavier. Oh, with as much venom as she could muster, she whispered, "Listen to me, you little shit. I don't want you to eat. I want you to fucking starve. You understand me? Eat the fucking carrots or go hungry. I don't give a shit. Just don't fucking press that button again and go to sleep." She stormed out of the room, and I sat there confused and worried. I put the plate of carrots and ranch on the side table. I started to get comfortable on my bed when I noticed a pair of eyes looking at me through the window. Slightly pissed off, I looked out the window. I didn't care anymore. I was just tired about whatever the fuck my parents were trying to do with me. Let my kidnappers get me again. I just did not give a shit anymore. Right as I lifted my hand to bang on the window, I saw what was staring at me. My father's dismembered head was placed on top of the bush. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was sewn shut. Matt was lying on the ground next to the bush with his stomach torn open, and my mother had 2 bones sticking out of her chest and head. Right as I was about to start screaming, I felt someone covering my mouth with tape. I tried to twist around, but the person holding me was far too strong. I struggled as a cloth bag was placed over my head, and I flailed around as much as I could, while my arms and legs were getting tied together. The person picked me up, and at a very fast speed. I heard him rushing out the doors, and the cold air instantly hit me. He stopped running, and I heard the sound of a car trunk opening. I tried screaming through the tape, but I knew there was no way anyone could hear me. I was thrown down, and the person closed the trunk door. I heard 2 doors open and shut, and a couple of seconds later, I felt the car peeling out. I knew for a fact that I was going to die. There was nothing I could do. Was I back at the house? Is there where I spend my last minutes? I heard the trunk open, and they started to grab the items that surrounded my body. After a couple of minutes, I felt 2 small hands grab my ankles, and 2 larger hands grab me by my shoulders. I tried to jerk my body so they could lose their grips, but they held strong and kept carrying me. They sat me down on a chair and took the bag off of my head. I found myself in a house, but not any house I've seen before. We were in what seemed like the living room. It was dark in the living room, but I could still see both of their faces. A man who looked to be struck with infinite depression, and a little boy who seemed to be the happiest thing around. The boy stuck out his hand and said, "Hey bud, we're kinda the same. You lost your parents and I lost mine. It's okay, they were bad people. By the way, your mom didn't taste as good as your dad, so I didn't really want to finish off your mom, but your dad is kinda still with us." The man put his hand up to the boy and stared at me for a bit before saying, "I don't know what kind of trouble you're in, but be calm. We were told to help you." So we did. I wanted to be calm. I really did, but after what the boy said, how did they expect me to be calm? I tried to think of a way to ask a question that won't set the boy off on me. Once I thought of one, I took a deep breath and asked, "So why the killing? Or the eating? I know they were evil, but why them and not anyone else? Why did you take me instead of just leaving me there?" The man sighed and glared at the boy. He shrunk down in his seat and muttered, "I was just trying to help." The man looked back at me and said, "We kill because that's what we were told to do. Sometimes we don't kill, but most times we do." The boy has developed tastes through his parents. They did the same thing we do now, but they have started to lose control with hunger and started killing innocent people. I don't know why they chose your parents and the cop. I really don't. They told me to take you, so we did. He stared off into the kitchen after his statement. After thinking about his answer, I only had one more question. They? After a couple of seconds, he looked back at me and shrugged his shoulders and pointed at a door. "There's your room. You have a phone that you can use. There is internet, but I advise against contacting anyone you know. I'm tired, I'm going off to bed." They took the ropes off of me, and the boy skipped into the room next to mine, and the man sat down in the couch behind me. I had more questions, but I started to walk to my room. When I opened my room, I heard the man cough behind me. I looked back at him, and he said with a tear falling from his eyes, "I lost everything. Just know that. I had a wife and a 2-year-old kid, but all of that was ripped away. I don't know what is going through your head right now, but just know that we are here to help you. Look through the phone. You'll find answers." I told him thanks and walked in my room. It had a bed and a little side table. A phone was lying on top of the side table attached to a charger. I took it off of the charger and looked around the phone till I found the button to power it on. There were only 2 icons on the screen. One was for a browser, which I used to write down this log to you all. The other one was a simple looking app, a blue box with a white circle inside of it. It was called Life is Beta. I didn't feel like looking into it tonight, but tomorrow I will look into it. The whole day took its toll on me, and I fell asleep quickly. In the middle of the night, I woke up to something hitting against my legs. I heard the boy start screaming, "What if he tastes as good as his dad? I just want a taste. Let me just have a taste." The man finally got the boy calmed down and sat him down on the ground. He sat in front of the boy and said, "Drew, you can't be like them. I love you like a son, but you need to calm down." They got up and left the room. I couldn't sleep after that. I sat in my bed and looked through the browser on my phone. Nothing really sparked my interest. It was just a bunch of shit about the new president and countless numbers of lists that I must read. I closed out of the browser and clicked on the Life is Beta icon. The screen went black before white letters floated around the screen. They slowly started grouping together words until they finally placed themselves in their designated spots. "We've saved your life, and all we ask is for you to make a decision." The letters started to fall off of the screen, and 3 words took its place. Choose. Kill. Be killed. I tried to leave the app, but the screen remained the same. I tried hitting the power button, but the phone would not turn off. When I took the back off of the phone, the number 5 floated on top of the word choose. The number then changed to 4 and then 3. When it hit 1, I tapped on the icon that said kill. The app closed down and I turned the phone off. I still heard the man talk to Drew in the other room. After listening to them mumble a bit more, I fell back asleep. This morning, I woke up to the smell of bacon. I jumped out of bed thinking I was still at my parents' house, but when I saw the log walls, I could finally calm myself down. I turned on the phone and saw the app logo flashing. When I clicked on it, I saw a character that looked exactly like me inside, floating in the middle of the screen. He was flashing, so I tapped on him, and the phone went black for a second and showed the character sitting in an identical bed as me. I walked out of the door and walked to the kitchen and sat down on the sofa in the living room. The animated version of the guy walked up to me and gave me a plate of bacon and scrambled eggs. The sound of knocking came from my phone. We both jumped up, and the man put a finger up to his lips. He walked up to the door and saw another man walk in. He was wearing a shirt with a small cookie on the right side of his shirt. The screen went black and came back to another scene. I was done with my food, and the man was talking to me. I saw the cookie shirt man take out a small pocket knife from his back pocket. Before my character could react, a knife was lodged into the middle of his head. The man ran out, leaving the knife in my head. The screen went black and came back to a white screen. Kill or be killed flashed in black letters before the app closed down. I threw the phone on the bed and walked out into the living room. There weren't any chairs in the kitchen, so I took a seat on the sofa. Sweat started to pour down my forehead, but I ignored it. This must be some kind of joke that two decided to pull on me. The man came out and asked me if I was okay. I nodded yes, and he went back into the kitchen. He asked from the kitchen, "Bacon and scrambled eggs sound good to you?" I called back yes and sank into the couch. After a couple of minutes, he came back out with 2 plates of bacon and eggs. My stomach growled in response, but my brain kept me from being happy about a good meal with what seemed like good company. He stared at me for what seemed like hours, but he finally said, "Hey man, my name is Steven, by the way. I'm sorry if I have been mysterious so far. It's just I am handling a recent loss myself. It's not only been a little over a week, but it hurts as much as the first day. I had to leave my wife and kid, but I can only imagine how you must be feeling. I understand, man. I really do. Kid's name is Drew, and he is still a bit unstabbed. His last sentence was cut off by the sound of knocking. I started to panic and Steven asked me what was wrong. I whispered back to him about what the app showed. Steven stared off into space for a while before saying, "Good. I thought he was always an asshole." He grabbed a knife from the kitchen and answered the door. The man that was supposed to kill me stood in the entrance with a smile on his face. Steven said, "Morning, Andrew. I wasn't expecting you for another 3 days." Andrew looked at him for a second and said, "Beta told me you were helping a kid out. Told me to come." Andrew started walking towards me, and Steven crept behind him for a couple of paces before jamming the knife in Andrew's back. Andrew fell to his knees while Steven stabbed him 3 more times in the back. The whole entire time, Andrew laughed and pointed at me. He shouted out, "They'll find you. They'll find you and kill you like the little bitch you are." He kept laughing before taking his final breath and laid still on the ground. I heard the sound of little footsteps behind me and I looked back to see Drew grinning ear to ear. He shouted with joy, "Oh, you did it. He's dead. I can't wait to see how he tastes. My mama and daddy told me that he must be sweet from all the cookies he made and ate." Steven responded back with, "No time. We need to get out of here now. Beta told me that we need to leave by 8, and it's already 7:45. Drew started to whine, but followed us to Steven's car. When we were all seated in the car, Steven started speaking. "We have 1 hour. 12 miles away there is a woman. She's about to kill 8 kids in a school. We get her while she is walking from the parking lot to the school entrance. I'll slow down in front of her, and you guys take care of the rest." He started to drive down the road, and I started to relax into my chair. I looked to my right to look out the window, but see Drew staring at my chest. He breathed deeply into my ear before whispering, "You do smell just like your father. I wish I didn't leave the meat back at the house." He rubbed the side of my neck with his fingers and giggled. Before I could say anything, he was back in his seat. After a couple of minutes, Steven pulled into an old parking garage. We were the only car there, and I started to get out of my chair when he parked. While I grabbed for the handle, Steven grabbed me by my throat. Drew tossed a cloth bag over my head, and they dragged me out. I landed on hard concrete. I grunted and started to scream. Drew laughed and said, "Screaming won't help. There is no one around. You chose to be killed, and that's what we're here to do." They took the bag off of my face and found Drew's face incredibly close to mine. He smiled before slapping me lightly on my face. Steven looked like he was about to cry, but he managed to contain his emotions. He took out a gun from the back of his pants. He said, "I'm sorry," before putting the gun up to my forehead. I didn't want to sob or plead for my life, but I couldn't think of a different way to react. With snot and tears running down my face, I pleaded for my life. I told them I chose to kill, not to be killed, but Drew kept laughing. Steven said sorry one last time before pulling the trigger. Drew fell on my lap. I looked at Steven, and he was crying. He knelt beside Drew and held his head in his hands. He wailed, "You were the only thing that replaced what my son was to me. I loved you even though I knew you for 5 days, but please know I loved you. Please, I'm begging you. Please know that I loved you. Please, please." I wanted to comfort him, but I didn't know what to say. We are in a hotel now. I'm on Steven's phone. We went to a nearby forest, and Steven buried Drew's body next to an oak tree. Steven cried throughout the whole process. Once he put the last scoop of dirt over the makeshift grave, he fell on his knees and started to sob. I thought about patting him, but decided he just needed his own space. After a couple of minutes, Steven got up and started to walk towards his car. I followed behind him and got in the passenger side. For the next hour, all I heard was the heavy breathing by Steven. His eyes were bloodshot red, and his hands gripped the steering wheel, a little tightly to the point to where his knuckles had started to turn white. He pulled into a small restaurant, and we got out and walked inside. The lady in the front took us to a table, and he ordered the bacon and egg special. I ordered the same thing, and she carried our menus away and walked up to the cook. I looked around the restaurant. We were the only ones here, but the restaurant seemed to be doing fairly well. All of the TVs were newer, and the seats were almost completely new. The kitchen looked to be very well maintained. The color red seemed to be the theme of the restaurant. The seats, tables, and the kitchen walls were all red. I enjoy that color, but I thought to myself about how I would have replaced the color from red to blue. I didn't realize how hungry I was until I saw the feast before my eyes. I started to devour every single salty strip of bacon and eggs. Halfway through my meal, I felt my phone buzz. Stephen heard my phone buzz and started to stare at me when I decided to keep eating instead of check the phone. When he realized I had no intentions of checking, he said, "I really recommend checking the phone. That's why you're still alive. It saved you from Andrew," and Drew. He went back to his meal while I reluctantly took my phone out of my pocket. When I turned on my phone, it automatically went to life as beta. My character was glowing and floating in midair. Underneath his body, new experience appeared. I clicked the body and the screen showed my character standing in the same type of table I was. The screen slowly started to pan away from my character and went to the kitchen. There was a man lying on the floor, gagged and tied up. He was flailing around the floor, and his legs were mostly cut out. The cook walked up to him and bent down next to his body. He used his knife to cut off part of his thigh. When he cut out a sizable piece, he started to remove the fat from the meat. Once he was done removing the fat, he put the fat on the stove and cooked the bacon with it. He threw the meat in the trash can and focused on the bacon. The man on the ground started to sob, but the cook walked up to him and jammed his foot on the guy's mouth. The screen went black again and bounced back to my character. My character got out from his chair and started to walk out. Stephen's character tried to catch up to mine, but he was far too slow. The cook came out and grabbed Stephen by the back of his shirt. Stephen tried to fight him off, but the cook was far too strong. On the next scene, Stephen looked like he was there for days. His legs and arms were peeled off to the bones, and the cook looked hungrily at his midsection. The last thing I saw was the cook plunging his knife into Stephen's chest and pulling the knife down. After that, my phone screen went back to my home screen. I wanted to leave. I knew that was the only way to save my ass, but I just couldn't leave Stephen here to die. I didn't eat another bite of my breakfast, but I waited till Stephen was done. Once Stephen was done with his meal, we went back to his car and drove away. After enduring the silence for over an hour, I fell asleep. When I woke up, I saw that we had parked outside of a huge 3-story brick house. He got out of the car and motioned to me to follow him inside. I walked up beside him right as he knocked on the front door. A man in a monkey mask answered the door, and panic started to take over me. I tried to run away, but Stephen grabbed me by my right shoulder. He calmly said, "Hey Grant, am I here early?" The man in the monkey mask shook his head no and said, "Come inside. It's cold." Stephen started to walk inside, but when he saw that I hadn't moved a muscle, he grabbed my arm and dragged me in with him. A flood of memories hit me like a tidal wave. The woman dressed in all white that would come into our rooms. She would start by rubbing my thighs and telling me everything was okay. She would then start showing me pictures on her phone of men lying on the ground in several impossible positions. Men with their arms around their right knee and the hand sticking inside halfway through his mouth, and men with half of their midsection cut off and their tongue on the middle of their thighs. One guy that would come into our house with a knife in his hand, he would whisper, "Are you the one?" before finding the right boy and plunging the knife into his chest. They gave us schooling every week, but on Wednesdays they would tell us the best way to end a person's life. In the middle of my thoughts, Stephen grabbed his pocket knife out of his back pocket and plunged it into Grant's neck. As Grant started to cough up blood, Stephen tossed me his keys and shouted, "Go." I didn't want to leave him there. I really didn't. In the last couple of days, he was the only one that I have grown to trust. The only one that I have felt was actually family. He had taken down 4 people before getting stabbed dozens of times by 3 other people. I knew I couldn't help him. I knew that the only person I have loved is now dead. I ran to his car and started up his engine. I watched him while he drove his car, but no matter how long I watched him drive, I managed to wreck his car within the first 10 minutes I drove his car. I couldn't find any building to find shelter in. I decided to sit next to an oak tree. Drew may have been a messed up child, but that was how he was raised. That was the truth he grew up believing. Steven had a normal life until he found the app. I only had a taste of a normal life through the app. I know it may seem like a bad thing, but I owe life as beta my life. They have showed me what it felt like to have someone truly love you like family. In the middle of writing this out to you all, I have had 2 notifications. One being from Life is Beta. It was just a simple quote. Though 3 gave their life for our cause, 14,000 have joined today to kill. We will grow and we will make the world a better place. The next was the sound of people mimicking monkey noises all around where I sat. I'm sorry, I couldn't help get rid of them or find every single answer I wanted to get, but I now appreciate life. My life and everyone else's. Steven couldn't get rid of them, but the 14,000 will make a bigger impact. If you find the app Life is Beta on your phone, don't think twice. Story 2. My brother returned after going missing for 4 years. If he really came back, I'm in huge danger. 4 years ago, my older brother went missing. There was nothing to prompt it. At 24, he was a good guy. He got top marks in school and uni, stayed clean, was very well built, and had only one girlfriend who he was still dating up until the time he went missing. I say good because he was horrible to me, and being a pathological liar and a master at manipulation, he got away with practically torturing me for years. He was 10 years older than me, and it never stopped. I got seriously injured from him up until the day he went missing. He always told me he hated me and enjoyed every bit of pain he put me through. I tried telling people when I was younger, but everyone believed him. Never me. Eventually, I stopped trying. The day he went missing was the greatest and most satisfying day I ever lived. My brother returned after going missing for 4 years. If he really came back, I'm in huge danger. His car was still parked in the driveway, his wallet and phone were on his desk, and his keys in the bowl by the entrance. Police had very little to go off of. It was like he simply vanished. After a year or so, everyone but my mom gave up on the search for him, figuring him to be dead. She, like any good mother, remained hopeful. I'm so sorry, Martha. This was the first time I'd ever heard Dylan apologize in over 2 decades of knowing him. I almost wanted to put my hand over his mouth, stopping him saying what I knew he would say next. I didn't think I could bear to hear it. It was me. I did it. I killed Thomas. The day he went missing, I strangled him and hid his body in the lake. A deathly silence fell over the room. I felt my heartbeat pulsing in my ears. Every night I'd spent crying, sobbing away in my then husband's arms. It all raced past my eyes in that moment. I thought I might vomit. That's it. Dad, Thomas scoffed. You're not going to tell her why? Nah, I didn't think so. After all these years, you're still a coward. That's why you killed me, isn't it? Didn't want me blabbing to people about what you'd done to me over all those years. Fucking pervert. Your freedom, your reputation. Your life I was worth sacrificing, so you could keep going, as if everything was normal. Dylan didn't respond. He simply bowed his head. I don't remember grabbing the heavy lamp from the coffee table. I don't remember slamming it, with all my strength, into the back of Dylan's lowered head. I don't remember the immediate aftermath. I just remember dropping the blood-spattered light to the floor and looking at Dylan's oozing corpse, half his head missing. My whole body was shaking. I put my hands over my face and sobbed. Thomas, or whoever the hell this twin of his was, held me. Who are you? I gasped through desperate cries. I am Thomas, Mum. I promise. I believed him because I wanted to. That counterbalanced my knowledge it was impossible. Maybe Dylan had just thought he'd killed him, and Thomas had survived and run away to start a new life. There were 2 spades in the garage. It took Thomas and I 2 hours to dig a shallow grave. He was tough and strong, and dug quickly. We didn't speak as we carried out the task, or as we lowered Dylan's body into it. I spat on his body before we filled it back in again. By the time we'd finished the job completely, it was almost dawn. Thomas looked at me sadly. "I want you to drive me somewhere," he said quietly. I nodded. He directed me to the lake at the edge of town. We sat in silence for a moment. "This is where he took me," Thomas said. I lowered my head to the steering wheel and cried. I felt like I might run out of tears. Thomas's hand was on my back for a moment, and then it was gone. I lifted my head. The passenger seat next to me was empty. I'd half expected this, but it felt like my heart was being ripped out for a second time. As I drove home alone, my grief was replaced by something better a plan. I'm going to sell my house. I'll use the money to pay for a team to dredge the lake. They'll find his remains, of course, and I'll give him a proper burial. Once that's done, I'll join my boy. There's nothing left for me in this life, and I only want to be with Thomas. I hope I've done him proud. As I sit here, cuddling old Teddy, and thinking joyously about how we'll be reunited properly at the end of this month, I couldn't be happier. Story 4. My son went missing on Christmas, and I just found something disturbing in his room. I believe it goes without saying that every parent's worst nightmare is losing their children. 3 days ago, that nightmare became a reality for me as I took a single bite of Santa's cookie and went upstairs to wake my 2 boys up. My youngest, Clyde, had already been awake and sitting patiently on his bed, eagerly awaiting my signal to head downstairs and start opening gifts. This was not all too surprising, what 12 and 7-year-old boys sleep in on Christmas morning. What was surprising was that Jack's bed was empty. He was nowhere to be found, despite my tucking him in his bed and wishing him a good night around 9 p.m. the previous night. The detectives are supposedly still investigating, but I am fully aware of the horrifying statistic that after the first 48 hours of being missing, the chances of finding my son become very slim. I'm also quite sure that they still consider me a suspect, although their initial investigation failed to prove that. Earlier today, while helping Clyde with his math homework, I threw one of his little Nerf footballs across the room, and after a couple bounces, it became lodged between the wall and Jack's bed. I walked on over and pulled the bed away from the wall a bit to retrieve it, and that's when I noticed the loose floorboard. I don't understand how this was missed by both myself and the detectives that scoured his room, but it was quite obvious once I did notice it. I believe what I found in there may have something to do with Jack's disappearance. The reason I bring the elf up is because what I found under the floorboard in his room was some kind of homemade children's book titled Elf on the Shelf. It was written crudely with different colored markers for each letter, although clearly written by someone with a very shaky hand. I handed the book over to the detectives, but not before writing down a copy for myself. I really don't know what to make of this, but I know it has something to do with whoever took my son. The elf on the shelf. Have you ever wondered how anyone could know? If you're naughty or nice each year as you grow. For hundreds of years, it's been a big secret. It now can be shared if you promise to keep it. This year you were chosen. He sent me to you. I watch and report on all that you do. My job's an assignment from the big man himself. I am just his helper, a little scout elf. While I'm here visiting the place you call home, remain in your room. Be sure not to roam. Once you are ready, the mission can start. Whose name will you scream as he rips out your heart? Will it be Father or Clyde? He can't take you all, so you must decide. Each night while you're sleeping, to your room he will fly. No one can know, or else they will die. Of course, a little magic helps me be quick. I record your whole day and report with a click. I tell him if you have been good or been bad. The news of the day makes him happy or sad. One word about this and I'll report to the boss. But keeping this secret will not be a loss. In the car, at the park, or even at school, word will get out if you break a rule. He will be gone before you awake. Speak a word to anyone and your brother he'll take, who'll be the first to beg and to plea. Maybe in the kitchen, the bathroom, or the den is where you'll find dear Clyde met his end. I can hide on a plant, a shelf, or a frame. Where will I be? Let's make it a game. There's another important rule you must know. Choose to ignore it, and his rage will grow. Keep your window unlocked before you climb into bed. Think wonderful thoughts inside that little head. How else can he check how good you have been? he might start to think you forgot about him. The night before Christmas, my job's at an end. The rest of the year in paradise we'll spend, so blow them a kiss and bid them farewell. We'll fly far away, but you can never tell. Of course they will miss you, but wait till next year. When the holidays come, I'll again reappear. I wish every girl and each boy a safe place to hide. Until next year when I visit young Clyde. I am only posting here out of complete desperation. If anyone knows anything that could help locate my sweet boy, please message me right away. Story 5. I found the bunker of a prepper family who went missing 3 years ago. Dr. Daniel Vance was a smart man. Too smart for his own good, maybe. 40 years old, a lecturer in fluid dynamics with a mind made of shapes and numbers. No one knows why, but one day, on a whim, he crunched the numbers on the apocalypse and came to a troubling conclusion. He didn't share exactly what it was he'd deduced, but given that he immediately quit his job and liquidated his many assets, it's fair to say it wasn't positive. Swept up in the wake of this tremendous upheaval was his wife, a 24-year-old PhD student who had grown infatuated with Daniel some time before. She loved the strange bear of a man who could just as easily build a log cabin as he could explain the idiosyncrasies of an asteroid's orbit. Speaking to Daniel always left you with the profound impression he was right, so when he told her what he wanted to do, she agreed. 15 years and 5 children later, the Vances were living in the distant woods just beyond my hometown. They were enigmatic, richer than the Pope, and extremely serious about their prepper lifestyle. But they were also funny, easygoing, and incredibly compelling to speak to. Larger-than-life survivalists who swept into town with bizarre requests that thrilled local businesses. Vast quantities of cement, iron, lead, and steel were all shipped through the remote mountains so that the Vances could build their shelter. The advanced methods they used to keep it secret were legendary. Daniel had once spent 6 months earning the license necessary to drive HGVs up to his compound so that no one else would lay eyes on it. And on one occasion, when a company had refused his request for GPS tracker-free vehicles, he bought them out wholesale so that they had no choice. So when they stopped appearing in town during the pandemic, when requests for food and goods stopped and all contact was dropped, most attributed it to lockdown. They had a bunker and had spent their entire lives training to be self-sufficient in the face of civilization's collapse. Even Alexander, the youngest at just 3, was already collecting firewood as a chore and learning what local plants were edible. Most of us just assumed that if anyone could ride out COVID without breaking a sweat, it would be the Vances. The reality turned out to be something else. When the worst came to light, we discovered that Daniel had used the pandemic as an excuse for a dry run. The family intended to spend 6 months in lockdown and essentially beta test their fallout bunker. 3 months in, and the sheriff received a distress call on the radio. Coordinates were provided by the hushed voice of a sobbing child that most assume was Alexander, even though that's never been proven. The police arrived and found the bunker still sealed. It took hours for emergency responders to cut into the door, all the while efforts were made to contact the family within, but to no avail. Once inside, police were left dumbfounded. There was no one to be rescued, no bodies, no survivors. There was evidence the door's locking mechanism had failed and trapped the Vances inside with no way out. But if so, where had they gone? Beds and cots lay everywhere with moldering yellow sheets, buckets close to hand with stains all around them. Some doors were barred, others smashed to pieces. There was even evidence of makeshift quarantines and, in places, what looked like violence. The police, usually a fantastic source of gossip, were not forthcoming until the town demanded answers, and the sheriff was forced to offer only the barest of outlines. An outbreak of a waterborne illness had struck the Vances down not long after they were locked inside and unable to seek help. Rumors of contagion were overstated, fueled by the unrelated rise of COVID. Whatever contaminant had killed the Vances, it was non-organic in nature. No need to panic. The Vances' loved ones had been notified. The bunker was going to be demolished, and we could all put this terrible tragedy behind us. Of course, we still had questions. 1,000 of them. Why hadn't the family called for help? They had radios, computers, smartphones too. They were survivalists, not Amish. And where were they? What had happened to their bodies? Why hadn't they simply left? We shouted these and more at the town meeting, but the police simply refused to comment. For most of us, the excitement lasted another week or two until we realized we weren't getting answers anytime soon. Besides, the pandemic was in full swing and most of us had other things to worry about. The tragic story eventually faded until it was just one of those awful things in the town's history that we didn't talk about. I was as guilty as anyone else of just forgetting about it. I certainly never expected to find the bunker out there in the woods, faded police tape still on the open door that hung wide open with scorch marks around the lock. It stood out in the woods like someone had cut a hole right in the fabric of reality, the darkness so deep and black it almost ached to look at. The sight of it made my heart drop into my stomach. It radiated pain. Does that make sense? I think some part of my lizard brain picked out details that wouldn't become apparent to me until I got closer, like the bloody finger streaks that stained the handle from where someone had scrabbled furiously at the lock without success. And the tiny viewing window had been smashed with a hammer that still lay nearby. I needed only to glimpse it to imagine the family taking turns to stand there and scream into the woods, desperate for rescue. Under any other circumstances, I would have run. But I'd gone there looking for my dog, and my light revealed a few wet paw prints making their way down the dusty concrete tunnel. Half Bernese and half collie, Ripley is the sort of dog who trembles in my arms when a storm buffets the windows and needs his paws held when we brush him. I love him. I do not have much of a family, or a wife, or even many friends, but I have Ripley, and I could no more have turned around and gone home to an empty apartment where I would have to sob my grief away than I could flap my arms and fly. He was my dog, and I'd raised him since he was a puppy, and I wasn't going to leave him out in those woods. I went in after him. I didn't know what to expect, but I knew it wouldn't be good. Whatever the police had found, they'd not only kept most of the morbid details to themselves, they had also lied. The bunker was not demolished, or even sealed off. In fact, looking at the occasional blue latex glove tossed aside and the one or two broken police issue flashlights, it seemed like the last people inside had been in a hurry to get out. Given this was where 7 people had presumably died, I assumed it was someone's job to clean it all up. But the corridor looked largely untouched. Just a few meters in, and manic writing started to cover the walls, the desperate scrawls of a lone survivor left there to be rediscovered like cave paintings. Most were deliberations on how to get out. Diagrams, blueprints, equations and formulae. All focused on the door and the circuits responsible for its faulty lock. I instinctively assumed they belonged to Daniel and that he'd been the last to die. What a god-awful fate for a man to outlive his children. And yet it got worse. Slowly the writing changed from equations and plans to a desperate scrawl. The same few phrases repeated over and over. 5 doors. 5, not 6. 6. Didn't make it. Didn't make it. 6 doors. 6. It seemed like the kind of thing you'd find in an asylum. A psychotic rambling punctuated only by 6 paragraphs right at the end. Each letter was impeccably neat, and each small paragraph was topped with a beautifully drawn Christian cross. Elliot Vance, aged 15. A gifted guitarist. He liked boys even though he thought I did not know. I loved him with everything I had. He would have made a great man. Alicia Vance, aged 14. She liked to paint and to shoot. She had her mother's mean streak. It would have served her well in the future. Elijah Vance, aged 8. The smartest of us all. These were Daniel's memorials to his family, and seeing the words lit up by my torch was a haunting insight into the overwhelming despair he'd endured. He must have realized he wouldn't get the chance to speak at his family's funerals or to write their obituaries. This was his last desperate way of making sure the world might one day know them as he did, as real people. The words marked the end of the tunnel, standing adjacent to a trapdoor in the ground. It was not open, but the tunnel came to a dead end immediately afterwards, and Ripley's prints disappeared at the hatch. I feared he might be in danger, but still I stopped and looked at the bunker door 20 meters behind me. The once gloomy forest looked so bright, even on this cloudy day, the air dotted with rain. A part of me felt like I was leaving the whole world behind as I began to climb the ladder down. I entered a large circular living space that was packed with furniture and little nooks and crannies. The walls were covered with folding beds and tables, and every inch was multifunctional. A dining space could become a sitting space, which in turn might be where someone slept or even exercised. It all depended on what particular bit of furniture you unfolded or unclipped or unfurled. 7 people in close quarters, nowhere near enough privacy. It made sense they went with this cluttered, overlapping use of space. But it was still a large room, bigger than most studio apartments, and there were a few corridors that led deeper into the earth, telling me the bunker had unseen depths. I looked for some sign of my dog and soon found his trail, but this far from the rainy copse, Ripley's prints were starting to fade. After barely a few meters, they petered out vaguely in the direction of a nearby door. I wanted to follow, but stopped myself from rushing onwards. It was unlikely Ripley was getting out any other way, and I'd do us no good getting hurt myself. I decided to take a look around and quickly spotted a dinner table. If I needed proof the police had not bothered with a cleanup, this was it. The plates were still out, the food rotten to a strange blackened husk. A child's hat lay across one place setting, the once creamy fleece turned a sickly green and yellow. The chairs had their backs reinforced with wooden beams fitted with long grooves, so that something the width of a nail could slide into them. And on each of the cushions were foul-smelling stains that looked oddly like an ass print. I touched one with gloved hands and the material crackled audibly. Whatever it was, similar stains were on the cutlery and plates, and there were even handprints of it placed firmly on the tablecloth. At first I thought it was blood, but that wasn't quite right. It was too contained to be from leaking blood. On the back of one of the chairs, a stain tapered exactly where a woman's waist would be, like a near-perfect silhouette. I shivered as I remembered that Miranda Vance had always been a slim woman, and wondered how she had left her imprint on the gray fabric. Using my torch, I saw that these stains repeated in the oddest of places. Yes, there were some on beds and blankets, and even patches of plain floor exactly like you might expect in a room full of sick people. But why did one stain on the floor bear such a strong resemblance to a child huddled in the fetal position? And why was the same stuff all over the TV remote, and on books on shelves, and board games too? Everything from sofa cushions to DVD boxes to piles of dirty laundry were covered in the same dried brownish material that gave off a foul coppery miasma. I found the jigsaw particularly baffling. Someone had set up another table with 4 chairs, all modified with the same back support as those by the dinner table. And a jigsaw had been laid out with 4 separate piles, but only one was depleted. The rest looked largely untouched, almost like someone had portioned out pieces for 3 other people who had absolutely no interest in going along with it. Maybe Daniel had tried to keep up morale while the family were sick. God help me. If that were true, I couldn't help but imagine the poor man sat there with his loved ones, close to death, desperately trying to encourage them to click their own pieces into place while they faded in and out of consciousness. Something about that room emanated madness, and the longer I stayed down there, flicking the bright disk of light of my torch from one detail to another, the more I wanted to leave. One door had wooden beams nailed across it. One sofa had been partially disassembled. Multiple beds had been burned, and all the light bulbs had been removed and put in a box on the kitchen countertop. Looking up at the ceiling, I finally had some insight into why the police were so confident the Vances had not survived despite never finding their bodies. Someone had jammed a human finger into one of the empty sockets, almost like they'd expected it to glow with the flick of a switch. What was it about this place that had caused the police to leave and never return? Not to even take that finger and test it for signs of illness, or even just to confirm who it belonged to. I decided it was time to hurry up and find my dog. People had died in that place, and while I'm not superstitious, I can't be the only skeptic who has done the calculations in his head and realized it costs nothing to be respectful of ghosts. That bunker was cramped, terrifying, and the air stank so bad I started to worry I'd get sick myself. It served no one any good to linger, but I'd be damned if I'd just walk away and leave Ripley to rot down there. It's not like he could climb a ladder and get out on his own, even if I wasn't entirely sure how he'd gotten down there in the first place. Summoning what little bravery I had left, I called out and broke the silence. Something which felt like a terrible taboo in that god-awful place, like screaming in a graveyard. Ripley. I waited and hoped to hell I'd hear the pitter-patter of his paws. But for the longest of moments, there was only the kind of silence that makes you wonder if someone or something in the darkness is holding its breath, trying to look like just another patch of nothing, biding its time until you finally turn around and show it your back. The TV came on with a blurt of white noise that was so loud and so sudden I cried, threw my arms up, and nearly fell backwards onto a rolled-out sleeping bag that looked like it had spent a week in the sewer. By the time I realized what had caused the noise, I could already hear a tinny rendition of Daniel Vance's voice. ... I realize the issue here. I need to emphasize just how little I understand anything that's... I frowned at the screen as I approached. It showed a greenish infrared view of the bunker with Daniel up front and the dinner table behind him. It was grainy and hard to see, but I could clearly tell that his family were sitting in those chairs. ... Miranda was first to fall ill. Looking back, it makes perfect sense. Miranda often went into storage to fetch food for cooking, and we found it behind one of the refrigerators. So that's our shit. One of the figures in the background slumped onto the table with a loud clank and sent a plate spinning off onto the ground. Shit, Daniel muttered as he got up and grabbed the woman by the shoulders and sat her upright. Miranda never did like my cooking. He snorted a laugh as he fussed with something at the back of the chair. The rods are much better than tape. All those hours spent taping them upright to the chairs never worked. But the rods, they fit right into the spine, and with a little modification I can just slot them into the chairs. That way everyone is able to join in for dinner. I'm working on something similar for family game night. Daniel wandered over to the camera, and with a grin, he lifted it from the tripod and scanned the dinner table. What I saw nearly made me drop my torch. His family were long dead, gaunt faces, missing noses, lips that had receded to reveal awful grins. These were corpses, plain as day, even when viewed through such a low-resolution image. The only thing that made them seem remotely alive was the way their eyes still reflected the infrared back, so that they glowed in the dark. And yet Daniel seemed oblivious to it all. He tousled Elliot's hair, kissed his wife on the cheek, run a hand across one young girl's shoulder. He even picked the young Alexander up from his high chair, and I assume he coddled him. I don't know for sure because I looked away, unwilling to see the poor boy up close, eyes averted from the screen. I couldn't help but pan my torch across to that same dinner table and shiver as I finally realized what all those stains were. Not quite blood, but close. Liquefying flesh. Left alone for months, Daniel had not put his family's bodies to rest. Instead, he had moved them around from place to place and puppeted them, living life as if nothing had really changed. Looking at where those stains had settled, I saw a clear pattern emerge. He had put them to bed. He had set them dinner. He had propped them up to watch TV, or gave them their favorite books. They even sat there as lifeless husks, while Daniel waited for them complete a fucking jigsaw. The idea horrified me to my core. Back to work. It's obviously not part of the original designs. No room on the other side, not on the blueprints. Elliot didn't believe me, and why would he? I made every inch of this place, but I did not install that door and storage on the bottom level. I checked the cameras and some of the photos I took during the build, and the wall is just blank. But the door is there now, and it must lead somewhere. I don't know when or why it opens, but it does, and the next time I'll be ready. Because I have to know what's on the other side, and why it did this to us. Alone down here, often all asleep at once. Anything could have slit our throats and been done with it. But it didn't. It took its time, and I have to know why. It took our radios and computers and phones, one by one. None of us noticing until it was far too late. I kept telling the kids they needed to take better care of their things, and even as they complained, I just assumed the phones were lying behind some shelf. Where else could they go in a locked bunker? But it wasn't the children at all. Looking back, there are so many signs. Who kept taking away the lights? Who kept draining the batteries in our torches? How long did we live with it before we finally realized we weren't alone? Was it here, every step of the way. A door out of nothing that leads to nowhere, at least most of the time. Because I know for a fact it does not always open onto a blank wall. There is something behind it. I can hear it shuffling around in there, wet breath rattling in its lungs. A horrible sound I hear roaming these halls when it thinks I'm asleep. I listen to Daniel, fascinated by this strangely compelling rant, when movement caught my eye. An infrared camera running in the dark, its image a roiling mess of uniform noise. What was it I'd seen? I paused the tape and rewound. Squinting, I saw 2 pinpricks of light in the darkness, just over Daniel's shoulder. Slowly, the image resolved itself in my mind. I knew what I was seeing, and it turned my blood to ice. Miranda Vance had turned her head, and her lifeless eyes glowed as she fixed them on the back of Daniel's head. ... Not even any point leaving at this stage. I'm no doctor, but that door is giving off enough radiation to kill a family of 7. If none of us had touched it, being in the same room is risky, but not lethal. But given how sick we've become, it's pretty obvious our curiosity got the better of us, one by one, and we all got too close. Or maybe not. Maybe that thing on the other side came through and did this. I don't even tan. Wait, what was that? Daniel turned, and the camera stopped recording. The image it froze on was of a lone man, bright as a star in the camera's lens, facing off against unknowable darkness broken only by 6 pairs of white, glowing eyes. I became painfully aware of my position relative to the table, and I had the painful premonition that if I turned, those chairs would not be empty. I would see the Vances, all of them, Daniel as well, waiting for me. Heads turned, bodies left to rot for years in the dark. Behind me something shifted. It breathed. Loud, quick. I knew what it was. I knew. It came at me so fast that when I felt something hot and wet touch my hand, I screamed, only for the presence to suddenly recoil. But then, without hesitation, it leapt at me and bore me to the ground. I wept as Ripley licked my face. He was shivering, and worst of all, silent, which was not normal. He was not a quiet dog, not when greeting me, and not when excited like he was now. But whatever he'd seen down here, he clung to me and dug his paws into my shoulders like he wanted to be cradled over the shoulder, something he has been too big to do for years. "Oh, you fucking idiot," I cooed in a soft whisper, and even in the dark I could feel his tail wagging. Joking aside, I felt nothing but relief at finding him. Let's get the hell out of here. I picked him up, straining a little under the weight, but refusing to give in to tired muscles, and made for the ladder. It wasn't easy climbing the 3 or 4 rungs to the hatch, but I managed it and gave the hatch a shove. First 1 hand, then 2. Again and again, with everything I had, but still that hatch refused to budge. Shit, I cried while pounding at it with my fists, but all I achieved was a sore wrist. The hatch had jammed when, somehow, the handle had been snapped clean off. Now I'd need a pair of pliers or something to cut through the metal bar locking it shut. My fingers couldn't move it, nor could I brute force the hatch open. The metal bar was an inch thick, and, at the very least, I'd need some tools to get at it from this side. At least it's fixable, I thought,